Section 21 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ivy Lane Club, Anno Domini 1748, Mr. John Hawkins, an attorney, ITAR 39. He is now to be considered as tugging at his oar. Footnote. In the Plan to the Dictionary, written in 1747, he describes his task as one that may be successfully performed without any higher quality than that of bearing burdens with dull patience, and beating the track of the alphabet with sluggish resolution. Works, Volume 5, page 1. In 1751, in the Rambler, No. 141, he thus pleasantly touches on his work: the task of every other slave, in square brackets, except the wit, has an end. The rower in time reaches the port. The lexicographer at last finds the conclusion of his alphabet. On April 15, 1755, he writes to his friend Hector, "I wish, come of wishes what will, that my work may please you as much as it now and then pleased me, for I did not find dictionary making so very unpleasant as it may be thought." Notes and Queries, 6th Series, 111, 301. He told Dr. Blacklock that it was easier to him to write poetry than to compose his dictionary. His mind was less on the stretch in doing the one than the other. Boswell's Hebrides, August 17, 1773. End of footnote. As engaged in a steady, continued course of occupation, sufficient to employ all his time for some years, and which was the best preventive of that constitutional melancholy which was ever lurking about him, ready to trouble his quiet. But his enlarged and lively mind could not be satisfied without more diversity of employment, and the pleasure of animated relaxation. Footnote. The well-known picture of the company at Tunbridge Wells in August 1748, with the references in Richardson's own writing, is given as a frontispiece to Volume 3 of Richardson's correspondence. There can be no doubt that the figure marked by Richardson as Dr. Johnson is not Samuel Johnson, who did not receive a doctor's degree till more than 4 years after Richardson's death. End of footnote. He therefore not only exerted his talents in occasional composition very different from lexicography, but formed a club in Ivy Lane, Paternoster Row, with a view to enjoy literary discussion and amuse his evening hours. The members associated with him in this little society were his beloved friend Dr. Richard Bathurst. Footnote. Johnson hardly ever spoke of Bathurst without tears in his eyes. Murphy's Johnson, page 56. Mrs. Piozzi, after recording an anecdote that he had related to her of his childhood, continues, "I cannot imagine," said he, "what makes me talk of myself to you so, for I really never mentioned this foolish story to anybody except Dr. Taylor, not even to my dear, dear Bathurst, whom I loved better than ever I loved any human creature. But poor Bathurst is dead." Here a long pause and a few tears ensued. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 18. Another day he said to her, "Dear Bathurst was a man to my very heart's content. He hated a fool, and he hated a rogue, and he hated a Whig. He was a very good hater." Ibid, page 83. In his Meditations on Easter Day, 1764, he records, "After sermon I recommended Tetty in a prayer by herself, and my father, mother, brother, and Bathurst in another." Prayers and Meditations, page 54. See also Post under March the 18th, 1752 and 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection. End of footnote. Mr. Hawkesworth, afterwards well known by his writings, footnote. Of Hawkesworth, Johnson thus wrote: "An account of Dr. Swift has been already collected with great diligence and acuteness by Dr. Hawkesworth, according to a scheme which I laid before him in the intimacy of our friendship. I cannot, therefore, be expected to say much of a life concerning which I had long since communicated my thoughts to a man capable of dignifying his narrations with so much elegance of language and force of sentiment." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 192. Hawkesworth was an imitator of Johnson's style. Post under January 1st, 1753. End of footnote. Mr. John Hawkins, an attorney, footnote. He was afterwards for several years chairman of the Middlesex Justices, and upon occasion of presenting an address to the King accepted the usual offer of knighthood. He is author of History of Music in 5 volumes in quarto. By assiduous attendance upon Johnson in his last illness, he obtained the office of one of his executors, in consequence of which the booksellers of London employed him to publish an edition of Dr. Johnson's works, and to write his life. Boswell. This description of Hawkins as Mr. John Hawkins, an attorney, is a reply to his description of Boswell as Mr. James Boswell, a native of Scotland. Hawkins's Johnson, page 472. According to Miss Hawkins, Boswell complained to her father of the manner in which he was described. Where was the offence? It was one of those which a complainant hardly dares to embody in words. He would only repeat, "Well, but Mr. James Boswell, surely, Mr. James Boswell." Miss Hawkins' Memoirs, Volume 1, page 235. Boswell, in thus styling Hawkins, remembered no doubt Johnson's sarcasm against attorneys. See Post 1770 in Dr. Maxwell's Collectanea. Hawkins's edition of Johnson's works was published in 1787-9 in 13 volumes octavo, the last 2 volumes being edited by Stockdale. In volume 11 is a collection of Johnson's sayings under the name of apothegms, many of which I quote in my notes. End of footnote. And a few others of different professions. Footnote. Boswell, it is clear, has taken his account of the club from Hawkins, who writes, "Johnson had, in the winter of 1749, formed a club that met weekly at the King's Head, a famous beefsteak house in Ivy Lane, near St. Paul's, every Tuesday evening. Thither he constantly resorted with a disposition to please and be pleased. Our conversations seldom began till after a supper so very solid and substantial as led us to think that with him it was a dinner. By the help of this refection, and no other incentive to hilarity than lemonade, Johnson was, in a short time after our assembling, transformed into a new creature. His habitual melancholy and lassitude of spirit gave way. His countenance brightened." Hawkins's Johnson, pages 219-250. Other parts of Hawkins's account do not agree with passages in Johnson's letters to Mrs. Thrale, written in 1783-4. "I dined about a fortnight ago with 3 old friends, in square brackets Hawkins, Ryland, and Payne. We had not met together for 30 years. In the 30 years 2 of our set have died." Piozzi Letters, Volume 2, page 339. "We used to meet weekly about the year 50. Ibid, page 361. The people whom I mentioned in my letter are the remnant of a little club that used to meet in Ivy Lane about 33 years ago, out of which we have lost Hawkesworth and Dyer. The rest are yet on this side of the grave." Ibid, page 363. Hawkins says that the club broke up about 1756, Life, page 361. Johnson, in the first of the passages, says that they had not met at all for 30 years, that is to say, not since 1753, while in the last two passages he implies that their weekly meetings came to an end about 1751. I cannot understand, moreover, how, if Bathurst, his beloved friend, belonged to the club, Johnson should have forgotten it. Bathurst died in the expedition to the Havana about 1762. Two others of those given in Hawkins's list were certainly dead by 1783. Magee, who died while the club existed, Ibid, page 361, and Dr. Salter. A writer in The Builder, December 1884, says, "The King's Head was burnt down 25 years ago, but the cellarage remains, beneath number 4, Aldous' dining rooms, on the eastern side." End of footnote. The Vision of Theodore, Anno Domini 1749. In the Gentleman's Magazine for May of this year he wrote a Life of Roscommon, * with notes, which he afterwards much improved, indented the notes into the text, and inserted it among his Lives of the English Poets. Mr. Dodsley this year brought out his Preceptor, one of the most valuable books for the improvement of young minds that has appeared in any language, and to this meritorious work Johnson furnished the preface * containing a general sketch of the book, with a short and perspicuous recommendation of each article, as also the Vision of Theodore the Hermit, found in his cell *, a most beautiful allegory of human life under the figure of ascending the mountain of existence. The Bishop of Dromore heard Johnson say that he thought this was the best thing he ever wrote. Footnote. Tom Tyers said that Johnson in one night composed, after finishing an evening in Holborn, his Hermit of Teneriffe. Gentleman's Magazine for 1784, page 901. The high value that he set on this piece may be accounted for in his own words. Many causes may vitiate a writer's judgment of his own works. What has been produced without toilsome efforts is considered with delight, as a proof of vigorous faculties and fertile invention. Johnson's Works, volume 7, page 110. He had said much the same 30 years earlier in The Rambler, No. 21. End of footnote. 1749, Itart 40. In January 1749 he published The Vanity of Human Wishes, being the 10th satire of Juvenal imitated. Footnote. On January the 9th was published Long Wished, another satire from Juvenal by the author of London. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 18, pages 598 and 9. End of footnote. He, I believe, composed it the preceding year. Footnote. Sir John Hawkins, with solemn inaccuracy, represents this poem as a consequence of the indifferent reception of his tragedy. But the fact is that the poem was published on the 9th of January, and the tragedy was not acted till the 6th of the February following. Boswell. Hawkins perhaps implies what Boswell says that he represents, but if so, he implies it by denying it. Hawkins's Johnson, page 201. End of footnote. Mrs. Johnson, for the sake of country air, had lodgings at Hampstead, to which he resorted occasionally, and there the greatest part, if not the whole, of this imitation was written. Footnote. I wrote, he said, the first 70 lines in the Vanity of Human Wishes in the course of one morning in that small house beyond the church at Hampstead. Work 1787, volume 11, page 212. End of footnote. The fervid rapidity with which it was produced is scarcely credible. I have heard him say that he composed 70 lines of it in one day, without putting one of them upon paper till they were finished. Footnote. See post under February the 15th, 1766. That Johnson did not think that in hasty composition there is any great merit is shown by The Rambler, No. 169, entitled Labour Necessary to Excellence. There he describes pride and indigence as the two great hasteners of modern poems. He continues that no other method of attaining lasting praise, in square brackets, than multa dies et multa litura has been yet discovered, may be conjectured from the blotted manuscripts of Milton now remaining, and from the tardy omission of Pope's compositions. He made many corrections for the later edition of his poem. End of footnote. I remember when I once regretted to him that he had not given us more of Juvenal's satires. He said he probably should give more, for he had them all in his head, by which I understood that he had the originals and correspondent allusions floating in his mind, which he could, when he pleased, embody and render permanent without much labour. Some of them, however, he observed were too gross for imitation. The payment of poets. The profits of a single poem, however excellent, appear to have been very small in the last reign, compared with what a publication of the same size has since been known to yield. I have mentioned upon Johnson's own authority that for his London he had only 10 guineas, and now, after his fame was established, he got for his Vanity of Human Wishes but 5 guineas more, as is proved by an authentic document in my possession. Footnote. November the 25th, 1748. I received of Mr. Dodsley 15 guineas, for which assigned to him the right of copy of an imitation of the 10th satire of Juvenal, written by me, reserving to myself the right of printing one edition. Samuel Johnson. London, 29th of June, 1786. A true copy from the original in Dr. Johnson's handwriting. James Dodsley, Boswell. London was sold at a shilling a copy. Johnson was paid at the rate of about 9d. halfpenny a line for this poem, for the Vanity of Human Wishes at the rate of about 10d. a line. Dryden, by his engagement with Jacob Tonson, see Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 298, undertook to furnish 10,000 verses at a little over 6d. a verse. Goldsmith was paid for The Traveller £21, or about 11d. halfpenny a line. End of footnote. It will be observed that he reserves to himself the right of printing one edition of this satire, which was his practice upon occasion of the sale of all his writings, it being his fixed intention to publish at some period for his own profit a complete collection of his works. Footnote. He never published it. See post under December the 9th, 1784. End of footnote. His Vanity of Human Wishes has less of common life, but more of a philosophic dignity than his London. More readers, therefore, will be delighted with the pointed spirit of London than with the profound reflection of the Vanity of Human Wishes. Footnote. January the 9th, 1821. Read Johnson's Vanity of Human Wishes. All the examples and mode of giving them sublime, as well as the latter part, with the exception of an occasional couplet. I do not so much admire the opening. The first line, let observation, etc., is certainly heavy and useless, but 'tis a grand poem, and so true, true as the 10th of Juvenal himself. The lapse of ages changes all things, time, language, the earth, the bounds of the sea, the stars of the sky, and everything about, around, and underneath man, except man himself. The infinite variety of lives conduct but to death, and the infinity of wishes lead but to disappointment. Byron, Volume 5, page 66, right. Sir Walter Scott said that he had more pleasure in reading London and the Vanity of Human Wishes than any other poetical composition he could mention. Lockhart, Scott, Volume 3, page 269. Mr. Lockhart adds that the last line of manuscript that Scott sent to the press was a quotation from the Vanity of Human Wishes. Of the first lines, "Let observation with extensive views survey mankind from China to Peru," De Quincey quotes the criticism of some writer who contends with some reason that this is saying in effect, "Let observation, with extensive observation, observe mankind extensively." De Quincey's Works, Volume 10, page 72, end of footnote. Garrick, for instance, observed in his sprightly manner, was more vivacity than regard to just discrimination, as is usual with wits. When Johnson lived much with the Harveys, and saw a good deal of what was passing in life, he wrote his London, which is lively and easy. When he became more retired, he gave us his Vanity of Human Wishes, which is as hard as Greek. Had he gone on to imitate another satire, it would have been as hard as Hebrew. Footnote from Mr. Langton, Boswell, end of footnote. Lydiat's Life, Anno Domini 1749. But the Vanity of Human Wishes is, in the opinion of the best judges, as high an effort of ethic poetry as any language can show. The instances of variety of disappointment are chosen so judiciously and painted so strongly, that the moment they are read, they bring conviction to every thinking mind. That of the scholar must have depressed the too sanguine expectations of many an ambitious student. Footnote: in this poem, one of the instances mentioned of unfortunate learned men is Lydiat. Here Lydiat's life and Galileo's end. The history of Lydiat being little known, the following account of him may be acceptable to many of my readers. It appeared as a note in the supplement to the Gentleman's Magazine for 1748, in which some passages extracted from Johnson's poem were inserted, and it should have been added in the subsequent editions. A very learned divine and mathematician, fellow of New College, Oxford, and rector of Ockerton, near Banbury. He wrote, among many others, a Latin treatise De Natura Caeli, etc., in which he attacked the sentiments of Scaliger and Aristotle, not bearing to hear it urged that some things are true in philosophy and false in divinity. He made above 600 sermons on the harmony of the evangelists. Being unsuccessful in publishing his works, he lay in the prison of Bocardo at Oxford, and in the King's Bench, till Bishop Usher, Dr. Lord, Sir William Boswell, and Dr. Pink released him by paying his debts. He petitioned King Charles I to be sent into Ethiopia, etc., to procure manuscripts. Having spoken in favour of monarchy and bishops, he was plundered by the Parliament forces, and twice carried away prisoner from his rectory, and afterwards had not a shirt to shift him in 3 months, without he borrowed it, and died very poor in 1646. Boswell, end of footnote. That of the warrior, Charles of Sweden, is, I think, as highly finished a picture as can possibly be conceived. The conclusion of Johnson's poem, Aetat 40. Were all the other excellencies of this poem annihilated, it must ever have our grateful reverence from its noble conclusion, in which we are consoled with the assurance that happiness may be obtained if we apply our hearts to piety. Footnote, Psalm 90, verse 12, end of footnote. Where then shall hope and fear their objects find? Shall dull suspense corrupt the stagnant mind? Must helpless man in ignorance sedate roll darkling down the torrent of his fate? Shall no dislike alarm, no wishes rise, no cries attempt the mercy of the skies? Enthusiast, cease. In the original, inquirer, cease. End of footnote. Petitions yet remain which heaven may hear, nor deem religion vain. Still raise for good the supplicating voice, but leave to heaven the measure and the choice. Safe in his hand, whose eye discerns afar the secret ambush of a specious prayer, implore his aid, in his decisions rest, secure, whate'er he gives the best. Yet when the sense of sacred presence fires, and strong devotion to the skies aspires, pour forth thy fervours for a healthful mind, obedient passions, and a will resigned, for love, which scarce collective man can fill, for patience, sovereign o'er transmuted ill, for faith, which panting for a happier seat, counts death kind nature's signal for retreat. These goods for man the laws of heaven ordain. These goods he grants who grants the power to gain. With these celestial wisdom calms the mind, and makes the happiness she does not find. Irene on the stage, Anno Domini 1749. Garrick being now vested with theatrical power by being manager of Drury Lane Theatre, he kindly and generously made use of it to bring out Johnson's tragedy, which had been long kept back for want of encouragement. But in this benevolent purpose he met with no small difficulty from the temper of Johnson, which could not brook that a drama which he had formed with much study, and been obliged to keep more than the 9 years of Horace, footnote, non numque prematur in annum, Horace Ars Poetica, Book 1, line 388, end of footnote, should be revised and altered at the pleasure of an actor. Footnote, of all authors, wrote Johnson, those are the most wretched who exhibit their productions on the theatre, and who are to propitiate first the manager and then the public. Many an humble visitant have I followed to the doors of these lords of the drama, seen him touch the knocker with a shaking hand, and after long deliberation adventure to solicit entrance by a single knock. Works, Volume 5, page 360, end of footnote. Yet Garrick knew well that without some alterations it would not be fit for the stage. A violent dispute having ensued between them, Garrick applied to the Reverend Dr. Taylor to interpose. Johnson was at first very obstinate. "Sir," said he, "the fellow wants me to make Mahomet run mad, that he may have an opportunity of tossing his hands and kicking his heels." Footnote, Mahomet was in fact played by Mr. Barry, and Demetrius by Mr. Garrick, but probably at this time the parts were not yet cast. Boswell, end of footnote. He was, however, at last, with difficulty, prevailed on to comply with Garrick's wishes, so as to allow of some changes, but still there were not enough. The Epilogue to Irene, Ætat 40. Dr. Adams was present the first night of the representation of Irene, and gave me the following account. Before the curtain drew up, there were catcalls whistling, which alarmed Johnson's friends. The prologue which was written by himself in a manly strain, soothed the audience. Footnote. The expression used by Dr. Adams was soothed. I should rather think the audience was awed by the extraordinary spirit and dignity of the following lines. Be this at least his praise, be this his pride, to force applause no modern arts are tried. Should partial catcalls all his hopes confound, he bids no trumpet quell the fatal sound. Should welcome sleep relieve the weary wit, he rolls no thunders o'er the drowsy pit. No snares to captivate the judgment spreads, nor bribes your eyes to prejudice your heads. Unmoved, though witlings sneer and rivals rail, studious to please, yet not ashamed to fail, he scorns the meek address, the suppliant strain, with merit needless, and without it vain. In reason, nature, truth, he dares to trust. Ye fops, be silent, and ye wits, be just. Boswell. End of footnote. And the play went off tolerably till it came to the conclusion, where Mrs. Pritchard, footnote, Johnson said of Mrs. Pritchard's playing in general that it was quite mechanical. Post April 7, 1775, see also post under September 30, 1783, end of footnote. The heroine of the piece was to be strangled upon the stage, and was to speak 2 lines with the bowstring round her neck. The audience cried out, "Murder! Murder!" Footnote. The strangling of Irene in the view of the audience was suggested by Mr. Garrick. Davies' Garrick, Volume 1, page 128. Dryden, in his Essay of Dramatic Poesy, edition 1701, Volume 1, page 13, says, I have observed that in all our tragedies the audience cannot forbear laughing when the actors are to die. 'Tis the most comic part of the whole play. Suppose your piece admitted, acted, one single ill-natured jest from the pit is sufficient to cancel all your labours. Goldsmith's Present State of Polite Learning, chapter 10, end of footnote. She several times attempted to speak, but in vain. At last she was obliged to go off the stage alive. This passage was afterwards struck out, and she was carried off to be put to death behind the scenes, as the play now has it. Footnote. In her last speech, 2 of the 7 lines are very bad. Guilt and despair, pale spectres, grin around me, and stun me with the yellings of damnation. End of footnote. The epilogue, as Johnson informed me, was written by Sir William Young. Footnote. Murphy, referring to Boswell's statement, says, the epilogue, we are told in a late publication, was written by Sir William Young. This is a new discovery, but by no means probable. When the appendages to a dramatic performance are not assigned to a friend or an unknown hand, or a person of fashion, they are always supposed to be written by the author of the play. Murphy's Johnson, page 154. He overlooks altogether the statement in the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 19, page 85, that the epilogue is by another hand. Mr. Croker points out that the words, as Johnson informed me, first appear in the 2nd edition. The wonder is that Johnson accepted this epilogue, which is a little coarse and a little profane. Young was Secretary at War in Walpole's ministry. Walpole said of him that nothing but Young's character could keep down his parts, and nothing but his parts support his character. Horace Walpole's Letters, volume 1, page 98, note, end of footnote. I know not how his play came to be thus graced by the pen of a person then so eminent in the political world. Notwithstanding all the support of such performers as Garrick, Barry, Mrs. Cibber, Mrs. Pritchard, and every advantage of dress and decoration, the tragedy of Irene did not please the public. Note: I know not what Sir John Hawkins means by the cold reception of Irene. See note, page 192. I was at the first representation and most of the subsequent. It was much applauded the first night, particularly the speech on Tomorrow, Act 3, Scene 2. It ran 9 nights at least. It did not indeed become a stock play, but there was not the least opposition during the representation, except the first night in the last act, where Irene was to be strangled on stage, which John could not bear. Though a dramatic poet may stab or slay by hundreds, the bowstring was not a Christian nor an ancient Greek or Roman death. But this offence was removed after the first night, and Irene went off the stage to be strangled. Burney, end of footnote. Mr. Garrick's zeal carried it through for 9 nights. Footnote. According to the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 19, page 76, it was acted from Monday, February the 6th to Monday, February the 20th, inclusive. A letter in the Garrick Correspondence, volume 1, page 32, dated April the 3rd, 1745, seems to show that so long a run was uncommon. The writer, addressing Garrick, says, "You have now performed it, Tancred, for 9 nights. Consider the part, and whether nature can well support the frequent repetition of such shocks. Permit me to advise you to resolve not to act upon any account above 3 times a week." Yet against this may be said the following passage in the Rambler, number 123. At last a malignant author, whose performance I had persecuted through the 9 nights, wrote an epigram upon Tape the Critic, which drove me from the pit for ever. Murphy, writing in 1792, said that Irene had not been exhibited on any stage since its first representation. Murphy's Johnson, page 52, end of footnote. Mr. Garrick's zeal carried it through for 9 nights, so that the author had his 3 nights' profits. And from a receipt signed by him, now in the hands of Mr. James Dodsley, it appears that his friend Mr. Robert Dodsley gave him £100 for the copy, with his usual reservation of the right of 1 edition. Footnote. Mr. Croker says that it appears by a manuscript note in Isaac Reed's copy of Murphy's Life that the receipts of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th nights, after deducting 60 guineas a night for the expenses of the house, amounted to £195 17s. Johnson cleared, therefore, with the copyright, very nearly £300. Irene was sold at the price of 1 6d. a copy, Gentleman's Magazine, volume 19, page 96, so that Dodsley must have looked for a very large sale. End of footnote. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recordings in the public domain. Irene as a poem, Anno Domini 1749. Johnson no tragedy writer, Itart 40. Irene, considered as a poem, is entitled to the praise of superior excellence. Footnote. See post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection for Johnson's estimate of Irene in later life. End of footnote. Analysed into parts, it will furnish a rich store of noble sentiments, fine imagery, and beautiful language. But it is deficient in pathos, in that delicate power of touching the human feelings, which is the principal end of the drama. Footnote. Aaron Hill, volume 2, page 355, in a letter to Mr. Mallet, gives the following account of Irene after having seen it. I was at the anomalous Mr. Johnson's benefit, and found the play his proper representative, strong sense ungraced by sweetness or decorum. Boswell. End of footnote. Indeed, Garrick has complained to me that Johnson not only had not the faculty of producing the impressions of tragedy, but that he had not the sensibility to perceive them. His great friend Mr. Walmsley's prediction that he would turn out a fine tragedy writer was therefore ill-founded. Johnson was wise enough to be convinced that he had not the talents necessary to write successfully for the stage, and never made another attempt in that species of composition. Footnote. Murphy, Life, page 53, says that some years afterwards, when he knew Johnson to be in distress, he asked Garrick why he did not produce another tragedy for his Lichfield friend. Garrick's answer was remarkable. When Johnson writes tragedy, declamation roars and passion sleeps. When Shakespeare wrote, he dipped his pen in his own heart. Johnson was perhaps aware of the causes of his failure as a tragedy writer. In his criticism of Addison's Cato, he says, "Of Cato it has been not unjustly determined that it is rather a poem in dialogue than a drama, rather a succession of just sentiments in elegant language than a representation of natural affections, or any state probable or possible in human life. The events are expected without solicitude, and are remembered without joy or sorrow. Its success has introduced or confirmed among us the use of dialogue too declamatory, of unaffecting elegance and chill philosophy." Works, volume 7, page 456. Johnson thought Cato the best model of tragedy we had, yet he used to say, "Of all things the most ridiculous would be to see a girl cry at a representation of it." Johnson's Works, 1787, volume 11, page 207. Cato, if neglected, has added at least 8 habitual quotations to the language. See Thackeray's English Humorists, page 98. Irene has perhaps not added a single one. It has nevertheless some quotable lines, such as, "Crowds that hide a monarch from himself," Act 1, Scene 4. "To cant of reason to a lover," Act 3, Scene 1. "When e'en as love was breaking off from wonder, and tender accents quivered on my lips," Ibid. "And fate lies crowded in a narrow space," Act 3, Scene 6. "Reflect that life and death, affecting sounds, are only buried modes of endless being," Act 2, Scene 8. "Directs the planets with a careless nod," Ibid. "Far as futurity's untravelled waste," Act 4, Scene 1. "And wake from ignorance the Western world," Act 4, Scene 2. "Through hissing ages, a proverbial coward, the tale of women and the scorn of fools," Act 4, Scene 3. "No records but the records of the sky," Ibid. "Thou art sunk beneath reproach," Act 5, Scene 2. "O hide me from myself," Act 5, Scene 3. Deference for the general opinion, Anno Domini 1749. When asked how he felt upon the ill success of his tragedy, he replied, "Like the Monument." Footnote. Johnson wrote of Milton, "I cannot but conceive him calm and confident, little disappointed, not at all dejected, relying on his own merit with steady consciousness, and waiting without impatience the vicissitudes of opinion and the impartiality of a future generation. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 108, end of footnote. Meaning that he continued firm and unmoved as that column. And let it be remembered as an admonition to the genus irritabile, footnote, genus irritabile vatum, the fretful tribe of rival poets, Francis Horace, Book 2, Epistle 2, line 102, end of footnote, of dramatic writers, that this great man, instead of peevishly complaining of the bad taste of the town, submitted to its decision without a murmur. He had indeed upon all occasions a great deference for the general opinion. Footnote. This deference he enforces in many passages in his writings, as for instance, Dryden might have observed that what is good only because it pleases cannot be pronounced good till it has been found to please. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 252. The authority of Addison is great, yet the voice of the people, when to please the people is the purpose, deserves regard. Ibid, page 376. About things on which the public thinks long, it commonly attains to think right. Ibid, page 456. These apologies are always useless. De gustibus non est disputandum. Men may be convinced, but they cannot be pleased against their will. Ibid, volume 8, page 26. Of things that terminate in human life, the world is the proper judge. To despise its sentence, if it were possible, is not just. And if it were just, it is not possible. Ibid, volume 8, page 316. Lord Chesterfield, in writing to his son about his first appearance in the world, said, "You will be tried and judged there, not as a boy, but as a man. And from that moment there is no appeal for character." Lord Chesterfield's Letters, volume 3, page 324. Addison, in The Guardian, No. 98, had said that men of the best sense are always diffident of their private judgment till it receives a sanction from the public. Provoco ad populum, I appeal to the people, was the usual saying of a very excellent dramatic poet, when he had any disputes with particular persons about the justness and regularity of his productions. See Post, March the 23rd, 1783, and a footnote. A man, said he, who writes a book, thinks himself wiser or wittier than the rest of mankind. He supposes that he can instruct or amuse them, and the public to whom he appeals must, after all, be the judges of his pretensions. Johnson in the Green Room, I type 41. On occasion of his play being brought upon the stage, Johnson had a fancy that, as a dramatic author, his dress should be more gay than what he ordinarily wore. He therefore appeared behind the scenes, and even in one of the side boxes, in a scarlet waistcoat with rich gold lace and a gold laced hat. Footnote. Were I, he said, to wear a laced or embroidered waistcoat, it should be very rich. I had once a very rich laced waistcoat, which I wore the first night of my tragedy. Boswell's Hebrides, October 27, 1773, end of footnote. He humorously observed to Mr. Langton that, when in that dress, he could not treat people with the same ease as when in his usual plain clothes. Footnote. Topham Beauclerk used to give a pleasant description of this green room finery, as related by the author himself. But, said Johnson with great gravity, I soon laid aside my gold-laced hat, lest it should make me proud. Murphy's Johnson, page 52. In The Idler, No. 62, we have an account of a man who had longed to issue forth in all the splendour of embroidery. When his fine clothes were brought, I felt myself obstructed, he wrote, in the common intercourse of civility, by an uneasy consciousness of my new appearance. As I thought myself more observed, I was more anxious about my mien and behaviour, and the mien which is formed by care is commonly ridiculous. End of footnote. Dress, indeed, we must allow, has more effect even upon strong minds than one should suppose without having had the experience of it. His necessary attendance while his play was in rehearsal and during its performance brought him acquainted with many of the performers of both sexes, which produced a more favourable opinion of their profession than he had harshly expressed in his Life of Savage. With some of them he kept up an acquaintance as long as he and they lived, and was ever ready to show them acts of kindness. He for a considerable time used to frequent the green room, and seemed to take delight in dissipating his gloom by mixing in the sprightly chit-chat of the motley circle then to be found there. Mr. David Hume related to me from Mr. Garrick that Johnson at last denied himself this amusement from considerations of rigid virtue, saying, "I'll come no more behind your scenes, David, for the silk stockings and white bosoms of your actresses excite my amorous propensities." The Rambler, Anno Domini 1750 Itart. 41. In 1750 he came forth in the character for which he was eminently qualified, a majestic teacher of moral and religious wisdom. The vehicle which he chose was that of a periodical paper, which he knew had been upon former occasions employed with great success. The Tatler, Spectator, and Guardian were the last of the kind published in England, which had stood the test of a long trial. Footnote: the Tatler came to an end on January 2nd, 1710-11, the first series of the Spectator on December 6, 1712, and the second series of the Spectator on December 20th, 1714. End of footnote. And such an interval had now elapsed since their publication as made him justly think that to many of his readers this form of instruction would in some degree have the advantage of novelty. A few days before the first of his essays came out, there started another competitor for fame in the same form, under the title of The Tatler Revived. Footnote: 2 new designs have appeared about the middle of this month, March 1750, one entitled The Tatler Revived, or The Christian Philosopher and Politician, half a sheet, price 2d stamped; the other The Rambler, 3 half sheets, unstamped, price 2d. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, page 126. End of footnote. Which I believe was born but to die. Footnote: Pope's Essay on Man, volume 2, page 10. End of footnote. Johnson was, I think, not very happy in the choice of his title, The Rambler, which certainly is not suited to a series of grave and moral discourses, which the Italians have literally, but ludicrously, translated by Il Vagabondo, and which has been lately assumed as the denomination of a vehicle of licentious tales, The Rambler's Magazine. He gave Sir Joshua Reynolds the following account of its getting this name: "What must be done, sir, will be done. When I was to begin publishing that paper, I was at a loss how to name it. I sat down at night upon my bedside, and resolved that I would not go to sleep till I had fixed its title. The Rambler seemed the best that occurred, and I took it." Footnote: I have heard Dr. Warton mention that he was at Mr. Robert Dodsley's with the late Mr. Moore and several of his friends, considering what should be the name of the periodical paper which Moore had undertaken. Garrick proposed The Salad, which by a curious coincidence was afterwards applied to himself by Goldsmith. Our Garrick's a salad, for in him we see oil, vinegars, sugar, and saltness agree. Retaliation, line 11. At last, the company having separated without anything of which they approved having been offered, Dodsley himself thought of the world. Boswell. End of footnote. With what devout and conscientious sentiments this paper was undertaken is evidenced by the following prayer, which he composed and offered up on the occasion. Almighty God, the giver of all good things, without whose help all labour is ineffectual, and without whose grace all wisdom is folly, grant, I beseech thee, that in this undertaking, footnote, in the original manuscript, in this my undertaking, and below, the salvation both of myself and others, end of footnote, the Holy Spirit may not be withheld from me, but that I may promote thy glory and the salvation of myself and others. Grant this, O Lord, for the sake of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Footnote. Prayers and Meditations, page 9, Boswell. End of footnote. Revision of the Rambler, I-type 41. The first paper of the Rambler was published on Tuesday, the 20th of March, 1750, and its author was enabled to continue it without interruption every Tuesday and Friday till Saturday, the 17th of March, 1752, on which day it closed. Footnote. In the original folio edition of the Rambler, the concluding paper is dated Saturday, March the 17th, but Saturday was in fact March the 14th. This circumstance is worth notice, for Mrs. Johnson died on the 17th, Malone. End of footnote. There is a strong confirmation of the truth of a remark of his, which I have had occasion to quote elsewhere, that a man may write at any time, if he will set himself doggedly to it. Footnote. Gray had a notion, not very peculiar, that he could not write but at certain times, or at happy moments, a fantastic foppery, to which my kindness for a man of learning and virtue wishes him to have been superior. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 482, see post under April 15, 1758, end of footnote. For notwithstanding his constitutional indolence, his depression of spirits, and his labour in carrying on his dictionary, he answered the stated calls of the press twice a week from the stores of his mind during all that time, having received no assistance except 4 billets in number 10 by Miss Mulso, now Mrs. Chapone. Footnote. Her correspondence with Richardson and Mrs. Carter was published in 1807. End of footnote. Number 30 by Mrs. Catherine Talbot. Footnote. The correspondence between her and Mrs. Carter was published in 1808. End of footnote. Number 97 by Mr. Samuel Richardson, whom he describes in an introductory note as an author who has enlarged the knowledge of human nature and taught the passions to move at the command of virtue. And numbers 44 and 100 by Mrs. Elizabeth Carter. Johnson's rapid composition, Anno Domini 1750. Posterity will be astonished when they are told, upon the authority of Johnson himself, that many of these discourses, which we should suppose have been laboured with all the slow attention of literary leisure, were written in haste as the moment pressed, without even being read over by him before they were printed. Footnote. Dr. Birch says, the proprietor of the Rambler, Cave, told me that copy was seldom sent to the press till late in the night before the day of publication. Croker's Boswell, page 121, note. See post April 12, 1776, and beginning of 1781. Johnson carefully revised the Ramblers for the collected edition. The editor of the Oxford edition of Johnson's work states, volume 2, page 10, that the alterations exceeded 6,000. The following passage from the last number affords a good instance of this revision. First edition. I have never complied with temporary curiosity, nor furnished my readers with abilities to discuss the topic of the day. I have seldom exemplified my assertions by living characters. From my papers, therefore, no man could hope either censures of his enemies or praises of himself, and they only could be expected to peruse them whose passions left them leisure for the contemplation of abstracted truth, and whom virtue could please by her native dignity without the assistance of modish ornaments. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, page 117. Revised edition. I have never complied with temporary curiosity, nor enabled my readers to discuss the topic of the day. I have rarely exemplified my assertions by living characters. In my papers no man could look for censures of his enemies or praises of himself, and they only were expected to peruse them whose passions left them leisure for abstracted truth, and whom virtue could please by its naked dignity. Johnson's Works, volume 3, page 462, end of footnote. It can be accounted for only in this way, that by reading and meditation and a very close inspection of life, he had accumulated a great fund of miscellaneous knowledge, which, by a peculiar promptitude of mind, was ever ready at his call, and which he had constantly accustomed himself to clothe in the most apt and energetic expression. Sir Joshua Reynolds once asked him by what means he had attained this extraordinary accuracy and flow of language. He told him that he had early on laid it down as a fixed rule to do his best on every occasion and in every company, to impart whatever he knew in the most forcible language he could put it in, and that by constant practice, and never suffering any careless expressions to escape him, or attempting to deliver his thoughts without arranging them in the clearest manner, it became habitual to him. Footnote. Such relics, in square brackets, Milton's early manuscripts, show how excellence is acquired. What we hope ever to do with ease, we must learn first to do with diligence. Johnson's Works, volume 7, page 119. End of footnote. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hints for The Rambler, Itart 42, Anno Domini 1750. Yet he was not altogether unprepared as a periodical writer, for I have in my possession a small 12º volume, in which he has written, in the form of Mr. Locke's commonplace book, a variety of hints for essays on different subjects. He has marked upon the first blank leaf of it, to the 128th page, collections for The Rambler, and in another place, in 52 there were 17 provided, in 97, 21, in 190, 25. At a subsequent period, probably after the work was finished, he added, in all, taken of provided materials, 30. Footnote. Of the first 52 Ramblers, 49 were wholly by Johnson. Of the last 156, 154. He seems to say that in the first 49, 17 were written from notes, and in the last 154, only 13. End footnote. Sir John Hawkins, who was unlucky upon all occasions, tells us that this method of accumulating intelligence had been practised by Mr. Addison, and is humorously described in one of the Spectators, footnote number 46, end wherein he feigns to have dropped his paper of notanda, consisting of a diverting medley of broken sentences and loose hints, which he tells us he had collected and meant to make use of, much of the same kind as Johnson's Adversaria. Footnote: Hawkins's Life of Johnson, page 268, in square brackets, page 265, Boswell. End of footnote. But the truth is that there is no resemblance at all between them. Addison's note was a fiction in which unconnected fragments of his lucubrations were purposely jumbled together in as odd a manner as he could, in order to produce a laughable effect. Whereas Johnson's abbreviations are all distinct and applicable to each subject of which the head is mentioned. For instance, there is the following specimen: Youth's entry, etc. Baxter's account of things in which he had changed his mind as he grew up. Voluminous. No wonder. If every man was to tell or mark on how many subjects he has changed, it would make volumes. But the change is not always observed by man's self. From pleasure to business, to quiet, from thoughtfulness to reflect to piety, from dissipation to domestic, by impercept grade, but the change is certain. Dial. Footnote: The sly shadow steals away upon the dial, and the quickest eye can distinguish no more than that it is gone. Granville, quoted in Johnson's Dictionary. End of footnote. Non progredi progressesse conspicimus. Look back, consider what was thought at some dist period. Hope predom in youth. Mind not willingly indulges unpleasing thoughts. The world lies all enamelled before him as a distant prospect sun-gilt. Footnote: This most beautiful image of the enchanting delusion of youthful prospect has not been used in any of Johnson's essays. Boswell. End of footnote. Inequality is only found by coming to it. Love is to be all joy, children excellent, fame to be constant, caresses of the great, applauses of the learned, smiles of beauty. Fear of disgrace, bashfulness, finds things of less importance. Miscarriages forgot, like excellencies. If remembered, of no import. Danger of sinking into negligence of reputation, lest the fear of disgrace destroy activity. Confidence in himself, long tract of life before him, no thought of sickness, embarrassment of affairs, distraction of family, public calamities. No sense of the prevalence of bad habits, negligent of time, ready to undertake, careless to pursue, all changed by time. Confident of others, unsuspecting as unexperienced, imagining himself secure against neglect, never imagines they will venture to treat him ill, ready to trust, expecting to be trusted, convinced by time of the selfishness, the meanness, the cowardice, the treachery of men. Youth ambitious, as thinking honours easy to be had. Different kinds of praise pursued at different periods. Of the gay in youth, danger, hurt, etc., despised. Of the fancy in manhood, ambish, stocks, bargains. Of the wise and sober in old age, seriousness, formality, maxims. but general, only of the rich, otherwise age is happy, but at last everything referred to riches. No having fame, honour, influence, without subjection to caprice. Horace. Footnote. From Horace, Ars Poetica, Book 1, line 175, he takes his motto for the number: multa ferunt anni venientes commoda secum, multa recedentes adimunt. The blessings flowing in with life's full tide, down with our ebb of life decreasing glide. Francis. End of footnote. Hard it would be if men entered life with the same views with which they leave it, or left as they enter it. No hope, no undertaking, no regard to benevolence, no fear of disgrace, etc. Youth to be taught the piety of age, age to retain the honour of youth. This, it will be observed, is the sketch of number 196 of the Rambler. I shall gratify my readers with another specimen. Hints for the Rambler, Itart 41, Confederacies difficult, why? Seldom in war a match for single persons, nor in peace. Therefore kings make themselves absolute. Confederacies in learning, every great work the work of one. Preux. Scholars' friendship like ladies. Scribebamus, etc. Mar. Footnote. Book 12, line 96, in square brackets 95. In tucam aemulam omnium suorum studiorum. Malone. End of footnote. The apple of discord, the laurel of discord, the poverty of criticism. Swift's opinion of the power of 6 geniuses united. Footnote. There never appear, says Swift, more than 5 or 6 men of genius in an age, but if they were united, the world could not stand before them. Johnson's Works, Volume 4, page 18. End of footnote. That union scarce possible. His remarks just, man a social, not steady nature. Drawn to man by words, repelled by passions. Orb, drawn by attraction, in square brackets repelled, by centrifugal. Common danger unites by crushing other passions, but they return. Equality hinders compliance. Superiority produces insolence and envy. Too much regard in each to private interest, too little. The mischiefs of private and exclusive societies. The fitness of social attraction diffused through the whole. The mischiefs of too partial love of our country. Contraction of moral duties. Oi philoi omphalos. Footnote. In the first edition this is printed O philoi omphalos. In the second, O philoi omphalos. In the corrections to the second we find, for O read oi. In the third it is printed as above. In 3 editions we have therefore 5 readings of the first word. See Post, April 15, 1778, where Johnson says, "An old Greek said, he that has friends has no friend." And April 24th, 1779, where he says, "Garrick had friends, but no friend." End of footnote. Every man moves upon his own centre, and therefore repels others from too near a contact, though he may comply with some general laws. Of confederacy with superiors, everyone knows the inconvenience. With equals, no authority. Every man his own opinion, his own interest. Man and wife hardly united, scarce ever without children. Computation. If 2 to 1 against 2, how many against 5? If confederacies were easy, useless. Many oppressors, many. If possible only to some, dangerous. Principum amicitias. Footnote. Gravesque principium amicitias. And fatal friendships of the guilty great. Francis Horace Odes, Book 2, Ode 1, line 4, end of footnote. Here we see the embryo of number 45 of The Adventurer, and it is a confirmation of what I shall presently have occasion to mention, that the papers in that collection marked T were written by Johnson. Footnote, post, under January 1st, 1753, end of footnote. The Rambler's Slow Sail, Anno Domini 1750. This scanty preparation of materials will not, however, much diminish our wonder at the extraordinary fertility of his mind. For the proportion which they bear to the number of essays which he wrote is very small, and it is remarkable that those for which he had made no preparation are as rich and as highly finished as those for which the hints were lying by him. It is also to be observed that the papers formed from his hints are worked up with such strength and elegance that we almost lose sight of the hints, which become like drops in the bucket. Indeed, in several instances he has made a very slender use of them, so that many of them remain still unapplied. Footnote. Sir John Hawkins has selected from this little collection of materials what he calls the rudiments of 2 of the papers of the Rambler. But he has not been able to read the manuscript distinctly. Thus he writes, page 266, "Sailor's fate any mansion," whereas the original is, "Sailor's life my aversion." He has also transcribed the unappropriated hints on writers for bread, in which he deciphers these notable passages, one in Latin, fatui non famae, instead of fami non famae, Johnson having in his mind what Tuanus says of the learned German antiquary and linguist Xylander, who, he tells us, lived in such poverty that he was supposed fami non famae scribere, and another in French, de gens tifat, in square brackets fatu, et affamé à agent, instead of dégoûté de femme, an old word for renommé, et affamé d'argent. The manuscript, being written in an exceedingly small hand, is indeed very hard to read, but it would have been better to have left blanks than to write nonsense. Boswell, end of footnote. As the Rambler was entirely the work of one man, there was of course such a uniformity in its texture as very much to exclude the charm of variety. Footnote. When we know that of the 208 Ramblers all but 5 were written by Johnson, it is amusing to read a passage in one of Miss Talbot's letters to Mrs. Carter, dated October 20th, 1750. Mr. Johnson would, I fear, be mortified to hear that people know a paper of his own by the sure mark of somewhat a little excessive, a little exaggerated in the expression. Carter Correspondence, Book 1, page 357, end of footnote. And the grave and often solemn cast of thinking which distinguished it from other periodical papers made it for some time not generally liked. So slowly did this excellent work, of which 12 editions have now issued from the press, gain upon the world at large, that even in the closing number the author says, "I have never been much a favourite of the public." Footnote: The Ramblers certainly were little noticed at first. Smart the poet first mentioned them to me as excellent papers before I had heard any one else speak of them. When I went into Norfolk in the autumn of 1751, I found but one person, the Reverend Mr. Squires, a man of learning and a general purchaser of new books, who knew anything of them. Before I left Norfolk in the year 1760, the Ramblers were in high favour among persons of learning and good taste. Others there were, devoid of both, who said that the hard words in the Rambler were used by the author to render his dictionary indispensably necessary. Burney. We have notices of the Rambler in the Carter correspondence. May 28, 1750. The author ought to be cautioned not to use over many hard words. In yesterday's paper, a very pretty one indeed, we had equiponderant, and another so hard I cannot remember it, in square brackets, adcetitious, both in one sentence. December 17, 1750. Mr. Cave complains of him for not admitting correspondence. This does mischief. In the main, I think he is to be applauded for it. But why then does he not write now and then on the living manners of the times? In writing on April 22, 1752, just after the Rambler had come to an end, Miss Talbot says, "Indeed, 'tis a sad thing that such a paper should have met with discouragement from wise and learned and good people too. Many are the disputes it has cost me, and not once did I come off triumphant." Mrs. Carter replied, "Many a battle have I too fought for him in the country, but with little success." Murphy says, "Of this excellent production, the number sold on each day did not amount to 500. Of course the bookseller, who paid the author 4 guineas a week, did not carry on a successful trade." Murphy's Johnson, page 59, end of footnote. George II, not an Augustus, Ætat 41. Yet very soon after its commencement there were who felt and acknowledged its uncommon excellence. Verses in its praise appeared in the newspapers, and the editor of the Gentleman's Magazine mentions in October his having received several letters to the same purpose from the learned. Footnote: Richardson wrote to Cave on August 9, 1750, after 41 numbers had appeared, "I hope the world tastes them. For its own sake I hope the world tastes them. The author I can only guess at. There is but one man, I think, that could write them." Richardson's Correspondence, Volume 1, page 165. Cave replied, "Mr. Johnson is the great Rambler, being, as you observe, the only man who can furnish 2 such papers in a week, besides his other great business." He mentioned the recommendation it received from high quarters, and continued, "Notwithstanding, whether the price of 2d. or the unfavourable season of their first publication hinders the demand, no boast can be made of it." Johnson had not wished his name to be known. Cave says that Mr. Carrick and others, who knew the author's powers and style from the first, unadvisedly asserting their suspicions, overturned the scheme of secrecy. Ibid, pages 168 to 170, end of footnote. The Student, or Oxford and Cambridge Miscellany, in which Mr. Bonnell Thornton and Mr. Coleman were the principal writers, describes it as "a work that exceeds anything of the kind ever published in this kingdom, some of the Spectators excepted, if indeed they may be excepted." And afterwards, "May the public favours crown his merits, and may not the English, under the auspicious reign of George II., neglect a man who, had he lived in the first century, would have been one of the greatest favourites of Augustus? This flattery of the monarch had no effect. It is too well known that the second George never was an Augustus to learning or genius. Footnote. Horace Walpole, while justifying George II. Against bookish men who have censured his neglect of literature, says, "In truth, I believe King George would have preferred a guinea to a composition as perfect as Alexander's Feast." Reign of George II, Volume 3, page 304, end of footnote. Mrs. Johnson's praise of the Rambler, Anno Domini 1750. Johnson told me with an amiable fondness a little pleasing circumstance relative to this work. Mrs. Johnson, in whose judgment and taste he had great confidence, said to him after a few numbers of the Rambler had come out, "I thought very well of you before, but I did not imagine you could have written anything equal to this." Footnote. Dr. Johnson said to an acquaintance of mine, "My other works are wine and water, but my Rambler is pure wine." Roger's Table Talk, page 10, end of footnote. Distant praise from whatever quarter is not so delightful as that of a wife whom a man loves and esteems. Her approbation may be said to come home to his bosom, and being so near, its effect is most sensible and permanent. Mr. James Elphinston. Footnote. See post April 5th, 1772, April 19th, 1773, and April 9th, 1778, end of footnote. Who has since published various works, and who was ever esteemed by Johnson as a worthy man, happened to be in Scotland while the Rambler was coming out in single papers at London. With a laudable zeal at once for the improvement of his countrymen and the reputation of his friend, he suggested and took the charge of an edition of those essays at Edinburgh, which followed progressively the London publication. Footnote. It was executed in the printing office of Sands, Murray, and Cochrane, with uncommon elegance, upon writing paper of a duodecimus size, and with the greatest correctness. And Mr. Elphinston enriched it with translations of the mottos. When completed, it made 8 handsome volumes. It is unquestionably the most accurate and beautiful edition of this work, and there being but a small impression, it has now become scarce and sells at a very high price. Boswell. End of footnote. The following letter, written at this time, though not dated, will show how much pleased Johnson was with this publication, and what kindness and regard he had for Mr. Elphinston. Letters to Mr. Elphinston, ITART 41. To Mr. James Elphinston, no date, dear Sir. I cannot but confess the failures of my correspondence, but hope the same regard which you express for me on every other occasion will incline you to forgive me. I am often, very often, ill, and when I am well I am obliged to work, and indeed have never much used myself to punctuality. You are, however, not to make unkind inferences when I forbear to reply to your kindness, for be assured I never receive a letter from you without great pleasure, and a very warm sense of your generosity and friendship, which I heartily blame myself for not cultivating with more care. In this, as in many other cases, I go wrong in opposition to conviction, for I think scarce any temporal good equally to be desired with the regard and familiarity of worthy men. I hope we shall be some time nearer to each other, and have a more ready way of pouring out our hearts. I am glad that you still find encouragement to proceed in your publication, and shall beg the favour of 6 more volumes to add to my former 6, when you can, with any convenience, send them me. Please to present a set in my name to Mr. Ruddiman, of whom I hear that his learning is not his highest excellence. Footnote. Mr. Thomas Ruddiman, the learned grammarian of Scotland, well known for his various excellent works and for his accurate editions of several authors. He was also a man of a most worthy private character. His zeal for the royal house of Stuart did not render him less estimable in Dr. Johnson's eye. Boswell. End of footnote. I have transcribed the mottos and returned them, I hope not too late, of which I think many very happily performed. Mr. Cave has put the last in the magazine. Footnote. In the Gentleman's Magazine for September 1750 and for October 1752, translations of many of the mottos were given, but in each number there are several of Elphinston's. Johnson seems to speak of only one. End of footnote. In which I think he did well. I beg of you to write soon, and to write often, and to write long letters, which I hope in time to repay you, but you must be a patient creditor. I have, however, this of gratitude, that I think of you with regard, when I do not perhaps give the proofs which I ought of being, Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. This year he wrote to the same gentleman another letter upon a mournful occasion, the death of a mother, Anno Domini 1750. To Mr. James Elphinston, September the 25th, 1750. Dear Sir, you have, as I find by every kind of evidence, lost an excellent mother, and I hope you will not think me incapable of partaking of your grief. I have a mother now 82 years of age, whom therefore I must soon lose, unless it please God that she rather should mourn for me. Footnote. Writing to Miss Porter on July the 12th, 1749, he said, I was afraid your letter had brought me ill news of my mother, whose death is one of the few calamities on which I think with terror. Croker's Boswell, page 62, end of footnote. I read the letters in which you relate your mother's death to Mrs. Strahan. Footnote. Mr. Strahan was Elphinston's brother-in-law, post April the 9th, 1778, end of footnote. And I think I do myself honour when I tell you that I read them with tears. But tears are neither to you nor to me of any further use when once the tribute of nature has been paid. The business of life summons us away from useless grief, and calls us to the exercise of those virtues of which we are lamenting our deprivation. The greatest benefit which one friend can confer upon another is to guard and excite and elevate his virtues. This your mother will still perform, if you diligently preserve the memory of her life and of her death. A life, so far as I can learn, useful, wise, and innocent, and a death resigned, peaceful, and holy. I cannot forbear to mention that neither reason nor revelation denies you to hope that you may increase her happiness by obeying her precepts, and that she may in her present state look with pleasure upon every act of virtue to which her instructions or example have contributed. Whether this be more than a pleasing dream, or a just opinion of separate spirits, is, indeed, of no great importance to us when we consider ourselves as acting under the eye of God. Yet surely there is something pleasing in the belief that our separation from those whom we love is merely corporeal, and it may be a great incitement to virtuous friendship if it can be made probable that that union that has received the divine approbation shall continue to eternity. There is one expedient by which you may in some degree continue her presence, If you write down minutely what you remember of her from your earliest years, you will read it with great pleasure, and receive from it many hints of soothing recollection, when time shall remove her yet farther from you, and your grief shall be matured to veneration. To this, however painful for the present, I cannot but advise you as to a source of comfort and satisfaction in the time to come. For all comfort and all satisfaction is sincerely wished you by, dear Sir, your most obliged, most obedient, and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. End of Section 23. Section 24 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rambler has increased in fame as in age. Soon after its first folio edition was concluded, it was published in 6 12mo volumes. Footnote: in the Gentleman's Magazine for January 1752, in the list of books published, is a correct and beautiful edition of the Rambler in 4 volumes in 12mo, price 12 shillings. The Rambler was not concluded till the following March. The remaining 2 volumes were published in July. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, page 338, end of footnote. And its author lived to see 10 numerous editions of it in London, beside those of Ireland and Scotland. Footnote: according to Hawkins' Life, page 269, each edition consisted of 1,250 copies. End of footnote. I profess myself to have ever entertained a profound veneration for the astonishing force and vivacity of mind which the Rambler exhibits. That Johnson had penetration enough to see, and seeing would not disguise the general misery of man in this state of being, may have given rise to the superficial notion of his being too stern a philosopher. But men of reflection will be sensible that he has given a true representation of human existence, and that he has at the same time, with a generous benevolence, displayed every consolation which our state affords us, not only those arising from the hopes of futurity, but such as may be attained in the immediate progress through life. He has not depressed the soul to despondency and indifference. He has everywhere inculcated study, labour, and exertion. Nay, he has shown in a very odious light a man whose practice it is to go about darkening the views of others by perpetual complaints of evil, and awakening those considerations of danger and distress which are for the most part lulled into a quiet oblivion. This he has done very strongly in his character of Suspirius. Footnote, number 55, 59, Boswell, end of footnote, from which Goldsmith took that of Croker in his comedy of The Good-Natured Man, as Johnson told me he acknowledged to him, and which is indeed very obvious. Footnotes. Miss Burney records in her diary that one day at Streatham, while she and Mrs. Thrale were reading this Rambler, Dr. Johnson came in. We told him what we were about. "Ah, madam," cried he, "Goldsmith was not scrupulous, but he would have been a great man had he known the real value of his own internal resources." Madame D'Arblay's Diary, volume 1, page 83, see post beginning of 1768. It is possible that Mrs. Hardcastle's drive in She Stoops to Conquer was suggested by the Rambler, number 34. In it a young gentleman describes a lady's terror on a coach journey. Our whole conversation passed in dangers and cares, and fears and consolations, and stories of ladies dragged in the mire, forced to spend all night on the heath, drowned in rivers, or burnt with lightning. We had now a new scene of terror. Every man we saw was a robber, and we were ordered sometimes to drive hard, lest the traveller whom we saw behind should overtake us, and sometimes to stop, lest we should come up to him who was passing before us. She alarmed many an honest man by begging him to spare her life as he passed by the coach. End of footnotes. The Beauties of Dr. Johnson, Anno Domini 1750. To point out the numerous subjects which the Rambler treats, with the dignity and perspicuity which are there united in a manner which we shall in vain look for anywhere else, would take up too large a portion of my book, and would, I trust, be superfluous, considering how universally those volumes are now disseminated. Even the most condensed and brilliant sentences which they contain, and which have very properly been selected under the name of Beauties, are of considerable bulk. Footnote. Dr. Johnson was gratified by seeing this selection, and wrote to Mr. Kearsley, bookseller in Fleet Street, the following note: Mr. Johnson sends compliments to Mr. Kearsley, and begs the favour of seeing him as soon as he can. Mr. Kearsley is desired to bring with him the last edition of what he has honoured with the name of Beauties. May 20th, 1782, Boswell. The correspondence, post May 15th, 1782, shows that Johnson sent for this book not because he was gratified, but because he was accused, on the strength of one of the Beauties, of recommending suicide. On that day, being in the country, he wrote, "I never saw the book but by casual inspection, and considered myself as utterly disengaged from its consequences." He adds, "I hope some time in the next week to have all rectified." The letter of May 20th shows that on his return to town he lost little time, if any, in sending for Kearsley. End of footnote. But I may shortly observe that the Rambler furnishes such an assemblage of discourses on practical religion and moral duty, of critical investigations and allegorical and oriental tales, that no mind can be thought very deficient that has, by constant study and meditation, assimilated to itself all that may be found there. No. 7, written in Passion Week, on abstraction and self-examination, and No. 110, on penitence and the placability of the divine nature, cannot be too often read. No. 54, on the effect which the death of a friend should have upon us, though rather too dispiriting, may be occasionally very medicinal to the mind. Every one must suppose the writer to have been deeply impressed by a real scene, but he told me that was not the case, which shows how well his fancy could conduct him to the house of mourning. Footnote, Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 4. End of footnote. Some of these more solemn papers, I doubt not, particularly attracted the notice of Dr. Young, the author of the Night Thoughts, of whom my estimation is such as to reckon his applause and honour even to Johnson. I have seen some volumes of Dr. Young's copy of the Rambler, in which he has marked the passages which he thought particularly excellent by folding down a corner of the page, and such as he rated in a supereminent degree are marked by double folds. I am sorry that some of the volumes are lost. Johnson was pleased when told of the minute attention with which Young had signified his approbation of his essays. A Club in Essex, ITART 41. I will venture to say that in no writings whatever can be found more bark and steel for the mind, if I may use the expression, more that can brace and invigorate every manly and noble sentiment. No. 32, on Patience even under extreme misery, is wonderfully lofty, and as much above the rant of Stoicism as the sun of revelation is brighter than the twilight of pagan philosophy. I never read the following sentence without feeling my frame thrill: I think there is some reason for questioning whether the body and mind are not so proportioned that the one can bear all which can be inflicted on the other, whether virtue cannot stand its ground as long as life, and whether a soul well principled will not be sooner separated than subdued. Footnote. In the original, separated sooner than subdued. Johnson acted up to what he said. When he was close on his end, all who saw him beheld and acknowledged the invictum animum Catonis. Talking of his illness, he said, "I will be conquered, I will not capitulate." See post October 1784, end of footnote. The character of Prospero, Anno Domini 1750, the style of the Rambler, Ætat 41. Though instruction be the predominant purpose of the Rambler, yet it is enlivened with a considerable portion of amusement. Nothing can be more erroneous than the notion which some persons have entertained, that Johnson was then a retired author, ignorant of the world, and of consequence that he wrote only from his imagination when he described characters and manners. He said to me that before he wrote that work he had been running about the world, as he expressed it, more than almost anybody. And I have heard him relate with much satisfaction that several of the characters in the Rambler were drawn so naturally that, when it first circulated in numbers, a club in one of the towns in Essex imagined themselves to be severally exhibited in it, and were much incensed against a person who, they suspected, had thus made them objects of public notice. Nor were they quieted till authentic assurance was given them that the Rambler was written by a person who had never heard of any one of them. Footnote. In the Spectator, number 568, Addison tells of a village in which there arose a current report that somebody had written a book against the squire and the whole parish. The book was The Whole Duty of Man. End of footnote. Some of the characters are believed to have been actually drawn from life, particularly that of Prospero from Garrick, who never entirely forgave its pointed satire. Footnote. The character of Prospero was beyond all question occasioned by Garrick's ostentatious display of furniture and Dresden china. Murphy's Johnson, page 144. If Garrick was aimed at, it is surprising that the severity of the satire did not bring to an end not only all friendship, but even any acquaintance between the two men. The writer describes how he and Prospero had set out in the world together, and how for a long time they had assisted each other, till his friend had been lately raised to wealth by a lucky project. I felt at his sudden shoot of success an honest and disinterested joy. Prospero reproached him with his neglect to visit him in his new house. When, however, he went to see him, he found that his friend's impatience arose not from any desire to communicate his happiness, but to enjoy his superiority. He was kept waiting at the door, and when at length he was shown upstairs, he found the staircase carefully secured by mats from the pollution of his feet. Prospero led him into a back room, where he told him he always breakfasted when he had not great company. After the visitor had endured one act of insolence after another, he says, I left him without any intention of seeing him again, unless some misfortune should restore his understanding. Rambler, No. 200, see post May 15, 1776, where Johnson, speaking of the charge of meanness brought against Garrick, said, he might have been much better attacked for living with more splendour than is suitable to a player. In C.C. Greville's Journal, Volume 2, page 316, we have an instance of how stories about Johnson grew. He writes, Lord Holland told some stories of Johnson and Garrick, which he had heard from Kemble. When Garrick was in the zenith of his popularity, and grown rich, and lived with the great, and while Johnson was yet obscure, the Doctor used to drink tea with him, and he would say, "Davy, I do not envy you your money, nor your fine acquaintance, but I envy you your power of drinking such tea as this." "Yes," said Garrick, "it is very good tea, but it is not my best, nor that which I give to my Lord this, and Sir somebody t'other." There can be little doubt that the whole story is founded on the following passage in the character of Prospero. Breakfast was at last set, and as I was not willing to indulge the peevishness that began to seize me, I commended the tea. Prospero then told me that another time I should taste his finest sort, but that he had only a very small quantity remaining, and reserved it for those whom he thought himself obliged to treat with particular respect. See post April 10, 1778, where Johnson maintained that Garrick bore his good fortune with modesty. End of footnote. For instances of fertility of fancy and accurate description of real life, I appeal to number 19, a man who wanders from one profession to another with most plausible reasons for every change. Number 34, female fastidiousness and timorous refinement. Number 82, a virtuoso who has collected curiosities. Number 88, footnote number 98, end of footnote, petty modes of entertaining a company and conciliating kindness. Number 182, fortune hunting. Number 194-95, a tutor's account of the follies of his pupil. Number 197-198, legacy hunting. He has given a specimen of his nice observation of the mere external appearances of life in the following passage in number 179 against affectation, that frequent and most disgusting quality. He that stands to contemplate the crowds that fill the streets of a populous city will see many passengers whose air and motion it will be difficult to behold without contempt and laughter. But if he examine what are the appearances that thus powerfully excite his risibility, he will find among them neither poverty nor disease, nor any involuntary or painful defect. The disposition to derision and insult is awakened by the softness of foppery, the swell of insolence, the liveliness of levity, or the solemnity of grandeur; by the sprightly trip, the stately stalk, the formal strut, and the lofty mien; by gestures intended to catch the eye, and by looks elaborately formed as evidences of importance. Every page of the Rambler shows a mind teeming with classical allusion and poetical imagery. Illustrations from other writers are upon all occasions so ready, and mingle so easily in his periods, that the whole appears of one uniform vivid texture. Johnson's Masters in Style, Anno Domini 1750. A Great Personage, Itat 41. The style of this work has been censured by some shallow critics as involved and turgid, and abounding with antiquated and hard words. So ill-founded is the first part of this objection, that I will challenge all who may honour this book with a perusal to point out any English writer whose language conveys his meaning with equal force and perspicuity. It must indeed be allowed that the structure of his sentences is expanded, and often has somewhat of the inversion of Latin, and that he delighted to express familiar thoughts in philosophical language, being in this the reverse of Socrates, who, it was said, reduced philosophy to the simplicity of common life. But let us attend to what he himself says in his concluding paper. When common words were less pleasing to the ear, or less distinct in their signification, I have familiarized the terms of philosophy by applying them to popular ideas. Footnote: yet his style did not escape the harmless shafts of pleasant humour, for the ingenious Bonnell Thornton published a mock rambler in the Drury Lane Journal. Boswell. Murphy, Life, page 157, criticising the above quotation from Johnson, says, "He forgot the observation of Dryden. If too many foreign words are poured in upon us, it looks as if they were designed not to assist the natives, but to conquer them." End of footnote. And as to the second part of this objection, upon a late careful revision of the work, I can with confidence say that it is amazing how few of those words for which it has been unjustly characterized are actually to be found in it. I am sure not the proportion of one to each paper. This idle charge has been echoed from one babbler to another, who have confounded Johnson's essays with Johnson's dictionary, and because he thought it right in a lexicon of our language to collect many words which had fallen into disuse but were supported by great authorities, it has been imagined that all of these have been interwoven into his own compositions. That some of them have been adopted by him unnecessarily may perhaps be allowed, but in general they are evidently an advantage, for without them his stately ideas would be confined and cramped. He that thinks with more extent than another will want words of larger meaning. Footnote: Idler, No. 70, Boswell. In the same number Johnson writes, "Few faults of style, whether real or imaginary, excite the malignity of a more numerous class of readers than the use of hard words. But words are hard only to those who do not understand them, and the critic ought always to inquire whether he is incommoded by the fault of the writer or by his own. Every author does not write for every reader." See Post, September 19, 1777, where Johnson says, "If Robertson's style be faulty, he owes it to me, that is, having too many words, and those too big ones." End of footnote. He once told me that he had formed his style upon that of Sir William Temple. Footnote: the following passages in Temple's writings show that a likeness may be discovered between his style and Johnson's. "There may be firmness and constancy of courage from tradition as well as of belief, nor methinks should any man know how to be a coward that is brought up with the opinion that all of his nation or city have ever been valiant." Temple's Works, Volume 1, page 167. "This is a disease too refined for this country and people, who are well when they are not ill, and pleased when they are not troubled, are content because they think little of it, and seek their happiness in the common eases and commodities of life, or the increase of riches, not amusing themselves with the more speculative contrivances of passion or refinements of pleasure." Ibid, page 170. "They send abroad the best of their own butter into all parts, and buy the cheapest out of Ireland or the north of England for their own use. In short, they furnish infinite luxury which they never practise, and traffic in pleasures which they never taste." Ibid, page 195. See Post, April 9, 1778, where Johnson says, "Temple was the first writer who gave cadence to English prose." End of footnote. And he had formed his style upon Chambers' proposal for his dictionary. Footnote: Dean Stanley calls Ephraim Chambers the father of cyclopedias. Memorials of Westminster Abbey, page 299, note. The epitaph which Chambers wrote for himself the Dean gives as multis pervulgatus, paucis notus, qui vitam interlucem et umbram, nec eruditus, nec idioticus litteris deditus transegit. In the Gentleman's Magazine for 1740, page 262, the last line is given, no doubt correctly, as nec eruditus, nec idiota, litteris deditus. The second edition of Chambers' Cyclopedia was published in 1738. There is no copy of his proposal in the British Museum or Bodleian. The resemblance between his style and Johnson's is not great. The following passage is the most Johnsonian that I could find. None of my predecessors can blame me for the use I have made of them, since it is their own avowed practice. It is a kind of privilege attached to the office of lexicographer, if not by any formal grant, yet by connivance at least. I have already assumed the B for my device, and whoever brought an action of trover or trespass against that avowed freebooter? 'Tis vain to pretend anything of property in things of this nature. To offer our thoughts to the public, and yet pretend a right reserved therein to oneself, if it be not absurd, yet it is sordid. The words we speak, nay, the breath we emit, is not more vague and common than our thoughts, when divulged in print. Chambers' Preface, page 23, end of footnote. He certainly was mistaken, or if he imagined at first that he was imitating Temple, he was very unsuccessful, for nothing can be more unlike than the simplicity of Temple and the richness of Johnson. Their styles differ as plain cloth and brocade. Temple, indeed, seems equally erroneous in supposing that he himself had formed his style upon Sand's view of the state of religion in the western parts of the world. The style of Johnson was undoubtedly much formed upon that of the great writers in the last century, Hooker, Bacon, Sanderson, Hakewell, and others, those giants. Footnote: there were giants in the earth in those days. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, end of footnote. As they were well characterized by a great personage. Footnote: a great personage first appears in the second edition. In the first edition we merely find by one whose authority, etc. Boswell, in his Hebrides, August 8, 1773, speaks of George III as a great personage. In his letter to the people of Scotland, page 90, he thus introduces an anecdote about the king and Paoli: I have one other circumstance to communicate, but it is of the highest value. I communicate it with a mixture of awe and fondness. That great personage, who is allowed by all to have the best memory of any man born a Briton, etc. In the probationary odes for the laureateship, published a few months after Boswell's letter, a great personage is ludicrously introduced, pages 30 and 63, end of footnote. Whose authority, were I to name him, would stamp a reverence on the opinion. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The motto to the dictionary, Anno Domini 1750. We may with the utmost propriety apply to his learned style that passage of Horace, a part of which he has taken as the motto to his dictionary. Footnote: the first 9 lines form the motto. End of footnote. Cum tabulus animum censora sumat honesti audebit, quacumque parum splendores habebunt, et sine pondere erunt, et honore indigna ferentur, verbo movere loco, quam bis in vita recedant, et vesento ad hoc intrapenetralia vestae. Obscurata du populo bonus eruit, atque proferet in lucem speciosa vocabula rerum, quae priscis memorata cartonibus, atque cetegis, nunc sitis informis premit et desera vetustas. Adscisit nova, quae genito produxerit usus. Veamens et liquidus poroque siminimus amni fundet opes, legiumque beabit divite lingua. Footnote, Horace, Epistles, Book 2, Epistle 2, lines 1 to 10, Boswell. But how severely with themselves proceed the men who write such verse as we can read. Their own strict judges, not a word they spare that wants or force or light or weight or care, however unwillingly it quits its place, nay, though at court perhaps it may find grace. Such they'll degrade, and sometimes in its stead, in downright charity, revive the dead. Mark where a bold expressive phrase appears bright through the rubbish of some 100 years, command old words that long have slept to wake, words that wise Bacon or brave Raleigh spake, or bid the new be English ages hence, for use will father what's begot by sense. Pour the full tide of eloquence along, serenely pure, and yet divinely strong, rich with the treasures of each foreign tongue. Pope Imitations of Horace, Book 2, Epistle 2, 157, end of footnote. Johnson not a coiner of words, Itart 41. 'Tis so great a master of thinking, to one of such vast and various knowledge as Johnson, might have been allowed a liberal indulgence of that license which Horace claims in another place. Si forte necesse est indicius mostrare recentibus abdita rerum fingere, quintutus non exaudita cetecis, continget habituque licentia sumpta pudenter, et nova ficta quae nuper habebunt verba fidem si Graeco fonte cadant, parce de tota. Quid autem Cecilio Plautoque dabit Romanus, ad temptem Vigilio varioque, ego cur acquirere paucus possum in video, cum lingua Catonis et Enni sermonum patrium ditaverit, et nova rerum nomina protulerit, liquid semperque licebit, signatum presente nota producere nomen. Footnote, Horace, De Arte Poetica, 1 line 48, Boswell, end of footnote. Yet Johnson assured me that he had not taken upon him to add more than 4 or 5 words to the English language of his own formation. Footnote, see Boswell's Hebrides, August 29, 1773, where Boswell says that up to that date he had twice heard Johnson coin words, peregrinity and depeditation. End of footnote. And he was very much offended at the general license, by no means modestly taken, in his time, not only to coin new words, but to use many words in senses quite different from their established meaning, and those frequently very fantastical. Footnote, the words which our authors have introduced by their knowledge of foreign languages, or ignorance of their own, by vanity or wantonness, by compliance with fashion, or lust of innovation, I have registered as they occurred, though commonly only to censure them and to warn others against the folly of naturalizing useless foreigners to the injury of the natives. Our language for almost a century has, by the concurrence of many causes, been gradually departing from its original Teutonic character, and deviating towards a Gallic structure and phraseology, from which it ought to be our endeavour to recall it by making our ancient volumes the groundwork of style. From the authors which rose in the time of Elizabeth, the speech might be formed adequate to all the purposes of use and elegance. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, pages 31-39, see post, May 12, 1778, end of footnote. Johnson's influence on style, Anno Domini 1750. Sir Thomas Browne, footnote. If Johnson sometimes indulged his Brownism, see post, beginning of 1756, yet he saw much dissensure in Browne's style. His style is indeed a tissue of many languages, a mixture of heterogeneous words brought together from distant regions, with terms originally appropriated to one art and drawn by violence into the service of another. He must, however, be confessed to have augmented our philosophical diction. His innovations are sometimes pleasing, and his temerities happy. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 500. It is remarkable that the pomp of diction which has been objected to Johnson was first assumed in the Rambler. His dictionary was going on at the same time, and in the course of that work, as he grew familiar with technical and scholastic words, he thought that the bulk of his readers were equally learned, or at least would admire the splendour and dignity of the style. Murphy's Johnson, page 156. The observation of his having imitated Sir Thomas Browne has been made by many people, and lately it has been insisted on and illustrated by a variety of quotations from Browne in one of the popular essays written by the Reverend Mr. Knox. The essay is number 22 of Winter Evenings, Knox's Works, Volume 2, page 397, Master of Tunbridge School, whom I have set down in my list of those who have sometimes not unsuccessfully imitated Dr. Johnson's style. Post under December 6, 1784, Boswell. End of footnote. Sir Thomas Browne, whose life Johnson wrote, was remarkably fond of Anglo-Latin diction, and to his example we are to ascribe Johnson's sometime indulging himself in this kind of phraseology. Johnson's comprehension of mind was the mould for his language. Had his conceptions been narrower, his expression would have been easier. His sentences have a dignified march, and it is certain that his example has given a general elevation to the language of his country, for many of our best writers have approached very near to him, and from the influence which he has had upon our composition, scarcely anything is written now that is not better expressed than was usual before he appeared to lead the national taste. Courtney's lines on Johnson's School, Itart 41. This circumstance, the truth of which must strike every critical reader, has been so happily enforced by Mr. Courtney in his moral and literary character of Dr. Johnson, that I cannot prevail on myself to withhold it, notwithstanding his perhaps too great partiality for one of his friends. By nature's gifts ordained mankind to rule, he, like a Titian, formed his brilliant school, and taught congenial spirits to excel, while from his lips impressive wisdom fell. Our boasted Goldsmith felt the sovereign sway, from him derived the sweet yet nervous lay. To fame's proud cliff he bade our Raphael rise, hence Reynolds' pen with Reynolds' pencil vies. With Johnson's flame melodious Burney glows, while the grand strain in smoother cadence flows. and you, Malone, to critic learning dear, correct and elegant, refined though clear, by studying him acquired that classic taste, which high in Shakespeare's fane thy statue placed. Near Johnson Stevens stands on scenic ground, acute, laborious, fertile, and profound. Ingenious Hawkesworth to this school we owe, and scarce the pupil from the tutor know. Here early parts accomplished Jones sublimes, and science blends with Asia's lofty rhymes. Harmonious Jones, who in this splendid strain sings Camdeo sports on Agra's flowery plains in Hindu fictions, while we fondly trace Love and the Muses decked with Attic grace. Amid these names can Boswell be forgot, scarce by North Britons now esteemed a Scot? Footnote. The following observation in Mr. Boswell's Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, page 9, may sufficiently account for that gentleman's being now scarcely esteemed a Scot by many of his countrymen. If he, Dr. Johnson, was particularly prejudiced against the Scots, it was because they were more in his way, because he thought their success in England rather exceeded the due proportion of their real merit, and because he could not but see in them that nationality which, I believe, no liberal-minded Scotchman will deny. Mr. Boswell, indeed, is so free from national prejudices that he might, with equal propriety, have been described as scarce by South Britons now esteemed a Scot. Courtney, Boswell. End of footnote. Who to the sage, devoted from his youth, imbibed from him the sacred love of truth, the keen research, the exercise of mind, and that best art, the art to know mankind. Nor was his energy confined alone to friends around his philosophic throne. Its influence wide improved our lettered isle, and lucid vigour marked the general style. As Nile's proud waves, swoln from their oozy bed, first o'er the neighbouring meads majestic spread, till, gathering force, they more and more expand, and with new virtue fertilize the land. Johnson's language, however, must be allowed to be too masculine for the delicate gentleness of female writing. His ladies, therefore, seem strangely formal, even to ridicule, and are well denominated by the names which he has given them, as Mizella, Zosima, Properantia, Rhodoclea. Footnote. Malone says that Baretti used sometimes to walk with Johnson through the streets at night, and occasionally entered into conversation with the unfortunate women who frequent them, for the sake of hearing their stories. It was from a history of one of these, which a girl told under a tree in the King's Bench Walk in the Temple to Baretti and Johnson, that he formed the story of Mizella in the Rambler, numbers 170 and 171. Prior's Malone, page 161. Of one, in square brackets, of these women, who was very handsome, he asked for what she thought God had given her so much beauty. She answered, to please gentlemen. Hawkins's Johnson, page 321. See also post under December the 2nd, 1784, end of footnote. The Styles of Addison and Johnson, Anno Domini 1750. It has of late been the fashion to compare the style of Addison and Johnson, and to depreciate, I think very unjustly, the style of Addison as nerveless and feeble, because it has not the strength and energy of that of Johnson. Footnote: Hawkins' Life, page 270, had said that The characteristics of Addison's style are feebleness and inanity. He was thus happily ridiculed by Porson. Soon after the publication of Sir John's book, a parcel of Eton boys, not having the fear of God before their eyes, etc., instead of playing truant, robbing orchards, annoying poultry, or performing any other part of their school exercise, fell foul in print, see the Microcosm, No. 36, upon his worship's censure of Addison's middling style. But what can you expect, as Lord Keynes justly observes, from a school where boys are taught to rob on the highway? Porson, Tracts, page 339, end of footnote. Their prose may be balanced, like the poetry of Dryden and Pope. Both are excellent, though in different ways. Addison writes with the ease of a gentleman. His readers fancy that a wise and accomplished companion is talking to them, so that he insinuates his sentiments and taste into their minds by an imperceptible influence. Johnson writes like a teacher. He dictates to his readers as if from an academical chair. They attend with awe and admiration, and his precepts are impressed upon them by his commanding eloquence. Addison's style, like a light wine, pleases everybody from the first. Johnson's, like a liquor of more body, seems too strong at first, but by degrees is highly relished. And such is the melody of his period, so much do they captivate the ear and seize upon the attention, that there is scarcely any writer, however inconsiderable, who does not aim in some degree at the same species of excellence. But let us not ungratefully undervalue that beautiful style which has pleasingly conveyed to us much instruction and entertainment. Though comparatively weak, opposed to Johnson's Herculean vigour, let us not call it positively feeble. Let us remember the character of his style as given by Johnson himself. Footnote, Works, Volume 7, page 473, end of footnote. What he attempted, he performed. He is never feeble, and he did not wish to be energetic. He is never rapid, and he never stagnates. His sentences have neither studied amplitude nor affected brevity. His periods, though not diligently rounded, are voluble and easy. Footnote. When Johnson showed me a proof sheet of the character of Addison, in which he so highly extols his style, I could not help observing that it had not been his own model, as no two styles could differ more from each other. So Addison had his style, and I have mine. When I ventured to ask him whether the difference did not consist in this, that Addison's style was full of idioms, colloquial phrases, and proverbs, and his own more strictly grammatical, and free from such phraseology and modes of speech as can never be literally translated or understood by foreigners, he allowed the discrimination to be just. Let anyone who doubts it try to translate one of Addison's Spectators into Latin, French, or Italian. And though so easy, familiar, and elegant to an Englishman as to give the intellect no trouble, yet he would find the transfusion into another language extremely difficult, if not impossible. But a rambler, adventurer, or idler of Johnson would fall into any classical or European language as easily as if it had been originally conceived in it. Burney. Mrs. Piozzi, Anecdotes, page 125, recounts how Johnson recommended Addison's works as a model for imitation to Mr. Woodhouse, a poetical shoemaker. "Give nights and days, sir," said he, "to the study of Addison, if you mean to be either a good writer, or, what is more worth, an honest man." When I saw something like the same expression in his criticism on that author, I put him in mind of his past injunctions to the young poet, to which he replied, that he wished the shoemaker might have remembered them as well. Yet he says in his Life of Pope, Works, Volume 8, page 284, "He that has once studiously formed a style rarely writes afterwards with complete ease." End of footnote. Whoever wishes to attain an English style, familiar but not coarse, and elegant but not ostentatious, must give his days and nights to the volumes of Addison. Footnote. I shall probably in another work maintain the merit of Addison's poetry, which has been very unjustly depreciated. Boswell. He proposed also to publish an edition of Johnson's poems, ante page 16, an account of his own travels post April 17, 1778, a collection with notes of old tenures and charters of Scotland post October 27, 1779, and a history of James IV. Of Scotland, the patron, as he said, of my family. Boswell's Hebrides, August 23, 1773. End of footnote. The last Rambler, Anno Domini 1750. Though the Rambler was not concluded till the year 1752, I shall under this year say all that I have to observe upon it. Some of the translations of the mottos by himself are admirably done. He acknowledges to have received elegant translations of many of them from Mr. James Elphinston, and some are very happily translated by Mr. F. Lewis. Footnote. Lewis thus happily translates the lines in Martial: Diligat illa senem quondam, sed ipsa marito tunquoque fuerit non videator annus. Wrinkled with age, may mutual love and truth to their dim eyes recall the bloom of youth. Rambler No. 167. Some of Johnson's own translations are happy, as Quam juvat imites ventos audire cubantem aut gelidas hibernas aquas cum fuderit oster securum somnos imbre juvante sequi. How sweet in sleep to pass the careless hours, lulled by the beating winds and dashing showers. Ibid, No. 117. End of footnote. Mr. F. Lewis, of whom I never heard more, except that Johnson thus described him to Mr. Malone. So he lived in London and hung loose upon society. The concluding paper of his Rambler is at once dignified and pathetic. I cannot, however, but wish that he had not ended it with an unnecessary verse, translated also into an English couplet. Footnote. Ogon ek macaron antaxios iai amoibe. Celestial powers that piety regard, from you my labours wait their last reward. A modification of the Greek line is engraved on the scroll in Johnson's monument in St. Paul's, post December 1784. End of footnote. It is too much like the conceit of those dramatic poets who used to conclude each act with a rhyme, and the expression in the first line of his couplet, celestial powers, though proper in pagan poetry, is ill suited to Christianity, with a conformity to which he consoles himself. Footnote. The essay is professedly serious, if I have been able to execute my own intentions, will be found exactly conformable to the precepts of Christianity. I therefore look back on this part of my work with pleasure which no blame or praise of man shall diminish or augment. Rambler, No. 208. End of footnote. How much better would it have been to have ended with the prose sentence, I shall never envy the honours which wit and learning obtain in any other cause, if I can be numbered among the writers who have given ardour to virtue and confidence to truth. *I have little doubt that this attack on the concluding verse is an indirect blow at Hawkins, who had quoted the whole passage, and had clearly thought it the more awful on account of the couplet. See Hawkins's Johnson, page 291. His friend Dr. Birch being now engaged in preparing an edition of Raleigh's smaller pieces, Dr. Johnson wrote the following letter to that gentleman: To Dr. Birch, Gough Square, May 12, 1750. Sir, knowing that you are now preparing to favour the public with a new edition of Raleigh's miscellaneous pieces, I have taken the liberty to send you a manuscript which fell by chance within my notice. I perceive no proofs of forgery in my examination of it, and the owner tells me that, as he has heard, the handwriting is Sir Walter's. If you should find reason to conclude it genuine, it will be a kindness to the owner, a blind person. Mrs. Williams is probably the person meant. Boswell. To recommend it to the booksellers. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Milton's granddaughter, ITART 41. Lauder's imposition, Anno Domini 1751. His just abhorrence of Milton's political notions was ever strong, but this did not prevent his warm admiration of Milton's great poetical merit, to which he has done illustrious justice beyond all who have written upon the subject. And this year he not only wrote a prologue, which was spoken by Mr. Garrick before the acting of Comus at Drury Lane Theatre, for the benefit of Milton's granddaughter, but took a very zealous interest in the success of the charity. Footnote: in 1750, April 5th, Comus was played for her benefit. She had so little acquaintance with diversion or gaiety, that she did not know what was intended when a benefit was offered her. The profits of the night were only £130, though Dr. Newton brought a large contribution, and £20 were given by Tonson, a man who is to be praised as often as he is named. This was the greatest benefaction that Paradise Lost ever procured the author's descendants, and to this he who has now attempted to relate his life had the honour of contributing a prologue. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 118. In the Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 20, page 152, we read that, as on April the 4th, the night first appointed, many inconvenient circumstances happened to disappoint the hopes of success, the managers generously quitted the profits of another night in which the theatre was expected to be fuller. Mr. Samuel Johnson's prologue was afterwards printed for Mrs. Foster's benefit. End of footnote. On the day preceding the performance, he published the following letter in the General Advertiser, addressed to the printer of that paper: Sir, that a certain degree of reputation is acquired merely by approving the works of genius, and testifying a regard to the memory of authors, is a truth too evident to be denied, and therefore, to ensure a participation of fame with a celebrated poet, many who would perhaps have contributed to starve him when alive have heaped expensive pageants upon his grave. Footnote: Johnson is thinking of Pope's lines, but still the great have kindness in reserve. He helped to bury whom he helped to starve. Prologue to the Satires, Book 1, line 247. In the Life of Milton he writes, "In our time a monument has been erected in Westminster Abbey to the author of Paradise Lost by Mr. Benson, who has in the inscription bestowed more words upon himself than upon Milton." Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 112. Pope has a hit at Benson in the Dunciad, Book 3, line 325. On poets' tombs, see Benson's Titles Writ. Moore, describing Sheridan's funeral, says, "It was well remarked by a French journal, in contrasting the penury of Sheridan's later years with the splendour of his funeral, that France is the place for a man of letters to live in, and England the place for him to die in." Moore himself wrote, "How proud they can press to the funeral array of him whom they shunned in his sickness and sorrow! How bailiffs may seize his last blanket to-day, whose pall shall be held up by nobles to-morrow." Moore Sheridan, Volume 2, pages 460-2, end of footnote. It must indeed be confessed that this method of becoming known to posterity with honour is peculiar to the great, or at least to the wealthy, but an opportunity now offers for almost every individual to secure the praise of paying a just regard to the illustrious dead, united with the pleasure of doing good to the living. To assist industrious indigence, struggling with distress and debilitated by age, is a display of virtue and an acquisition of happiness and honour. Whoever then would be thought capable of pleasure in reading the works of our incomparable Milton, and not so destitute of gratitude as to refuse to lay out a trifle in rational and elegant entertainment for the benefit of his living remains, for the exercise of their own virtue, the increase of their reputation, and the pleasing consciousness of doing good, should appear at Drury Lane Theatre to-morrow, April 5th, when Comus will be performed for the benefit of Mrs. Elizabeth Foster, granddaughter to the author, and the only surviving branch of his family. Nota bene. There will be a new prologue on the occasion, written by the author of Irene and spoken by Mr. Garrick, and by particular desire there will be added to the masque a dramatic satire called Lethe, in which Mr. Garrick will perform. Douglas's Milton No Plagiary, ITART 42. 1751, ITART 42. In 1751, footnote, among the advertisements in the Gentleman's Magazine for February of this year is the following: "An elegy wrote in a country churchyard, 6d." End of footnote. We are to consider him as carrying on both his Dictionary and Rambler. But he also wrote the life of Chanel, * in the miscellany called The Student. And the Reverend Dr. Douglas, having, with uncommon acuteness, clearly detected a gross forgery and imposition upon the public by William Lauder, a Scotch schoolmaster, who had, with equal impudence and ingenuity, represented Milton as a plagiary from certain modern Latin poets, Johnson, who had been so far imposed upon as to furnish a preface and postscript to his work, now dictated a letter for Lauder addressed to Dr. Douglas, acknowledging his fraud in terms of suitable contrition. Footnote: lest there should be any person at any future period absurd enough to suspect that Johnson was a partaker in Lauder's fraud, or had any knowledge of it when he assisted him with his masterly pen, It is proper here to quote the words of Dr. Douglas, now Bishop of Salisbury, at the time when he detected the imposition. It is to be hoped, nay, it is expected, that the elegant and nervous writer, whose judicious sentiments and inimitable style point out the author of Lauder's preface and postscript, will no longer allow one to plume himself with his feathers, who appeareth so little to deserve (in square brackets his) assistance, an assistance which I am persuaded would never have been communicated, had there been the least suspicion of those facts which I have been the instrument of conveying to the world in these sheets. Milton, No Plagiary, 2nd edition, page 78. And his Lordship has been pleased now to authorize me to say in the strongest manner, that there is no ground whatever for any unfavourable reflection against Dr. Johnson, who expressed the strongest indignation against Lauder. Boswell. To this letter Lauder had the impudence to add a shameless postscript and some testimonies concerning himself. Though on the face of it is evident that this postscript is not by Johnson, yet it is included in his Works, Volume 5, page 283. The letter was dated December the 20th, 1750. In the Gentleman's Magazine for the next month, Volume 21, page 47, there is the following paragraph: Mr. Lauder confesses here and exhibits all his forgeries, for which he assigns one motive in the book, and, after asking pardon, assigns another in the postscript. He also takes an opportunity to publish several letters and testimonials to his former character. Goldsmith, in retaliation, has a hit at Lauder. Here Douglas retires from his toils to relax, the scourge of impostors, the terror of quacks. New Lauders and Bowers the Tweed shall cross over, no countryman living their tricks to discover. Dr. Douglas was afterwards Bishop of Salisbury, ante page 127, see post June 25, 1763, for the part he took in exposing the Cock Lane ghost imposture. End of footnote. Johnson tricked by Lauder, Anno Domini 1751. This extraordinary attempt of Lauder was no sudden effort. He had brooded over it for many years, and to this hour it is uncertain what his principal motive was, unless it were a vain notion of his superiority in being able, by whatever means, to deceive mankind. To effect this, he produced certain passages from Grotius Messenius and others, which had a faint resemblance to some parts of the Paradise Lost. In these he interpolated some fragments of Hogg's Latin translation of that poem, alleging that the mass thus fabricated was the archetype from which Milton copied. Footnote. Scott, writing to Southey in 1810, said, "A witty rogue the other day, who sent me a letter signed Detector, proved me guilty of stealing a passage from one of Vida's Latin poems, which I had never seen or heard of." The passage alleged to be stolen ends with, "When pain and anguish wring the brow, a ministering angel, thou," which in Vida Aderana, Melody 2, verse 21, ran, "Cum dolor atque supercilio gravis iminet angor fungeris angelico sola ministerio." It is almost needless to add, says Mr. Lockhart, there are no such lines. Life of Scott, Volume 3, page 294, end of footnote. These fabrications he published from time to time in the Gentleman's Magazine, and, exulting in his fancied success, he in 1750 ventured to collect them into a pamphlet entitled An Essay on Milton's Use and Imitation of the Moderns in his Paradise Lost. To this pamphlet Johnson wrote a preface. The greater part of this preface was given in the Gentleman's Magazine for August 1747, volume 17, page 404, in full persuasion of Lauder's honesty, and a postscript recommending in the most persuasive terms a subscription for the relief of a granddaughter of Milton. Persuasive is scarcely a fit description for this noble outburst of indignation on the part of one who knew all the miseries of poverty. After quoting Dr. Newton's account of the distress to which Milton's granddaughter had been reduced, he says, "That this relation is true cannot be questioned. But surely the honour of letters, the dignity of sacred poetry, the spirit of the English nation, and the glory of human nature require that it should be true no longer. In an age which, amidst all its vices and all its follies, has not become infamous for want of charity, it may be surely allowed to hope that the living remains of Milton will be no longer suffered to languish in distress." Johnson's Works, volume 5, page 270, A subscription for the relief of a granddaughter of Milton, of whom he thus speaks: "It is yet in the power of a great people to reward the poet whose name they boast, and from their alliance to whose genius they claim some kind of superiority to every other nation of the earth. That poet whose works may possibly be read when every other monument of British greatness shall be obliterated. To reward him not with pictures or with medals, which, if he sees with contempt, but with tokens of gratitude, which he perhaps may even now consider as not unworthy the regard of an immortal spirit." Johnson's admiration of Milton, I Type 42. Surely this is inconsistent with enmity towards Milton, which Sir John Hawkins, Hawkins is Johnson, page 275, imputes to Johnson upon this occasion, adding, "I could all along observe that Johnson seemed to approve not only of the design but of the argument, and seemed to exult in a persuasion that the reputation of Milton was likely to suffer by this discovery. That he was not privy to the imposture I am well persuaded, but that he wished well to the argument may be inferred from the preface, which indubitably was written by Johnson. Is it possible for any man of clear judgment to suppose that Johnson, who so nobly praised the poetical excellence of Milton in a postscript to this very discovery, as he then supposed it, could at the same time exult in the persuasion that the great poet's reputation was likely to suffer by it? This is an inconsistency of which Johnson was incapable. Nor can anything more be fairly inferred from the preface than that Johnson, who was alike distinguished for ardent curiosity and love of truth, was pleased with an investigation by which both were gratified. That he was actuated by these motives, and certainly by no unworthy desire to depreciate our great epic poet, is evident from his own words, for after mentioning the general zeal of men of genius and literature to advance the honour and distinguish the beauties of Paradise Lost, he says, "Among the inquiries to which this ardour of criticism has naturally given occasion, None is more obscure in itself or more worthy of rational curiosity than a retrospect footnote in the original retrospection, Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 268, end of footnote, of the progress of this mighty genius in the construction of his work. A view of the fabric gradually rising, perhaps from small beginnings, till its foundation rests in the centre, and its turrets sparkle in the skies. To trace back the structure through all its varieties to the simplicity of its first plan, to find what was first projected, whence the scheme was taken, how it was improved, by what assistance it was executed, and from what stores the materials were collected, whether its founder dug them from the quarries of nature, or demolished other buildings to embellish his own. Is this the language of one who wished to blast the laurels of Milton? Footnote. In this same year, Johnson thus ends a severe criticism on Samson Agonistes: "The everlasting verdure of Milton's laurels has nothing to fear from the blasts of malignity, nor can my attempt produce any other effect than to strengthen their shoots by lopping their luxuriance." The Rambler, No. 140. Mr. Nichols showed Johnson in 1780 a book called Remarks on Johnson's Life of Milton, in which the affair of Lauder was renewed with virulence. He read the libellous passage with attention, and instantly wrote on the margin, "In the business of Lauder I was deceived, partly by thinking the man too frantic to be fraudulent." Murphy's Johnson, page 66. End of footnote. Mrs. Anna Williams, Anno Domini 1751. Though Johnson's circumstances were at this time far from being easy, his humane and charitable disposition was constantly exerting itself. Mrs. Anna Williams, daughter of a very ingenious Welsh physician, and a woman of more than ordinary talents and literature, having come to London in hopes of being cured of a cataract in both her eyes, which afterwards ended in total blindness, was kindly received as a constant visitor at his house while Mrs. Johnson lived, and after her death, having come under his roof in order to have an operation upon her eyes performed with more comfort to her than in lodgings, she had an apartment from him during the rest of her life at all times when he had a house. Footnote. Johnson turned his house, writes Lord Macaulay, into a place of refuge for a crowd of wretched old creatures who could find no other asylum, nor could all their peevishness and ingratitude weary out his benevolence. Essays, Volume 1, page 390. In his Biography of Johnson, page 388, he says that Mrs. Williams's chief recommendations were her blindness and her poverty. No doubt in Johnson's letters to Mrs. Thrale are found amusing accounts of the discord of the inmates of his house, but it is abundantly clear that in Mrs. Williams's company he had for years found pleasure. A few months after her death he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "You have more than once wondered at my complaint of solitude when you hear that I am crowded with visits. In opem me copia fecit. Visitors are no proper companions in the chamber of sickness. The amusements and consolations of languor and depression are conferred by familiar and domestic companions. Such society I had with Levitt and Williams." Piozzi Letters, Volume 2, page 341. To Mrs. Montague he wrote, 30 years and more she had been my companion, and her death has left me very desolate. Croker's Boswell, page 739. Boswell says that her departure left a blank in his house, post August 1783. By her death, writes Murphy, he was left in a state of destitution, with nobody but his black servant to soothe his anxious moments. Murphy's Johnson, page 122. Hawkins' Life, page 558, says that she had not only cheered him in his solitude and helped him to pass with comfort those hours which otherwise would have been irksome to him, but had relieved him from domestic cares, regulated and watched over the expenses of his house, etc. She had, as Boswell says, post August 1783, valuable qualities. Had she had, wrote Johnson, good humour and prompt elocution, her universal curiosity and comprehensive knowledge would have made her the delight of all that knew her. Piozzi Letters, Volume 2, page 311. To Langton he wrote, "I have lost a companion to whom I have had recourse for domestic amusement for 30 years, and whose variety of knowledge never was exhausted." Post September 29th, 1783. Her acquisitions, he wrote to Dr. Burney, were many, and her curiosity universal, so that she partook of every conversation. Post September 1783. Murphy, Life, page 72, says, "She possessed uncommon talents, and though blind, had an alacrity of mind that made her conversation agreeable and even desirable." According to Hawkins' Life, pages 322-4, she had acquired a knowledge of French and Italian, and had made great improvements in literature. She was a woman of an enlightened understanding. Johnson, in many exigencies, found her an able counsellor, and seldom showed his wisdom more than when he hearkened to her advice. Perhaps Johnson had her in his thoughts when, writing of Pope's last years and Martha Blount, he said, "Their acquaintance began early, the life of each was pictured on the other's mind. Their conversation, therefore, was endearing, for when they met there was an immediate coalition of congenial notions." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 304. Miss Mulso, Mrs. Chapone, writing to Mrs. Carter in 1753, says, "I was charmed with Mr. Johnson's behaviour to Mrs. Williams, which was like that of a fond father to his daughter. She showed very good sense, with a great deal of modesty and humility, and so much patience and cheerfulness under her misfortune, that it doubled my concern for her." Mrs. Chapone's Life, page 73. Miss Talbot wrote to Mrs. Carter in 1756, "My mother the other day fell in love with your friend Mrs. Williams, whom we met at Mr. Richardson's," in square brackets, where Miss Mulso also had met her, "and is particularly charmed with the sweetness of her voice." Talbot and Carter Correspondence, Volume 2, page 221. Miss Talbot was a niece of Lord Chancellor Talbot. Hannah More wrote in 1774, "Miss Williams is engaging in her manners, her conversation lively and entertaining." Moore's Memoirs, Volume 1, page 49. Boswell, however, more than once complains that she was peevish, post October 26, 1769, and April 7, 1776. At a time when she was very ill and had gone into the country to try if she could improve her health, Johnson wrote, "Age and sickness and pride have made her so peevish that I was forced to bribe the maid to stay with her by a secret stipulation of £0.5 a week over her wages." Post July 22nd, 1777. Malone, in a note on August 2nd, 1763, says, that he thinks she had of her own about £35 or £40 a year. This was in her latter days. Johnson had prevailed on Garrick to give her a benefit, and Mrs. Montagu to give her a pension. She used, he adds, to help in the housework. End of footnote. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death of Johnson's wife, Anno Domini 1752. 1752, Ætat 43. In 1752 he was almost entirely occupied with his dictionary. The last paper of his Rambler was published March the 2nd this year. Footnote. March the 14th. He had grown weary of his work. In the last Rambler but one he wrote, "When once our labour has begun, the comfort that enables us to endure it is the prospect of its end. He that is himself weary will soon weary the public. Let him therefore lay down his employment, whatever it be, who can no longer exert his former activity or attention. Let him not endeavour to struggle with censure, or obstinately infest the stage till a general hiss commands him to depart." End of footnote. After which there was a cessation for some time of any exertion of his talents as an essayist. But in the same year Dr. Hawkesworth, who was his warm admirer and a studious imitator of his style, footnote. How successful an imitator Hawkesworth was is shown by the following passage in the Carter and Talbot correspondence, volume 2, page 109. "I discern Mr. Johnson through all the papers that are not marked A, as evidently as if I saw him through the keyhole with the pen in his hand." End of footnote. And then lived in great intimacy with him, began a periodical paper entitled The Adventurer, in connection with other gentlemen, one of whom was Johnson's much loved friend Dr. Bathurst, and without doubt they received many valuable hints from his conversation, most of his friends having been so assisted in the course of their works. Communications by Dreams, Ætat 43. That there should be a suspension of his literary labours during a part of the year 1752 will not seem strange when it is considered that soon after closing his Rambler he suffered a loss which, there can be no doubt, affected him with the deepest distress. For on the 17th of March, old style, his wife died. Footnote. In the Rambler for February the 25th of this year, number 203, he wrote in the following melancholy strain: "Every period of life is obliged to borrow its happiness from the time to come. In youth we have nothing past to entertain us, and in age we derive little from retrospect but hopeless sorrow. Yet the future likewise has its limits, which the imagination dreads to approach, but which we see to be not far distant. The loss of our friends and companions impresses hourly upon us the necessity of our own departure. We know that the schemes of man are quickly at an end, that we must soon lie down in the grave with the forgotten multitudes of former ages, and yield our place to others who, like us, shall be driven a while by hope or fear about the surface of the earth, and then, like us, be lost in the shades of death." In Prayers and Meditations, pages 12 to 15, the service that he used on May the 6th, as preparatory to my return to life tomorrow, he prays: "Enable me to begin and perfect that reformation which I promised her, and to persevere in that resolution which she implored thee to continue, in the purposes which are recorded in thy sight when she lay dead before me. See post January 2nd, 1780. The author of Memoirs of the Life and Writings of Dr. Johnson, 1785, says, page 113, that on the death of his wife, to walk the streets of London was for many a lonesome night Johnson's constant substitute for sleep. End of footnote. Why Sir John Hawkins should unwarrantably take upon him even to suppose that Johnson's fondness for her was dissembled, meaning simulated or assumed, and to assert that, if it was not the case, it was a lesson he had learned by rote, I cannot conceive, unless it proceeded from a want of similar feelings in his own breast. Footnote. I have often been inclined to think that if this fondness of Johnson for his wife was not dissembled, it was a lesson that he had learned by rote, and that when he practised it he knew not where to stop, till he became ridiculous. Hawkins's Johnson, page 313, end of footnote. To argue from her being much older than Johnson, or any other circumstances, that he could not really love her, is absurd. For love is not a subject of reasoning, but of feeling, and therefore there are no common principles on which one can persuade another concerning it. Every man feels for himself, and knows how he is affected by particular qualities in the person he admires, the impressions of which are too minute and delicate to be substantiated in language. The following very solemn and affecting prayer was found after Dr. Johnson's decease by his servant, Mr. Francis Barber, who delivered it to my worthy friend, the Reverend Mr. Strahan, Vicar of Islington. Footnote. The son of William Strahan, MP, Johnson's old and constant friend, printer to His Majesty, post under April 20th, 1781. He attended Johnson on his deathbed, and published the volume called Prayers and Meditations. End of footnote. Who, at my earnest request, has obligingly favoured me with a copy of it, which he and I compared with the original. I present it to the world as an undoubted proof of a circumstance in the character of my illustrious friend, which, though some whose hard minds I never shall envy may attack as superstitious, will, I am sure, endear him more to numbers of good men. Footnote. Southey, in his Life of Wesley, volume 1, page 359, writes, "The universal attention which has been paid to dreams in all ages proves that the superstition is natural. And I have heard too many well-attested facts, facts to which belief could not be refused upon any known laws of evidence, not to believe that impressions are sometimes made in this manner, and forewarnings communicated, which cannot be explained by material philosophy or mere metaphysics." End of footnote. I have an additional, and that a personal motive for presenting it, because it sanctions what I myself have always maintained, and am fond to indulge. April 26th, 1752, being after 12 at night of the 25th. O Lord, Governor of heaven and earth, in whose hands are embodied and departed spirits, if thou hast ordained the souls of the dead to minister to the living, and appointed my departed wife to have care of me, grant that I may enjoy the good effects of her attention and ministration, whether exercised by appearance, impulses, dreams, or in any other manner agreeable to thy government. Footnote. Warburton, in his Divine Legation, volume 1, page 284, quotes the famous sepulchral inscription of the Roman widow: Ita peto vos mane sanctissimi, commendatum habeatus meum conjugem, et velitis huic indulgentissimi esse horus nocturnus uteam videam, etc. End of footnote. Forgive my presumption, enlighten my ignorance, and however meaner agents are employed, grant me the blessed influences of thy Holy Spirit, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Johnson's love for his wife, Anno Domini 1752. What actually followed upon this most interesting piece of devotion by Johnson we are not informed, but I, whom it has pleased God to afflict in a similar manner to that which occasioned it, have certain experience of benignant communication by dreams. Footnote: Mrs. Boswell died in June 1789. Johnson's prayer, with Boswell's comments on it, was first inserted in the additions to the second edition. End of footnote. That his love for his wife was of the most ardent kind, and during the long period of 50 years was unimpaired by the lapse of time, is evident from various passages in the series of his prayers and meditations, published by the Reverend Mr. Strahan, as well as from other memorials, two of which I select, as strongly marking the tenderness and sensibility of his mind. March the 28th, 1753. I kept this day as the anniversary of my Teddy's death. Footnotes. Mrs. Johnson died on March the 17th, Old Style, or March the 28th, New Style. The change of style was made in September 1752. He might have kept either the 17th or the 28th as the anniversary. In like manner, though he was born on September the 7th, after the change he kept the 18th as his birthday. See post beginning of 1753, where he writes, January the 1st, New Style, which I shall use for the future. In Prayers and Meditations, page 22, he recorded, The melancholy of this day hung long upon me. Page 53, April the 22nd, 1764, Thought on Tetty, dear poor Tetty, with my eyes full. Page 91, March the 28th, 1770. This is the day on which, in 1752, I was deprived of poor dear Tetty. When I recollect the time in which we lived together, my grief for her departure is not abated, and I have less pleasure in any good that befalls me because she does not partake it. Page 170, April the 20th, 1778. Poor Tetty, whatever our faults and failings, we loved each other. I did not forget thee yesterday, in square brackets, Easter Sunday. Couldst thou have lived? Page 210, March the 28th, 1782. This is the day on which, in 1752, dear Tetty died. I have now uttered a prayer of repentance and contrition. Perhaps Tetty knows that I prayed for her. Perhaps Tetty is now praying for me. God help me. In a letter to Mrs. Thrale on the occasion of the death of her son, dated March the 30th, 1776, he thus refers to the loss of his wife. I know that a whole system of hopes and designs and expectations is swept away at once, and nothing left but bottomless vacuity. What you feel I have felt, and hope that your disquiet will be shorter than mine. Piozzi Letters, Volume 1, page 310. In a letter to Mr. Elphinston, who had just lost his wife, written on July the 27th, 1778, he repeats the same thought. A loss such as yours lacerates the mind and breaks the whole system of purposes and hopes, leaves a dismal vacuity in life which affords nothing on which the affections can fix, or to which endeavour may be directed. All this I have known. Crocus Boswell, page 66, note. See also post his letter to Mr. Wharton of December the 21st, 1754, and to Dr. Lawrence of January the 20th, 1780. End of footnote. I kept this day, the anniversary of my Teddy's death, with prayers and tears in the morning. In the evening I prayed for her conditionally, if it were lawful. April the 23rd, 1753. I know not whether I do not too much indulge the vain longings of affection, but I hope they intenerate my heart, and that when I die like my Teddy, this affection will be acknowledged in a happy interview, and that in the meantime I am incited by it to piety. I will, however, not deviate too much from common and received methods of devotion. Her wedding ring, Itart 43. Her wedding ring, when she became his wife, was after her death preserved by him as long as he lived, with an affectionate care, in a little round wooden box, in the inside of which he pasted a slip of paper, thus inscribed by him in fair characters as follows: Ehu Elizabeth Johnson, nupta July the 9th, 1736, mortua Ehu March 17th, 1752. Footnote: in the usual monthly list of deaths in the Gentleman's Magazine, her name is not given. Johnson did not, I suppose, rank among eminent persons. End of footnote. After his death, Mr. Francis Barber, his faithful servant and residuary legatee, offered this memorial of tenderness to Mrs. Lucy Porter, Mrs. Johnson's daughter, but she, having declined to accept of it, he had it enamelled as a mourning ring for his old master, and presented it to his wife, Mrs. Barber, who now has it. The state of mind in which a man must be upon the death of a woman whom he sincerely loves had been in his contemplation many years before. In his Irene we find the following fervent and tender speech of Demetrius, addressed to his Aspasia: From those bright regions of eternal day, where now thou shinest among thy fellow saints, arrayed in purer light, look down on me. In pleasing visions and delusive dreams, O soothe my soul, and teach me how to lose thee. The shock of separation, Anno Domini 1752. I have indeed been told by Mrs. Desmoulins, who before her marriage lived for some time with Mrs. Johnson at Hampstead, that she indulged herself in country air and nice living at an unsuitable expense. Footnote: the Anderton manuscripts contain an importunate letter dated July the 3rd, 1751, from one Mitchell, a tradesman in Chandos Street, pressing Johnson to pay £2 due by his wife ever since August 1749, and threatening legal proceedings to enforce payment. This letter Mr. Boswell had endorsed, proof of Dr. Johnson's wretched circumstances in 1751. Croker. End of footnote. While her husband was drudging in the smoke of London, and that she by no means treated him with that complacency which is the most engaging quality in a wife. But all this is perfectly compatible with his fondness for her, especially when it is remembered that he had a high opinion of her understanding, and that the impressions which her beauty, real or imaginary, had originally made upon his fancy, being continued by habit, had not been effaced, though she herself was doubtless much altered for the worse. The dreadful shock of separation took place in the night, and he immediately dispatched a letter to his friend, the Reverend Dr. Taylor, which, as Taylor told me, expressed grief in the strongest manner he had ever read. so that it is much to be regretted it has not been preserved. Footnote. In the Gentleman's Magazine for February 1794, page 100, was printed a letter pretending to be that written by Johnson on the death of his wife, but it is merely a transcript of the 41st number of the Idler. A fictitious date, March the 17th, 1751, old style, was added by some person previous to this paper being sent to the publisher of that miscellany, to give a colour to this deception. Malone. End of footnote. The letter was brought to Dr. Taylor at his house in the Cloisters, Westminster, about 3 in the morning, and as it signified an earnest desire to see him, he got up and went to Johnson as soon as he was dressed, and found him in tears and in extreme agitation. After being a little while together, Johnson requested him to join him in prayer. He then prayed extempore, as did Dr. Taylor, and thus, by means of that piety which was ever his primary object, his troubled mind was in some degree soothed and composed. The next day he wrote as follows: To the Reverend Dr. Taylor, dear Sir, let me have your company and instruction. Do not live away from me. My distress is great. Pray desire Mrs. Taylor to inform me what mourning I should buy for my mother and Miss Porter, and bring a note in writing with you. Remember me in your prayers, for vain is the help of man. I am, dear Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, March the 18th, 1752. Francis Barber, ITART 43. Prayers for the dead, Anno Domini 1752. That his sufferings upon the death of his wife were severe, beyond what are commonly endured, I have no doubt from the information of many who were then about him, to none of whom I give more credit than to Mr. Francis Barber, his faithful negro servant, who came into his family about a fortnight after the dismal event. Footnote. Francis Barber was born in Jamaica, and was brought to England in 1750 by Colonel Bathurst, father of Johnson's very intimate friend, Dr. Bathurst. He was sent for some time to the Reverend Mr. Jackson's school at Barton in Yorkshire. The Colonel, by his will, left him his freedom, and Dr. Bathurst was willing that he should enter into Johnson's service, in which he continued from 1752 till Johnson's death, with the exception of 2 intervals, in one of which, upon some difference with his master, he went and served an apothecary in Cheapside, but still visited Dr. Johnson occasionally. In another he took a fancy to go to sea. Part of the time, indeed, he was, by the kindness of his master, at a school in Northamptonshire, that he might have the advantage of some learning. So early and so lasting a connection was there between Dr. Johnson and this humble friend. Boswell. I believe that Francis was scarcely as much the object of Mr. Johnson's personal kindness as the representative of Dr. Bathurst, for whose sake he would have loved anybody or anything. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 212, end of footnote. These sufferings were aggravated by the melancholy inherent in his constitution, and although he probably was not oftener in the wrong than she was in the little disagreements which sometimes troubled his married state, footnote. I asked him, writes Mrs. Piozzi, Anecdotes, pages 146 to 150, if he ever disputed with his wife. Perpetually, said he. My wife had a particular reverence for cleanliness, and desired the praise of neatness in her dress and furniture, as many ladies do, till they become troublesome to their best friends, slaves to their own besoms, and only sigh for the hour of sweeping their husbands out of the house as dirt and useless lumber. A clean floor is so comfortable, she would say sometimes by way of twitting, till at last I told her that I thought we had had talk enough about the floor. We would now have a touch at the ceiling. I asked him if he ever huffed his wife about his dinner. So often, replied he, that at last she called to me and said, "Nay, hold, Mr. Johnson, and do not make a farce of thanking God for a dinner which in a few minutes you will protest not eatable." End of footnote. During which he owned to me that the gloomy irritability of his existence was more painful to him than ever. He might very naturally, after her death, be tenderly disposed to charge himself with slight omissions and offences, the sense of which would give him much uneasiness. Footnote. When a friend is carried to his grave, we at once find excuses for every weakness, and palliations of every fault. We recollect 1,000 endearments which before glided off our minds without impression, 1,000 favours unrepaid, 1,000 duties unperformed, and vainly wish for his return, not so much that we may receive as that we may bestow happiness, and recompense that kindness which before we never understood. Rambler, No. 54. End of footnote. Accordingly, we find, about a year after her decease, that he thus addressed the Supreme Being: "O Lord, who givest the grace of repentance, and hearest the prayers of the penitent, grant that by true contrition I may obtain forgiveness of all the sins committed and of all duties neglected in my union with the wife whom thou hast taken from me, for the neglect of joint devotion, patient exhortation, and mild instruction." Footnote. Prayers and Meditations, page 19, Boswell. End of footnote. The kindness of his heart, notwithstanding the impetuosity of his temper, is well known to his friends, and I cannot trace the smallest foundation for the following dark and uncharitable assertion by Sir John Hawkins: "The apparition of his departed wife was altogether of the terrific kind, and hardly afforded him a hope that she was in a state of happiness." Footnote. Hawkins's Life of Johnson, page 316, Boswell. End of footnote. But he, in conformity with the opinion of many of the most able, learned, and pious Christians in all ages, supposed that there was a middle state after death, previous to the time at which departed souls are finally received to eternal felicity, appears, I think, unquestionably from his devotions. Footnote. See post October the 26th, 1769, where the Roman Catholic doctrine of purgatory, or a middle state, as Johnson calls it, is discussed, and Boswell's Hebrides, October the 25th, 1773, end of footnote. "And, O Lord, so far as it may be lawful in me," footnote. In the original, lawful for me. Much the same prayer Johnson made to his mother. Prayers and Meditations, page 38. On Easter Day, 1764, he records: "After sermon I recommended Tetty in a prayer by herself, and my father, mother, brother, and Bathurst in another. I did it only once, so far as it might be lawful for me." Ibid, page 54. On the death of Mr. Thrale he wrote: "May God, that delighteth in mercy, have had mercy on thee." Ibid, page 191. And later on: "For Henry Thrale, so far as is lawful, I humbly implore thy mercy in his present state." Ibid, page 197. End of footnote. "I commend to thy fatherly goodness the soul of my departed wife, beseeching thee to grant her whatever is best in her present state, and finally to receive her to eternal happiness." Footnote. Prayers and Meditations, page 20, Boswell. End footnote. But this state has not been looked upon with horror, but only as less gracious. The Funeral Sermon on Mrs. Johnson, I, type 43. He deposited the remains of Mrs. Johnson in the church of Bromley in Kent. Footnote. Shortly before his death, see post July 12, 1784, Johnson had a stone placed over her grave with the following inscription: Hic conduntur reliquiae Elizabethae antiqua Jovisiorum lechestrienses ortae, formosae, cultae, ingeniosae, piae, uxoris primis nuptiis Henrici Porta secundus Samuelis Johnson, qui multum amatam duque de fletam hoc lapide contexit. Obiit Londini mense mat, Anno Domini 1753. As Mrs. Johnson died in 1752, the date is wrong. End of footnote. To which he was probably led by the residence of his friend Hawkesworth at that place. The funeral sermon which he composed for her, which was never preached, but having been given to Dr. Taylor, has been published since his death, is a performance of uncommon excellence, and full of rational and pious comfort to such as are depressed by that severe affliction which Johnson felt when he wrote it. When it is considered that it was written in such an agitation of mind, and in the short interval between her death and burial, it cannot be read without wonder. Footnote. He described her as a woman whom none who were capable of distinguishing either moral or intellectual excellence could know without esteem or tenderness. She was extensively charitable in her judgments and opinions, grateful for every kindness that she received, and willing to impart assistance of every kind to all whom her little power enabled her to benefit. She passed through many months of languor, weakness, and decay without a single murmur of impatience, and often expressed her adoration of that mercy which granted her so long time for recollection and penitence. Johnson's Works, Volume 9, page 523. End of footnote. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Johnson's Friends in 1752. From Mr. Francis Barber I've had the following authentic and artless account of the situation in which he found him recently after his wife's death. He was in great affliction. Mrs. Williams was then living in his house, which was in Gough Square. He was busy with the dictionary. Mr. Shields and some others of the gentlemen who had formerly written for him used to come about him. He had then little for himself, but frequently sent money to Mr. Shields when in distress. The friends who visited him at that time were chiefly Dr. Bathurst. Footnote. Dr. Bathurst, though a physician of no inconsiderable merit, had not the good fortune to get much practice in London. He was therefore willing to accept of employment abroad, and to the regret of all who knew him, fell a sacrifice to the destructive climate in the expedition against the Havana. Mr. Langton recollects the following passage in a letter from Dr. Johnson to Mr. Beauclerk. The Havana is taken, a conquest too dearly obtained, for Bathurst died before it. Vix priamus tanti tota que Troia fuit, Boswell. The quotation is from Ovid, Heroides, Book 1, line 4. Johnson, post December 21st, 1762, wrote to Baretti, "Bathurst went physician to the army and died at the Havana." Mr. Harwood, in his History of Lichfield, page 451, gives 2 letters from Bathurst to Johnson, dated 1757. In the postscript to one he says, "I know you will call me a lazy dog, and in truth I deserve it, but I am afraid I shall never mend. I have indeed long known that I can love my friends without being able to tell them so. Adieu, my dearest friend." He calls Johnson the best of friends, to whom I stand indebted for all the little virtue and knowledge that I have. Nothing, he continues, I think, but absolute want can force me to continue where I am. Jamaica he calls this execrable region. Hawkins' Life, page 235, says that Bathurst, before leaving England, confessed to Johnson that in the course of 10 years' exercise of his faculty he had never opened his hand to more than 1 guinea. Johnson perhaps had Bathurst in mind when, many years later, he wrote, "A physician in a great city seems to be the mere plaything of fortune. His degree of reputation is for the most part totally casual. They that employ him know not his excellence, they that reject him know not his deficience. By any acute observer who has looked on the transactions of the medical world for half a century, a very curious book might be written on the fortune of physicians." Works, volume 8, page 471, end of footnote. The friends who visited him at that time were chiefly Dr. Bathurst and Mr. Diamond, an apothecary in Cork Street, Burlington Gardens, with whom he and Mrs. Williams generally dined every Sunday. There was a talk of his going to Iceland with him, which would probably have happened had he lived. There were also Mr. Cave, Dr. Hawkesworth, Mr. Ryland, footnote, Mr. Ryland was one of the members of the Old Club in Ivy Lane, who met to dine in 1783. Mr. Payne was another, post end of 1783, end of footnote. Merchant on Tower Hill, Mrs. Masters the poetess, who lived with Mr. Cave, footnote, Johnson revised her volumes, post under November 19, 1783, end of footnote. Mrs. Carter, and sometimes Mrs. Macaulay, footnote. Catherine Sawbridge, sister of Mrs. Mr. Alderman Sawbridge, was born in 1733, but it was not till 1760 that she was married to Dr. Macaulay, a physician, so that Barber's account was incorrect, either in date or name. Croker. For Mr. Alderman Sawbridge, see post May 17, 1778, note, end of footnote. Also Mrs. Gardner, wife of a tallow chandler on Snow Hill, not in the learned way, but a worthy good woman, footnote. See post under November 19, 1783. Johnson bequeathed to her a book to keep as a token of remembrance, post December 9, 1784. I find her name in the year 1765 in the list of subscribers to the edition of Swift's works in 17 volumes, so that perhaps she was more in the learned way than Barber thought. End of footnote. Mr. now Sir Joshua Reynolds, footnote. Reynolds did not return to England from Italy till the October of this year, 7 months after Mrs. Johnson's death. Taylor's Reynolds, volume 1, page 87. He writes of his 30 years' intimacy with Dr. Johnson. He must have known him therefore at least as early as 1754. Ibid, volume 2, page 454, end of footnote. Mr. Miller, Mr. Dodsley, Mr. Bouquet, Mr. Payne, of Paternoster Row, booksellers, Mr. Strahan the printer, the Earl of Orrery, Lord Southwell. *[* Lord Southwell, said Johnson, was the most qualitied man I ever saw. Post, March 23, 1783. End of footnote. Mr. Garrick. Robert Levitt, ITART 43. Many are no doubt omitted in this catalogue of his friends, and in particular his humble friend Mr. Robert Levitt, an obscure practiser in physic amongst the lower people, his fees being sometimes very small sums, sometimes whatever provisions his patients could afford him, but of such extensive practice in that way, that Mrs. Williams has told me his walk was from Houndsditch to Marylebone. It appears from Johnson's diary that their acquaintance commenced about the year 1746, and such was Johnson's predilection for him, and fanciful estimation of his moderate abilities, that I have heard him say that he should not be satisfied, though attended by all the College of Physicians, unless he had Mr. Levitt with him. Ever since I was acquainted with Dr. Johnson, and many years before, as I have been assured by those who knew him earlier, Mr. Levitt had an apartment in his house, or his chambers, and waited upon him every morning through the whole course of his late and tedious breakfast. He was of a strange grotesque appearance, stiff and formal in his manner, and seldom said a word while any company was present. *. The account given of Levitt in the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 15, page 101, shows that he was a man out of the common run. He would not otherwise have attracted the notice of the French surgeons. The writer says: Mr. Levitt, though an Englishman by birth, became early in life a waiter at a coffee house in Paris. The surgeons who frequented it, finding him of an inquisitive turn and attentive to their conversation, made a purse for him, and gave him some instructions in their art. They afterwards furnished him with the means of further knowledge by procuring him free admission to such lectures in pharmacy and anatomy as were read by the ablest professors of that period. When he lived with Johnson, much of the day was employed in attendance on his patients, who were chiefly of the lowest rank of tradesmen. The remainder of his hours he dedicated to Hunter's lectures, and to as many different opportunities of improvement as he could meet with on the same gratuitous conditions. All his medical knowledge, said Johnson, and it is not inconsiderable, was obtained through the ear. Though he buys books, he seldom looks into them, or discovers any power by which he can be supposed to judge of an author's merit. Dr. Johnson has frequently observed that Levitt was indebted to him for nothing more than house room, his share of a penny loaf at breakfast, and now and then a dinner on a Sunday. His character was rendered valuable by repeated proof of honesty, tenderness, and gratitude to his benefactor, as well as by an unwearied diligence in his profession. His single failing was an occasional departure from sobriety. Johnson would observe, "He was perhaps the only man who ever became intoxicated through motives of prudence." He reflected that if he refused the gin or brandy offered him by some of his patients, he would have been no gainer by their cure, as they might have nothing else to bestow on him. This habit of taking a fee in whatever shape it was exhibited could not be put off by advice. He would swallow what he did not like, nay, what he knew would injure him, rather than go home with an idea that his skill had been exerted without recompense. Though he took all that was offered him, he demanded nothing from the poor. The writer adds that Johnson never wished him to be regarded as an inferior, or treated him like a dependent. Mrs. Piozzi says, "When Johnson raised contributions for some distressed author or wit in want, he often made us all more than amends by diverting descriptions of the lives they were then passing in corners unseen by anybody but himself and that odd old surgeon whom he kept in his house to tend the out pensioners, and of whom he said most truly and sublimely that in misery's darkest caverns known," etc. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 118. "No, but madam is a brutal fellow, but I have a good regard for him, for his brutality is in his manners, not in his mind." Madame D'Arblay's Diary, Volume 1, page 115. Whoever called in on Johnson at about midday found him and Levet at breakfast, Johnson in déshabillé as just risen from bed, and Levet filling out tea for himself and his patron alternately, no conversation passing between them. All that visited him at these hours were welcome. A night's rest and breakfast seldom failed to refresh and fit him for discourse, and whoever withdrew went too soon. Hawkins's Johnson, page 435. How much he valued his poor friend he showed at his death. Post, January 20th, 1782. End of footnote. Sir Joshua Reynolds, Anno Domini 1752, one of Dr. Johnson's school, Ætat 43. The circle of his friends indeed at this time was extensive and various, far beyond what has been generally imagined. To trace his acquaintance with each particular person, if it could be done, would be a task of which the labour would not be repaid by the advantage. But exceptions are to be made, one of which must be a friend so eminent as Sir Joshua Reynolds, who was truly his dulce decus. Footnote: O et praesidium et dulce decus meum, my joy, my guard, and sweetest good, Creech. Horace Odes, Book 1, No. 1, line 2, end of footnote. And with whom he maintained an uninterrupted intimacy to the last hour of his life. When Johnson lived in Castle Street, Cavendish Square, he used frequently to visit two ladies who lived opposite to him, Miss Cotterells, daughters of Admiral Cotterell. Reynolds used also to visit there, and thus they met. Footnote: It was in 1738 that Johnson was living in Castle Street. At the time of Reynolds's arrival in London in 1752, he had been living for some years in Gough Square. Boswell, I suppose, only means to say that Johnson's acquaintance with the Cotterells was formed when he lived in their neighbourhood. Northcote, Life of Reynolds, Volume 1, page 69, says that the Cotterells lived opposite to Reynolds's, but his account seems based on a misunderstanding of Boswell. End of footnote. Mr. Reynolds, as I have observed above, had from the first reading of his Life of Savage conceived a very high admiration of Johnson's powers of writing. His conversation no less delighted him, and he cultivated his acquaintance with the laudable zeal of one who was ambitious of general improvement. Footnote: We are both of Dr. Johnson's school, wrote Reynolds to some friend. For my own part, I acknowledge the highest obligations to him. He may be said to have formed my mind, and to have brushed from it a great deal of rubbish. Those very persons whom he has brought to think rightly will occasionally criticise the opinions of their master when he nods, but we should always recollect that it is he himself who taught us and enabled us to do it. Taylor's Reynolds, Volume 2, page 461. Burke, writing to Malone, said, You state very properly how much Reynolds owed to the writings and conversation of Johnson, and nothing shows more the greatness of Sir Joshua's parts than his taking advantage of both, and making some application of them to his profession, when Johnson neither understood nor desired to understand anything of painting. Ibid, page 638. Reynolds, there can be little question, is thinking of Johnson in the following passage in his 7th Discourse: "What partial and desultory reading cannot afford may be supplied by the conversation of learned and ingenious men, which is the best of all substitutes for those who have not the means or opportunities of deep study. There are many such men in this age, and they will be pleased with communicating their ideas to artists, when they see them curious and docile, if they are treated with that respect and deference which is so justly their due. Into such society young artists, if they make it the point of their ambition, will by degrees be admitted. There, without formal teaching, they will insensibly come to feel and reason like those they live with, and find a rational and systematic taste imperceptibly formed in their minds, which they will know how to reduce to a standard by applying general truth to their own purposes, better perhaps than those to whom they owed the original sentiment." Reynolds' Works, edition 1824, volume 1, page 149. Another thing remarkable, to show how little Sir Joshua crouched to the great, is that he never gave them their proper titles. I never heard the words "Your Lordship" or "Your Ladyship" come from his mouth. Nor did he ever say "Sir" in speaking to any one but Dr. Johnson, and when he did not hear distinctly what the latter said, which often happened, he would then say "Sir," that he might repeat it. Northcote's Conversations, page 289. Gibbon called Johnson Reynolds's oracle. Gibbon's Miscellaneous Works, volume 1, page 149. See also post under December 29, 1778. End of footnote. Sir Joshua, indeed, was lucky enough at their very first meeting to make a remark which was so much above the commonplace style of conversation that Johnson at once perceived that Reynolds had the habit of thinking for himself. The ladies were regretting the death of a friend to whom they owed great obligations, upon which Reynolds observed, "You have, however, the comfort of being relieved from a burden of gratitude." Footnote. The thought may have been suggested to Reynolds by Johnson's writings. In the Rambler, No. 87, he had said, "There are minds so impatient of inferiority that their gratitude is a species of revenge, and they return benefits not because recompense is a pleasure, but because obligation is a pain." In No. 166 he says, "To be obliged is to be in some respect inferior to another." End of footnote. They were shocked a little at this alleviating suggestion as too selfish, but Johnson defended it in his clear and forcible manner, and was much pleased with the mind, the fair view of human nature which it exhibited, like some of the reflections of Rochefoucauld. The consequence was that he went home with Reynolds and supped with him. The Miss Cotterells, Anno Domini 1752. Sir Joshua told me a pleasant characteristical anecdote of Johnson about the time of their first acquaintance. When they were one evening together at the Miss Cotterells, the then Duchess of Argyle and another lady of high rank came in. Johnson, thinking that the Miss Cotterells were too much engrossed by them, and that he and his friend were neglected, as low company of whom they were somewhat ashamed, grew angry, and resolving to shock their supposed pride by making their great visitors imagine that his friend and he were low indeed, he addressed himself in a loud tone to Mr. Reynolds, saying, "How much do you think you and I could get in a week if we were to work as hard as we could?" As if they had been common mechanics. Footnote: Northcote tells the following story on the authority of Miss Reynolds. It is to be noticed, however, that in her recollections, Crocus Boswell, page 832, the story is told somewhat differently. Johnson, Reynolds, and Miss Reynolds one day called on the Miss Cotterells. Johnson was the last of the three that came in. When the maid, seeing this uncouth and dirty figure of a man, and not conceiving he could be one of the company, laid hold of his coat just as he was going upstairs, and pulled him back again, saying, "You fellow, what is your business here? I suppose you intended to rob the house." This most unlucky accident threw him into such a fit of shame and anger that he roared out like a bull, "What have I done? What have I done?" Northcote's Reynolds, Volume 1, page 73. Bennet Langton, ITART 43. His acquaintance with Bennet Langton, Esquire, of Langton in Lincolnshire, another much valued friend, commenced soon after the conclusion of his Rambler, which that gentleman, then a youth, had read with so much admiration that he came to London chiefly with the view of endeavouring to be introduced to its author. Footnote: Johnson, writing to Langton on January 9, 1759, describes him as towering in the confidence of 21. The conclusion of the Rambler was in March 1752, when Langton must have been only 14 or just 15 at most. Johnson's first letter to him, dated May 6, 1755, shows that at that time their acquaintance had been but short. Langton's subscription to the 39 articles in the Register of the University of Oxford was on July 7, 1757. Johnson's first letter to him at Oxford is dated June 28, 1757. End of footnote. By a fortunate chance he happened to take lodgings in a house where Mr. Levitt frequently visited, and having mentioned his wish to his landlady, she introduced him to Mr. Levitt, who readily obtained Johnson's permission to bring Mr. Langton to him, as indeed Johnson during the whole course of his life had no shyness, real or affected, but was easy of access to all who were properly recommended, and even wished to see numbers at his levee, as his morning circle of company might, with strict propriety, be called. Footnote: "My friend Maltby and I," said Samuel Rogers, "when we were very young men, had a strong desire to see Dr. Johnson, and we determined to call upon him and introduce ourselves. We accordingly proceeded to his house in Bolt Court, and I had my hand on the knocker, when our courage failed us, and we retreated. Many years afterwards I mentioned this circumstance to Boswell, who said, 'What a pity that you did not go boldly in! He would have received you with all kindness.' Rogers's Table Talk, page 9. For Johnson's levee, see post 1770 in Dr. Maxwell's Collectanea. End of footnote. Mr. Langton was exceedingly surprised when the sage first appeared. He had not received the smallest intimation of his figure, dress, or manner. From perusing his writings, he fancied he should see a decent, well-dressed, in short, a remarkably decorous philosopher. Instead of which, down from his bedchamber about noon came, as newly risen, a huge uncouth figure in a little dark wig which scarcely covered his head, and his clothes hanging loose about him. But his conversation was so rich, so animated, and so forcible, and his religious and political opinions so congenial with those in which Langton had been educated, that he conceived for him that veneration and attachment which he ever preserved. Johnson was not the less ready to love Mr. Langton for his being of a very ancient family, for I have heard him say with pleasure, "Langton, sir, has a grant of free warren from Henry II, and Cardinal Stephen Langton in King John's reign was of this family." Footnote. George Langton, writes Mr. Best in his Memorials, page 66, showed me his pedigree, with the names and arms of the families with which his own had intermarried. It was engrossed on a piece of parchment about 10 inches broad and 12 to 15 feet long. "It leaves off at the reign of Queen Elizabeth," said he. End of footnote. Topham Beauclerk, Anno Domini 1752. Mr. Langton afterwards went to pursue his studies at Trinity College, Oxford, where he formed an acquaintance with his fellow student, Mr. Topham Beauclerk. Footnote. Topham Beauclerk was the only son of Lord Sidney Beauclerk, fifth son of the first Duke of St. Albans. He was therefore the great-grandson of Charles II. and Nell Gwynn. He was born in December 1739. In my Dr. Johnson, his friends and his critics, I have put together such facts as I could find about Langton and Beauclerk. End of footnote. Who, though their opinions and modes of life were so different that it seemed utterly improbable that they should at all agree, had so ardent a love of literature, so acute an understanding, such elegance of manners, and so well discerned the excellent qualities of Mr. Langton, a gentleman eminent not only for worth and learning, but for an inexhaustible fund of entertaining conversation, that they became intimate friends. Footnote. Mr. Best describes Langton as a very tall, meagre, long-visaged man, much resembling a stork standing on one leg near the shore in Raphael's cartoon of the miraculous draught of fishes. His manners were in the highest degree polished, his conversation mild, equable, and always pleasing. Best's Memorials, page 62. Miss Hawkins writes, "If I were called on to name the person with whom Johnson might have been seen to the fairest advantage, I should certainly name Mr. Langton." Miss Hawkins's Memoirs, volume 1, page 144. Mrs. Piozzi wrote in 1817, "I remember when to have Langton at a man's house stamped him at once a literary character." Haywood's Piozzi, volume 2, page 203, end of footnote. Topham Beauclerk, Itart 43. Johnson, soon after this acquaintance began, passed a considerable time at Oxford. Footnote. In the summer of 1759, see post under April 15, 1758 and 1759. End of footnote. He at first thought it strange that Langton should associate so much with one who had the character of being loose, both in his principles and practice, but by degrees he himself was fascinated. Mr. Beauclerk's being of the St. Albans family, and having in some particulars a resemblance to Charles II., contributed in Johnson's imagination to throw a lustre upon his other qualities. Footnote. Lord Charlemont said that Beauclerk possessed an exquisite taste, various accomplishments, and the most perfect good breeding. He was eccentric, often querulous, entertaining a contempt for the generality of the world, which the politeness of his manners could not always conceal, but to those whom he liked, most generous and friendly. Devoted at one time to pleasure, at another to literature, sometimes absorbed in play, sometimes in books, he was altogether one of the most accomplished, and, when in good humour and surrounded by those who suited his fancy, one of the most agreeable men that could possibly exist. Lord Chalmond's Life, volume 1, page 210. Hawkins writes, Life, page 422, that over all his behaviour there beamed such a sunshine of cheerfulness and good humour as communicated itself to all around him. Mrs. Piozzi said of him, Topham Beauclerk, wicked and profligate as he wished to be accounted, was yet a man of very strict veracity. O Lord, how I did hate that horrid Beauclerk! Hayward's Piozzi, volume 1, page 348. Rogers, Table Talk, page 40, said that Beauclerk was a strangely absent person. He once went to dress for a dinner party in his own house. He forgot all about his guests, thought that it was bedtime, and got into bed. His servant, coming to tell him that his guests were waiting for him, found him fast asleep. End of footnote. And in a short time the moral, pious Johnson and the gay, dissipated Beauclerk were companions. What a coalition! Said Garrick when he heard of this. I shall have my old friend to bail out of the round house. Footnote. It was to the round house that Captain Booth was first taken in Fielding's Amelia, Book 1, Chapter 2, end of footnote. But I can bear testimony that it was a very agreeable association. Beauclerk was too polite, and valued learning and wit too much to offend Johnson by sallies of infidelity or licentiousness, and Johnson delighted in the good qualities of Beauclerk, and hoped to correct the evil. Innumerable were the scenes in which Johnson was amused by these young men. Beauclerk could take more liberty with him than anybody with whom I ever saw him. But on the other hand, Beauclerk was not spared by his respectable companion when reproof was proper. Beauclerk had such a propensity to satire that at one time Johnson said to him, "You never open your mouth but with intention to give pain. And you have often given me pain, not from the power of what you said, but from seeing your intention." At another time, applying to him with a slight alteration a line of Pope, he said, "Thy love of folly and thy scorn of fools," footnote, "blends an exception to all general rules, your taste of follies with our scorn of fools." Pope Moral Essays, Epistle 2, line 275, end of footnote. "Everything thou dost shows the one, and everything thou sayest the other." At another time he said to him, "Thy body is all vice, and thy mind all virtue." Beauclerk not seeming to relish the compliment, Johnson said to him, "Nay, sir, Alexander the Great, marching in triumph into Babylon, could not have desired to have had more said to him." Johnson, the Idle Apprentice, Anno Domini 1752. Johnson was some time with Beauclerk at his house at Windsor, where he was entertained with experiments in natural philosophy. Footnote. In the college which the club was to set up at St. Andrews, Beauclerk was to have the chair of natural philosophy. Boswell's Hebrides, August 25th, end of footnote. One Sunday, when the weather was very fine, Beauclerk enticed him insensibly to saunter about all the morning. They went into a churchyard in the time of divine service, and Johnson laid himself down at his ease upon one of the tombstones. "Now, sir," said Beauclerk, "you are like Hogarth's idle apprentice." When Johnson got his pension, Beauclerk said to him in the humorous phrase of Falstaff, "I hope you will now purge and live cleanly, like a gentleman." Footnote. "I'll purge and leave sack and live cleanly, as a nobleman should do." Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4, end of footnote. A frisk with Beauclerk and Langton, I, Tart 44. One night, when Beauclerk and Langton had supped at a tavern in London, and sat till about 3 in the morning, it came into their heads to go and knock up Johnson, and see if they could prevail on him to join them in a ramble. They rapped violently at the door of his chambers in the Temple, till at last he appeared in his shirt, with his little black wig on top of his head instead of a nightcap, and a poker in his hand, imagining probably that some ruffians were coming to attack him. When he discovered who they were, and was told their errand, he smiled, and with great good humour agreed to their proposal. "What, is it you, you dogs? I'll have a frisk with you." He was soon dressed, and they sallied forth together into Covent Garden, where the greengrocers and fruiterers were beginning to arrange their hampers, just come in from the country. Johnson made some attempts to help them, but the honest gardeners stared so at his figure and manner and odd interference, that he soon saw his services were not relished. They then repaired to one of the neighbouring taverns, and made a bowl of that liquor called Bishop, Bishop, a cant word for a mixture of wine, oranges, and sugar, Johnson's Dictionary, which Johnson had always liked. While in joyous contempt of sleep, from which he had been roused, he repeated the festive lines, "Short, oh short then be thy reign, and give us to the world again." Mr. Langton has recollected, or Dr. Johnson repeated, the passage wrong. The lines are in Lord Lansdowne's drinking song to sleep, and run thus: "Short, very short be then thy reign, for I'm in haste to laugh and drink again." Boswell. Lord Lansdowne was the Granville of Pope's couplet. But why then publish? Granville the polite, and knowing Walsh, would tell me I could write. Prologue to the Satires, Epistle 1, line 135. They did not stay long, but walked down to the Thames, took a boat, and rode to Billingsgate. Beauclerk and Johnson were so well pleased with their amusement, that they resolved to persevere in dissipation for the rest of the day. But Langton deserted them, being engaged to breakfast with some young ladies. Johnson scolded him for leaving his social friends to go and sit with a set of wretched, unideaed girls. Garrick, being told of this ramble, said to him smartly, "I heard of your frolic t'other night. You'll be in the Chronicle." Upon which Johnson afterwards observed, he durst not do such a thing. His wife would not let him. Section 28. Section 29 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Adventurer, Anno Domini 1753. 1753, Ætat 44. He entered upon this year 1753 with his usual piety, as appears from the following prayer, which I transcribed from that part of his diary which he burnt a few days before his death. Boswell in Hebrides, August 18, 1773, says that Johnson, on starting from Edinburgh, left behind in an open drawer in Boswell's house one volume of a pretty full and curious diary of his life, of which I have a few fragments. He also states, post under December the 9th, 1784, "I own to him that, having accidentally seen them, 2/4 volumes of his life, I had read a great deal in them." It would seem that he had also transcribed a portion. January the 1st, 1753, new style, which I shall use for the future. Almighty God, who hast continued my life to this day, grant that, by the assistance of thy Holy Spirit, I may improve the time which thou shalt grant me to my eternal salvation. Make me to remember to thy glory thy judgments and thy mercies. Make me so to consider the loss of my wife, whom thou hast taken from me, that it may dispose me by thy grace to lead the residue of my life in thy fear. Grant this, O Lord, for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. He now relieved the drudgery of his dictionary and the melancholy of his grief by taking an active part in the composition of The Adventurer, in which he began to write April 10th. Footnote: this is inconsistent with what immediately follows, for number 39 on Sleep was published on March 20th. End of footnote. Marking his essays with the signature T, by which most of his papers in that collection are distinguished. Footnote: Hawkesworth, in the last number of The Adventurer, says that he had help at first from A, but this resource soon failing, I was obliged to carry on the publication alone, except some casual supplies, till I obtained from the gentlemen who have distinguished their papers by T and Z such assistance as I most wished. In a note he says that the papers signed Z are by the Reverend Mr. Wharton. The papers signed A are written in a light style. In Southey's Cooper, Volume 1, page 47, it is said that Burnell Thornton wrote them. End of footnote. Those, however, which have that signature and also that of Mysagirus were not written by him, but, as I suppose, by Dr. Bathurst. Indeed, Johnson's energy of thought and richness of language are still more decisive marks than any signature. As a proof of this, my readers, I imagine, will not doubt that number 39 on Sleep is his, for it not only has the general texture and colour of his style, but the authors with whom he was peculiarly conversant are readily introduced in it in cursory allusion. The translation of a passage in Statius, footnote: Boswell had read the passage carelessly. Statius is mentioned, but the writer goes on to quote Cowley, whose Latin lines C.B. has translated. Johnson's Works, Volume 4, page 10, end of footnote. Quoted in that paper and marked C.B. has been erroneously ascribed to Dr. Bathurst, whose Christian name was Richard. How much this amiable man actually contributed to The Adventurer cannot be known. Let me add that Hawkesworth's imitations of Johnson are sometimes so happy that it is extremely difficult to distinguish them with certainty from the compositions of his great archetype. Hawkesworth was his closest imitator, a circumstance of which that writer would once have been proud to be told, though when he had become elated by having risen into some degree of consequence, he, in a conversation with me, had the provoking effrontery to say, he was not sensible of it. Footnote: Malone says that Johnson was fond of him, but latterly owed that Hawkesworth, who had set out a modest, humble man, was one of the many whom success in the world had spoiled. He was latterly, as Sir Joshua Reynolds told me, an affected, insincere man, and a great coxcomb in his dress. He had no literature whatever. Prior's Malone, page 441, see post April the 11th and May the 7th, 1773, and Boswell's Hebrides, October the 3rd, end of footnote. A letter to Dr. Wharton, ITART 44. Johnson was truly zealous for the success of The Adventurer, and very soon after his engaging in it, he wrote the following letter: To the Reverend Dr. Joseph Wharton, Dear Sir, I ought to have written to you before now, but I ought to do many things which I do not. Nor can I indeed claim any merit from this letter, for being desired by the authors and proprietor of the Adventurer to look out for another hand, my thoughts necessarily fixed upon you, whose fund of literature will enable you to assist them with very little interruption of your own studies. They desire you to engage to furnish one paper a month at 2 guineas a paper, which you may very readily perform. We have considered that a paper should consist of pieces of imagination, pictures of life, and disquisitions of literature. The part which depends on the imagination is very well supplied, as you will find when you read the paper. For descriptions of life there is now a treaty almost made with an author and an authoress, and the province of criticism and literature they are very desirous to assign to the commentator on Virgil. I hope this proposal will not be rejected, and that the next post will bring us your compliance. I speak as one of the fraternity, though I have no part in the paper beyond now and then a motto, but 2 of the writers are my particular friends, and I hope the pleasure of seeing a third united to them will not be denied to, dear Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, March 8, 1753. The consequence of this letter was Dr. Warton's enriching the collection with several admirable essays. Bathurst's papers in the Adventurer, Anno Domini 1753. Johnson saying, "I have no part in the paper beyond now and then a motto," may seem inconsistent with his being the author of the papers marked T. But he had at this time written only 1 number. Footnote: Johnson's statement to Warton is definite, and is borne out by internal evidence, if internal evidence can be needful when he had once made a definite statement. The papers signed Misogyrus, the first of which appeared on March 3, are all below his style. They were not, I feel sure, written by him, and are improperly given in the Oxford edition of his works. I do not find in them even any traces of his hand. The paper on sleep, No. 39, is, I am almost sure, partly his, but I believe it is not wholly. In the frequency of quotations in the first part of it, I see another, and probably a younger, author. The passage on the low drudgery of digesting dictionaries is almost certainly his. Dr. Bathurst perhaps wrote the essay, and Johnson corrected it. Whether it was Johnson's or not, it was published after the letter to Dr. Warton was written. End of footnote. And besides, even at any after period, he might have used the same expression, considering it as a point of honour not to own them. For Mrs. Williams told me that, as he had given those essays to Dr. Bathurst, who sold them at 2 guineas each, he never would own them. Nay, he used to say he did not write them, but the fact was that he dictated them while Bathurst wrote. I read to him Mrs. Williams's account. He smiled and said nothing. Footnote: see post April 25th, 1778, for an instance where Johnson's silence did not imply assent. End of footnote. I am not quite satisfied with the casuistry by which the productions of one person are thus passed upon the world for the productions of another. I allow that not only knowledge, but powers and qualities of mind may be communicated, but the actual effect of individual exertion never can be transferred with truth to any other than its own original cause. One person's child may be made the child of another person by adoption, as among the Romans, or by the ancient Jewish mode of a wife having children born to her upon her knees by her handmaid. But these were children in a different sense from that of nature. It was clearly understood that they were not of the blood of their nominal parents. So in literary children an author may give the profits and fame of his composition to another man, but cannot make that other the real author. A Highland gentleman, a younger branch of a family, once consulted me if he could not validly purchase the chieftainship of his family from the chief, who was willing to sell it. I told him it was impossible for him to acquire by purchase a right to be a different person from what he really was, for that the right of chieftainship attached to the blood of primogeniture, and therefore was incapable of being transferred. I added that though Esau sold his birthright, or the advantages belonging to it, he still remained the firstborn of his parents, and that whatever agreement a chief might make with any of the clan, the herald's office could not admit of the metamorphosis, or with any decency attest that the younger was the elder. But I did not convince the worthy gentleman. Johnson's papers in the Adventurer are very similar to those of the Rambler, but being rather more varied in their subjects, and being mixed with essays by other writers upon topics more generally attractive than even the most elegant ethical discourses, the sale of the work at first was more extensive. Without meaning, however, to depreciate the Adventurer, I must observe that, as the value of the Rambler came in the progress of time to be better known, it grew upon the public estimation, and that its sale has far exceeded that of any other periodical papers since the reign of Queen Anne. In one of the books of his diary I find the following entry: April 3, 1753, I began the second volume of my dictionary, room being left in the first for preface, grammar, and history, none of them yet begun. O God, who hast hitherto supported me, enable me to proceed in this labour and in the whole task of my present state, that when I shall render up at the last day an account of the talent committed to me, I may receive pardon for the sake of Jesus Christ. Amen. Mrs. Lennox, Itart 45. He this year favoured Mrs. Lennox with the dedication to the Earl of Orrery of her Shakespeare Illustrated. Footnote. One evening at the club, Johnson proposed to us the celebrating the birth of Mrs. Lennox's first literary child, as he called her book, The Life of Harriet Stewart, a novel, published December 1750, by a whole night spent in festivity. Our supper was elegant, and Johnson had directed that a magnificent hot apple pie should make a part of it, and this he would have stuck with bay leaves, because, forsooth, Mrs. Lennox was an authoress, and had written verses. And further, he had prepared for her a crown of laurel, with which, but not till he had invoked the Muses by some ceremonies of his own invention, he encircled her brows. About 5, Johnson's face shone with meridian splendour, though his drink had been only lemonade. Hawkins's Johnson, page 286. See post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection, and May 15, 1784. The Life of Edward Cave, Anno Domini 1754. 1754, Itart 45. In 1754 I can trace nothing published by him except his numbers of The Adventurer and The Life of Edward Cave, * in the Gentleman's Magazine for February. In biography there can be no question that he excelled beyond all who have attempted that species of composition, upon which indeed he set the highest value. To the minute selection of characteristical circumstances, for which the ancients were remarkable, he added a philosophical research and the most perspicuous and energetic language. Cave was certainly a man of estimable qualities, and was eminently diligent and successful in his own business, which doubtless entitled him to respect. Footnote: in a document in the possession of one of Cave's collateral descendants, which I have seen, dated May 3, 1754, and headed "Present State of the late Mr. Edward Cave's effects," I found entered magazine £3,000, daily advertiser £900. The total value of the effects was £8,708. End of footnote. But he was peculiarly fortunate in being recorded by Johnson, who, of the narrow life of a printer and publisher, without any digressions or adventitious circumstances, has made an interesting and agreeable narrative. Footnote: Johnson records of his friend that one of the last acts of reason which he exerted was fondly to press the hand that is now writing this little narrative. Works, Volume 6, page 433. End of footnote. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The dictionary, we may believe, afforded Johnson full occupation this year. As it approached to its conclusion, he probably worked with redoubled vigour, as seamen increase their exertion and alacrity when they have a near prospect of their haven. Lord Chesterfield's neglect. Lord Chesterfield, to whom Johnson had paid the high compliment of addressing to his Lordship the plan of his dictionary, had behaved to him in such a manner as to excite his contempt and indignation. The world has been for many years amused with a story confidently told, and as confidently repeated, with additional circumstances. Footnote: see Hawkins's Johnson, page 189, in a footnote. That a sudden disgust was taken by Johnson upon occasion of his having been one day kept long in waiting in his Lordship's antechamber, for which the reason assigned was that he had company with him, and that at last, when the door opened, out walked Colley Cibber, and that Johnson was so violently provoked when he found for whom he had been so long excluded, that he went away in a passion, and never would return. I remember having mentioned this story to George Lord Lyttelton, who told me he was very intimate with Lord Chesterfield, and, holding it as a well-known truth, defended Lord Chesterfield by saying that Cibber, who had been introduced familiarly by the back stairs, had probably not been there above 10 minutes. It may seem strange even to entertain a doubt concerning a story so long and so widely current, and thus implicitly adopted, if not sanctioned, by the authority which I have mentioned. But Johnson himself assured me that there was not the least foundation for it. He told me that there never was any particular incident which produced a quarrel between Lord Chesterfield and him, but that his Lordship's continued neglect was the reason why he resolved to have no connection with him. Footnote: Lord Chesterfield, writing to his son in 1751, Letters, Volume 3, No. 136, said, "People in high life are hardened to the wants and distresses of mankind, as surgeons are to their bodily pains. They see and hear of them all day long, and even of so many simulated ones, that they do not know which are real and which are not. Other sentiments are therefore to be applied to than those of mere justice and humanity. Their favour must be captivated by the suaviter in modo, their love of ease disturbed by unwearied importunity, or their fears wrought upon by a decent intimation of implacable cool resentment. This is the true fortiter in re. He was himself to experience an instance of the true fortiter in re. End of footnote. When the dictionary was upon the eve of publication, Lord Chesterfield, who, it is said, had flattered himself with expectations that Johnson would dedicate the work to him, footnote. If Lord Chesterfield had read the last number of the Rambler, published in March 1752, he could scarcely have flattered himself with these expectations. Johnson, after saying that he would not endeavour to overbear the censures of criticism by the influence of a patron, added, "The supplications of an author never yet reprieved him a moment from oblivion. And though greatness sometimes sheltered guilt, it can afford no protection to ignorance or dullness. Having hitherto attempted only the propagation of truth, I will not at last violate it by the confession of terrors which I do not feel. Having laboured to maintain the dignity of virtue, I will not now degrade it by the meanness of dedication." End of footnote. Flattered himself with expectations that Johnson would dedicate the work to him. Attempted in a courtly manner to soothe and insinuate himself with the sage, conscious, as it would seem, of the cold indifference with which he had treated its learned author, and further attempted to conciliate him by writing 2 papers in The World in recommendation of the work. Footnote. On November 28th and December 5th, 1754. The World, by Adam Fitzadam, January 1753 to December 1765. The editor was Edward Moore. Among the contributors were the Earls of Chesterfield and Cork, Horace Walpole, R.O. Cambridge, and Soane Jenny. See post, July 1st, 1763. End of footnote. And it must be confessed that they contain some studied compliments, so finely turned that, if there had been no previous offence, it is probable that Johnson would have been highly delighted. Footnote. With these papers as a whole, Johnson would have been highly offended. The anonymous writer hopes that his readers will not suspect him of being a hired and interested puff of this work. "I most solemnly protest," he goes on to say, "that neither Mr. Johnson nor any booksellers have ever offered me the usual compliment of a pair of gloves or a bottle of wine." It is a pretty piece of irony for a wealthy nobleman solemnly to protest that he has not been bribed by a poor author, whom 7 years before he had repulsed from his door. But Chesterfield did worse than this. By way of recommending a work of so much learning and so much labour, he tells a foolish story of an assignation that had failed between a fine gentleman and a fine lady. The letter that had passed between them had been badly spelt, and they had gone to different houses. Such examples, he wrote, really make one tremble, and will, I am convinced, determine my fair fellow subjects and their adherents to adopt and scrupulously conform to Mr. Johnson's rules of true orthography. Johnson, in the last year of his life, at a time of great weakness and depression, defended the roughness of his manner. "I have done more good as I am. Obscenity and impiety have always been repressed in my company." Post, June 11, 1784. End of footnote. Lord Chesterfield's flattery, ITART 45. Praise in general was pleasing to him, but by praise from a man of rank and elegant accomplishments he was peculiarly gratified. His Lordship says, I think the public in general, and the Republic of Letters in particular, are greatly obliged to Mr. Johnson for having undertaken and executed so great and desirable a work. Perfection is not to be expected from man, but if we are to judge by the various works of Johnson already published, footnote in the original Mr. Johnson, we have good reason to believe that he will bring this as near to perfection as any man could do. The plan of it, which he published some years ago, seems to me to be a proof of it. Nothing can be more rationally imagined or more accurately and elegantly expressed. I therefore recommend the previous perusal of it to all those who intend to buy the dictionary, and who, I suppose, are all those who can afford it. It must be owned that our language is at present in a state of anarchy, and hitherto, perhaps, it may not have been the worse for it. During our free and open trade, many words and expressions have been imported, adopted, and naturalized from other languages, which have greatly enriched our own. Let it still preserve what real strength and beauty it may have borrowed from others, but let it not, like the Tarpeian maid, be overwhelmed and crushed by unnecessary ornaments. Footnote in the original, unnecessary foreign ornaments. End of footnote. The time for discrimination seems to be now come. Toleration, adoption, and naturalization have run their lengths. Good order and authority are now necessary. But where shall we find them, and at the same time the obedience due to them? We must have recourse to the old Roman expedient in times of confusion, and choose a dictator. Upon this principle I give my vote for Mr. Johnson to fill that great and arduous post, and I hereby declare that I make a total surrender of all my rights and privileges in the English language, as a free-born British subject, to the said Mr. Johnson during the term of his dictatorship. Nay more, I will not only obey him like an old Roman as my dictator, but like a modern Roman I will implicitly believe in him as my Pope, and hold him to be infallible while in the chair, but no longer. More than this he cannot well require, for I presume that obedience can never be expected where there is neither terror to enforce nor interest to invite it. But a grammar, a dictionary, and a history of our language through its several stages was still wanting at home, and importunately called for from abroad. Mr. Johnson's labours will now, I dare say, very fully supply that want. Footnote in the original, will now, and I dare say very fully, end of footnote, and greatly contribute to the farther spreading of our language in other countries. Learners were discouraged by finding no standard to resort to, and consequently thought it incapable of any. They will now be undeceived and encouraged. This courtly device failed of its effect. Footnote. Hawkins' Life, page 191, says that Chesterfield, further to appease Johnson, sent to him Sir Thomas Robinson, see post July 19, 1763, who was to apologize for his lordship's treatment of him, and to make him tenders of his future friendship and patronage. Sir Thomas, whose talent was flattery, was profuse in his commendations of Johnson and his writings, and declared that, were his circumstances other than they were, himself would settle £500 a year on him. "And who are you," asked Johnson, "that talk thus liberally?" "I am," said the other, "Sir Thomas Robinson, a Yorkshire baronet." "Sir," replied Johnson, "if the first peer of the realm were to make me such an offer, I would show him the way downstairs." End of footnote. Johnson, who thought that all was false and hollow, footnote, Paradise Lost, Book 2, line 112, end of footnote, despised the honeyed words, and was even indignant that Lord Chesterfield should for a moment imagine that he could be the dupe of such an artifice. His expression to me concerning Lord Chesterfield upon this occasion was, "Sir, after making great professions," footnote, Johnson perhaps was thinking of his interviews with Chesterfield when, in his Rambler on the Mischiefs of Following a Patron, No. 163, he wrote, "If you, Mr. Rambler, have ever ventured your philosophy within the attraction of greatness, you know the force of such language, introduced with a smile of gracious tenderness, and impressed at the conclusion with an air of solemn sincerity." End of footnote. After making great professions, he had for many years taken no notice of me. But when my dictionary was coming out, he fell a scribbling in the world about it. Upon which I wrote him a letter, expressed in civil terms, but such as might show him that I did not mind what he said or wrote, and that I had done with him. Footnote. Johnson said to Garrick, "I have sailed a long and painful voyage round the world of the English language. Does he now send out 2 cock boats to tow me into harbour?" Murphy's Johnson, page 74. This metaphor may perhaps have been suggested to Johnson by Warburton. "I now begin to see land, after having wandered, according to Mr. Warburton's phrase, in this vast sea of words." Post, February 1st, 1755. End of footnote. Johnson's spelling, Anno Domini 1754. This is that celebrated letter of which so much has been said, and about which curiosity has been so long excited without being gratified. I had for many years solicited Johnson to favour me with a copy of it. Footnote. See post November 22nd, 1779, and April 8th, 1780. Sir Henry Ellis says that address in Johnson's own copy of his letter to Lord Chesterfield is spelt twice with 1 D. Croker's Correspondence, Volume 2, page 44. In the series of letters by Johnson given in Notes and Queries, 6th Series, Volume 5, Johnson writes pursuit, P-E-R-S-U-I-T, I cannot but, B-U-T-T, to retain counsel, C-O-U-N-C-I-L, harassed, H-A-R-R-A-S-S-E-D, imbecility, I-M-B-E-C-I-L-L-I-T-Y. In a letter to Nichols, quoted by me post beginning of 1783, he writes illness, I-L-N-E-S-S. He commonly, perhaps always, spelt Boswell, B-O-S-W-E-L, and Nichols's name in one series of letters he spelt Nichols, N-I-C-H-O-L-S, N-I-C-H-O-L, and N-I-C-O-L, post beginning of 1781, note, end of footnote. That so excellent a composition might not be lost to posterity, he delayed from time to time to give it to me. Footnote. Dr. Johnson appeared to have had a remarkable delicacy with respect to the circulation of this letter, for Dr. Douglas, Bishop of Salisbury, informs me that, having many years ago pressed him to be allowed to read it to the second Lord Hardwicke, who was very desirous to hear it, promising at the same time that no copy of it should be taken, Johnson seemed much pleased that it had attracted the attention of a nobleman of such a respectable character, but after pausing some time, declined to comply with the request, saying with a smile, "No, sir, I have hurt the dog too much already." All words to that purpose, Boswell. End of footnote. Till at last, in 1781, when we were on a visit at Mr. Dilly's at South Hill in Bedfordshire, he was pleased to dictate it to me from memory. He afterwards found among his papers a copy of it which he had dictated to Mr. Baretti, with its title and corrections in his own handwriting. This he gave to Mr. Langton, adding that if it were to come into print, he wished it to be from that copy. By Mr. Langton's kindness I am enabled to enrich my work with a perfect transcript of what the world has so eagerly desired to see. Footnote: in 1790, the year before the Life of Johnson came out, Boswell published this letter in a separate sheet of 4 quarto pages under the following title: The celebrated letter from Samuel Johnson, Doctor of Laws, to Philip Dormer Stanhope, Earl of Chesterfield, now first published with notes by James Boswell, Esquire, London, printed by Henry Baldwin for Charles Dilly in the Poultry, 1790, price half a guinea, entered in the Hall Book of the Company of Stationers. It belongs to the same impression as the Life of Johnson. End of footnote. Johnson's Letter to Lord Chesterfield, ITART 45. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Chesterfield, February the 7th, 1755, my Lord. I have been lately informed by the proprietor of the World that 2 papers in which my dictionary is recommended to the public were written by your Lordship. To be so distinguished is an honour which, being very little accustomed to favours from the great, I know not well how to receive, or in what terms to acknowledge. When, upon some slight encouragement, I first visited your Lordship, I was overpowered, like the rest of mankind, by the enchantment of your address, and could not forbear to wish that I might boast myself le vainqueur du vainqueur de la terre. Footnote: Je chante le vainqueur, les vainqueurs de la terre. Voilà la poétique. Chant 3, 272. End of footnote. That I might obtain that regard for which I saw the world contending. But I found my attendance so little encouraged, that neither pride nor modesty would suffer me to continue it. When I had once addressed your Lordship in public, I had exhausted all the art of pleasing which a retired and uncourtly scholar can possess. I had done all that I could, and no man is well pleased to have his all neglected, be it ever so little. 7 years, my Lord, have now passed since I waited in your outward rooms, or was repulsed from your door, during which time I have been pushing on my work through difficulties of which it is useless to complain, and have brought it at last to the verge of publication without one act of assistance, one word of encouragement, or one smile of favour. Such treatment I did not expect, for I never had a patron before. The shepherd in Virgil grew at last acquainted with love, and found him a native of the rocks. Footnote. The following note is subjoined by Mr. Langton. Dr. Johnson, when he gave me this copy of his letter, desired that I would annex to it his information to me that, whereas it is said in the letter that no assistance has been received, he did once receive from Lord Chesterfield the sum of £10. But as that was so inconsiderable a sum, he thought the mention of it could not properly find place in a letter of the kind that this was. Boswell. This surely is an unsatisfactory excuse, writes Mr. Croker. He read Dr. Johnson's letter carelessly, as the rest of his note shows. Johnson says that during the 7 years that had passed since he was repulsed from Chesterfield's door, he had pushed on his work without one act of assistance. These £10, we may feel sure, had been received before the 7 years began to run. No doubt they had been given in 1747 as an acknowledgment of the compliment paid to Chesterfield in the plan. He had at first been misled by Chesterfield's one act of kindness, but he had long had his eyes opened. Like the shepherd in Virgil, 8th Eclogue, line 43, he could say, "Nunc scio quid sit amor." Is not a patron, my lord, one who looks with unconcern on a man struggling for life in the water, and, when he has reached ground, encumbers him with help? The notice which you have been pleased to take of my labours, had it been early, had been kind; but it has been delayed till I am indifferent and cannot enjoy it, till I am solitary and cannot impart it, till I am known and do not want it. In this passage Dr. Johnson evidently alludes to the loss of his wife. We find the same tender recollection recurring to his mind upon innumerable occasions, and perhaps no man ever more forcibly felt the truth of the sentiment so elegantly expressed by my friend Mr. Malone in his prologue to Mr. Jephson's tragedy of Julia. Julia, or the Italian Lover, was acted for the first time on April 17, 1787. Vain wealth and fame and fortune's fostering care, if no fond breast the splendid blessing share, and each day's bustling pageantry once past, there, only there, our bliss is found at last. Boswell. 3 years earlier, when his wife was dying, he had written in one of the last Ramblers, number 203, "It is necessary to the completion of every good that it be timely obtained, for whatever comes at the close of life will come too late to give much delight. What we acquire by bravery or science, by mental or corporal diligence, comes at last when we cannot communicate, and therefore cannot enjoy it." Chesterfield himself was in no happy state. Less than a month before he received Johnson's letter, he wrote, Works, Volume 3, page 308, "For these 6 months past, it seems as if all the complaints that ever attacked heads had joined to overpower mine. Continual noises, headache, giddiness, and impenetrable deafness. I could not stoop to write, and even reading, the only resource of the deaf, was painful to me." He wrote to his son a year earlier, Letters, volume 443, "Reading, which was always a pleasure to me in the time even of my greatest dissipation, is now become my only refuge, and I fear I indulge it too much at the expense of my eyes. But what can I do? I must do something. I cannot bear absolute idleness. My ears grow every day more useless to me, my eyes consequently more necessary. I will not hoard them like a miser, but will rather risk the loss than not enjoy the use of them." I hope it is no very cynical asperity not to confess obligations where no benefit has been received, or to be unwilling that the public should consider me as owing that to a patron which Providence has enabled me to do for myself. Having carried on my work thus far with so little obligation to any favourer of learning, I shall not be disappointed, though I should conclude it, if less be possible, with less, for I have been long wakened from that dream of hope in which I once boasted myself with so much exultation, my Lord, your Lordship's most humble, most obedient servant, Samuel Johnson. Footnotes. The English dictionary was written with little assistance of the learned, and without any patronage of the great, not in the soft obscurities of retirement, or under the shelter of academic bowers, but amidst inconvenience and distraction, in sickness and in sorrow. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 51. Upon comparing this copy with that which Dr. Johnson dictated to me from recollection, the variations are found to be so slight that this must be added to the many other proofs which he gave of the wonderful extent and accuracy of his memory. To gratify the curious in composition, I have deposited both the copies in the British Museum. Boswell. End of footnotes. His high opinion of Warburton, ITART 45. While this was the talk of the town, says Dr. Adams in a letter to me, I happened to visit Dr. Warburton, who, finding that I was acquainted with Johnson, desired me earnestly to carry his compliments to him, and to tell him that he honoured him for his manly behaviour in rejecting these condescensions of Lord Chesterfield, and for resenting the treatment he had received from him with a proper spirit. Johnson was visibly pleased with this compliment, for he had always a high opinion of Warburton. Footnote. Soon after Edwards's Canons of Criticism came out, Johnson was dining at Tonson the bookseller's with Hayman the painter and some more company. Hayman related to Sir Joshua Reynolds that, the conversation having turned upon Edwards's book, the gentleman praised it much, and Johnson allowed its merit. But when they went farther, and appeared to put that author upon a level with Warburton, "Nay," said Johnson, "he has given him some smart hits, to be sure, but there is no proportion between the two men. They must not be named together. A fly, sir, may sting a stately horse and make him wince, but one is but an insect, and the other is a horse still." Boswell. Johnson, in his preface to Shakespeare, Works, Volume 5, page 141, wrote, "Dr. Warburton's chief assailants are the authors of the Canons of Criticism and of the Revisal of Shakespeare's Text. The one stings like a fly, sucks a little blood, takes a gay flutter, and returns for more. The other bites like a viper. When I think on one with his confederates, I remember the danger of Coriolanus, who was afraid that girls with spits and boys with stones should slay him in puny battle. When the other crosses my imagination, I remember the prodigy in Macbeth. A falcon towering in his pride of place was by a mousing owl hawked at and killed. Let me, however, do them justice. One is a wit, and one a scholar." End of footnote. Indeed, the force of mind which appeared in this letter was congenial with that which Warburton himself amply possessed. Footnote. To Johnson might be applied what he himself said of Dryden. He appears to have known in its whole extent the dignity of his character, and to have set a very high value on his own powers and performances. Works, Volume 7, page 291, end of footnote. For Garrett, read Patron, Anno Domini 1754. There is a curious minute circumstance which struck me in comparing the various editions of Johnson's Imitations of Juvenal. In the 10th satire, one of the couplets upon the vanity of wishes even for literary distinction stood thus: "Yet think what ills the scholar's life assail, pride, envy, want, the garret, and the jail." Footnote. In the original, "Yet mark what ills the scholar's life assail, toil, envy, want, the garret, and the jail." End of footnote. But after experiencing the uneasiness which Lord Chesterfield's fallacious patronage made him feel, he dismissed the word garret from the sad group, and in all the subsequent editions the line stands, pride, envy, want, the patron, and the jail. Footnote. In his dictionary he defined patron as commonly a wretch who supports with insolence and is paid with flattery. This definition disappears in the abridgment, but remains in the 4th edition. End of footnote. Defence of pride, Itart. 45. That Lord Chesterfield must have been mortified by the lofty contempt and polite yet keen satire with which Johnson exhibited him to himself in this letter, it is impossible to doubt. He, however, with that glossy duplicity which was his constant study, affected to be quite unconcerned. Dr. Adams mentioned to Mr. Robert Dodsley that he was sorry Johnson had written his letter to Lord Chesterfield. Dodsley, with the true feelings of trade, said he was very sorry too, for that he had a property in the dictionary to which his lordship's patronage might have been of consequence. He then told Dr. Adams that Lord Chesterfield had shown him the letter. I should have imagined, replied Dr. Adams, that Lord Chesterfield would have concealed it. "Oh," said Dodsley, "do you think a letter from Johnson could hurt Lord Chesterfield? Not at all, sir. It lay upon his table where anybody might see it. He read it to me, said, 'This man has great powers,' pointed out the severest passages, and observed how well they were expressed." This air of indifference, which imposed upon the worthy Dodsley, was certainly nothing but a specimen of that dissimulation which Lord Chesterfield inculcated as one of the most essential lessons for the conduct of life. Footnote. Chesterfield, when he read Johnson's letter to Dodsley, was acting up to the advice that he had given his own son 6 years earlier, Letters, Volume 2, 172, "When things of this kind (in square brackets bon mot) happen to be said of you, the most prudent way is to seem not to suppose that they are meant at you, but to dissemble, and conceal whatever degree of anger you may feel inwardly. And should they be so plain that you cannot be supposed ignorant of their meaning, so join in the laugh of the company against yourself, acknowledge the hit to be a fair one, and the jest a good one, and play off the whole thing in seeming good humour, but by no means reply in the same way, which only shows that you are hurt, and publishes the victory which you might have concealed." End of footnote. His lordship endeavoured to justify himself to Dodsley from the charges brought against him by Johnson, but we may judge of the flimsiness of his defence from his having excused his neglect of Johnson by saying that he had heard he had changed his lodgings, and did not know where he lived. As if there could have been the smallest difficulty to inform himself of that circumstance by inquiring in the literary circle, with which his lordship was well acquainted, and was indeed himself one of its ornaments. Dr. Adams expostulated with Johnson, and suggested that his not being admitted when he called on him was probably not to be imputed to Lord Chesterfield, for his lordship had declared to Dodsley that he would have turned off the best servant he ever had, if he had known that he denied him to a man who would have been always more than welcome. And in confirmation of this, he insisted on Lord Chesterfield's general affability and easiness of access, especially to literary men. "Sir," said Johnson, "that is not Lord Chesterfield. He is the proudest man this day existing." Footnote. See post March 23, 1783, where Johnson said that Lord Chesterfield was dignified, but he was insolent, and June 27, 1784, where he said that his manner was exquisitely elegant. End of footnote. "No," said Dr. Adams, "there is one person at least as proud. I think by your own account you are the prouder man of the two." "But mine," replied Johnson instantly, "was defensive pride." This, as Dr. Adams well observed, was one of those happy turns for which he was so remarkably ready. A Wit among Lords, Anno Domini 1754. Johnson, having now explicitly avowed his opinion of Lord Chesterfield, did not refrain from expressing himself concerning that nobleman with pointed freedom. "This man," said he, "I thought had been a lord among wits, but I find he is only a wit among lords." Footnote. Whate'er of mongrel no one class admits, a wit with dunces and a dunce with wits. Pope's Dunciad, Book 4, line 90. A true choice spirit, we admit, with wits a fool, with fools a wit. Churchill's Duellist, Book 3. The solemn fop, significant and budge, a fool with judges, amongst fools a judge. Cooper's Poems, Conversation, Book 1, line 299. According to Rebecca Warner, Original Letters, page 204, Johnson, telling Joseph Folk about his refusal to dedicate his dictionary to Chesterfield, said, "Sir, I found I must have gilded a rotten post." End of footnote. And when his Letters to his Natural Son were published, he observed that they teach the morals of a whore and the manners of a dancing master. Footnote. That collection of letters cannot be vindicated from the serious charge of encouraging in some passages one of the vices most destructive to the good order and comfort of society, which his Lordship represents as mere fashionable gallantry, and in others of inculcating the base practice of dissimulation, and recommending with disproportionate anxiety a perpetual attention to external elegance of manners. But it must at the same time be allowed that they contain many good precepts of conduct, and much genuine information upon life and manners very happily expressed, and that there was considerable merit in paying so much attention to the improvement of one who was dependent upon his Lordship's protection. It has probably been exceeded in no instance by the most exemplary parent. And though I can by no means approve of confounding the distinction between lawful and illicit offspring, which is in effect insulting the civil establishment of our country, to look no higher, I cannot help thinking it laudable to be kindly attentive to those whose existence we have in any way been the cause. Mr. Stanhope's character has been unjustly represented as diametrically opposite to what Lord Chesterfield wished him to be. He has been called dull, gross, and awkward. But I knew him at Dresden, when he was envoy to that court, and though he could not boast of the graces, he was in truth a sensible, civil, well-behaved man. Boswell, See Post, March 28, 1775, and April 29, 1776, and June 27, 1784. End of footnote. Chesterfield's respectable Hottentot, Itart 45. The character of a respectable Hottentot in Lord Chesterfield's Letters, Volume 3, 129, has been generally understood to be meant for Johnson, and I have no doubt that it was. But I remember when the literary property of those letters was contested in the Court of Session in Scotland, and Mr. Henry Dundas, footnote, now one of His Majesty's principal Secretaries of State, Boswell, afterwards Viscount Melville, end of footnote, one of the counsel for the proprietors read this character as an exhibition of Johnson. Sir David Dalrymple, Lord Hailes, one of the judges, maintained with some warmth that it was not intended as a portrait of Johnson, but of a late noble lord distinguished for abstruse science. *, probably George, 2nd Earl of Macclesfield, who was in 1752 elected President of the Royal Society, Croker. Horace Walpole, Letters, vol. 2321, mentions him as engaged to a party for finding out the longitude. I have heard Johnson himself talk of the character, and say that it was meant for George Lord Lyttelton, in which I could by no means agree, for his lordship had nothing of that violence which is a conspicuous feature in the composition. Finding that my illustrious friend could bear to have it supposed that it might be meant for him, I said laughingly that there was one tray which unquestionably did not belong to him. He throws his meat anywhere but down his throat. Sir, said he, Lord Chesterfield never saw me eat in his life. *. In another work, Dr. Johnson, his Friends and his Critics, page 214, I have shown that Lord Chesterfield's respectable Hottentot was not Johnson. From the beginning of 1748 to the end of 1754, Chesterfield had no dealings of any kind with Johnson. At no time had there been the slightest intimacy between the great nobleman and the poor author. Chesterfield had never seen Johnson eat. The letter in which the character is drawn opens with the epigram, Non amo te sabidi, nec possum dicere quare, hoc tantum possum dicere, non amo te. Chesterfield goes on to show how it is possible not to love anybody, and yet not to know the reason why. How often, he says, have I, in the course of my life, found myself in this situation with regard to many of my acquaintance whom I have honoured and respected, without being able to love. He then instances the case of a man whom he describes as a respectable Hottentot. It is clear that he is writing of a man whom he knows well, and who has some claim upon his affection. Twice he says that it is impossible to love him. The date of this letter is February 28, 1751, more than 3 years after Johnson had for the last time waited in Chesterfield's outward rooms. Moreover, the same man is described in 3 other letters, September 22, 1749, November 1749, and May 27, 1753, and described as one with whom Chesterfield lived on terms of intimacy. In the 2 former of these letters he is called Mr. L. Lyttelton did not become Sir George Lyttelton till September 14, 1751. He was raised to the peerage in 1757. Horace Walpole, Reign of George III, Volume 1, page 256, says of him, "His ignorance of mankind, want of judgment, strange absence, and awkwardnesses involved him in mistakes and ridicule." Had Chesterfield's letter been published when it was written, no one in all likelihood would have so much as dreamt that Johnson was aimed at. But it did not come before the world till 23 years later, when Johnson's quarrel with Chesterfield was known to every one, when Johnson himself was at the very head of the literary world, and when his peculiarities had become a matter of general interest. End of footnote. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A beggarly Scotchman, Anno Domini 1754. On the 6th of March came out Lord Bolingbroke's works, published by Mr. David Mallet. Footnote. About 4 years after this time, Gibbon, on his return to England, became intimate with Mr. and Mrs. Mallet. He wrote thus of them: "The most useful friends of my father were the Mallets. They received me with civility and kindness, at first on his account, and afterwards on my own, and, if I may use Lord Chesterfield's words, I was soon domesticated in their house. Mr. Mallet, a name among the English poets, is praised by an unforgiving enemy for the ease and elegance of his conversation, and his wife was not destitute of wit or learning." The unforgiving enemy was Johnson, who wrote, "His conversation was elegant and easy. The rest of his character may, without injury to his memory, sink into silence." Johnson once said, "I have seldom met with a man whose colloquial ability exceeded that of Mallet." End of footnote. The wild and pernicious ravings under the name of philosophy, which were thus ushered into the world, gave great offence to all well-principled men. Johnson, hearing of their tendency, footnote. Johnson had never read Bolingbroke's Philosophy. "I have never read Bolingbroke's Impiety," he said, in the memorable sentence that he notwithstanding pronounced upon the author. He exposed himself to the retort which he had recorded in his Life of Boerhaave. "As Boerhaave was sitting in a common boat, there arose a conversation among the passengers upon the impious and pernicious doctrine of Spinoza, which, as they all agreed, tends to the utter overthrow of all religion. Boerhaave sat and attended silently to this discourse for some time, till one of the company, instead of confuting the positions of Spinoza by argument, began to give a loose to contumelious language and virulent invectives, which Boerhaave was so little pleased with, that at last he could not forbear asking him whether he had ever read the author he declaimed against." End of footnote. Johnson, hearing of their tendency, which nobody disputed, was roused with a just indignation, and pronounced this memorable sentence upon the noble author and his editor: "Sir, he was a scoundrel and a coward." Footnote: Lord Shelburne said that Bolingbroke was both a political and personal coward. End of footnote. A scoundrel for charging a blunderbuss against religion and morality, a coward because he had not resolution to fire it off himself, but left half a crown to a beggarly Scotchman to draw the trigger after his death. Footnote: It was in the summer of this year that Murphy became acquainted with Johnson. The first striking sentence that he heard from him was in a few days after the publication of Lord Bolingbroke's posthumous works. Mr. Garrick asked him if he had seen them. "Yes, I have seen them." "What do you think of them?" "Think of them?" He made a long pause, and then replied, "Think of them? A scoundrel and a coward. A scoundrel who spent his life in charging a gun against Christianity, and a coward who was afraid of hearing the report of his own gun, but left half a crown to a hungry Scotchman to draw the trigger after his death." His mind, at this time strained and overlaboured by constant exertion, called for an interval of repose and indolence. But indolence was a time of danger. It was then that his spirits, not employed abroad, turned with inward hostility against himself. Adam Smith perhaps had this saying of Johnson's in mind when, in 1776, he refused the request of the dying Hume to edit after his death his Dialogues on Natural Religion. Hume wrote back, "I think your scruples groundless. Was Mallet anywise hurt by his publication of Lord Bolingbroke? He received an office afterwards from the present King and Lord Bute, the most prudish man in the world." Smith did not yield. End of footnote. Garrick, who, I can attest from my own knowledge, had his mind seasoned with pious reverence, and sincerely disapproved the infidel writings of several whom, in the course of his almost universal gay intercourse with men of eminence, he treated with external civility, distinguished himself upon this occasion. Mr. Pelham having died on the very day on which Lord Bolingbroke's works came out, he wrote an elegant ode on his death, beginning, "Let others hail the rising sun, I bow to that whose course is run," in which is the following stanza: "The same sad morn to church and state, So for our sins 'twas fixed by fate, A double stroke was given. Black as the whirlwinds of the north, St. John's fell genius issued forth, And Pelham fled to heaven." Footnote: according to Horace Walpole, Pelham died of a surfeit. As Johnson says, "The death of great men is not always proportioned to the lustre of their lives. The death of Pope was imputed by some of his friends to a silver saucepan in which it was his delight to heat potted lampreys." Fielding, in the Voyage to Lisbon, records, "I was at the worst on that memorable day when the public lost Mr. Pelham. From that day I began slowly, as it were, to draw my feet out of the grave." "I shall now have no more peace," the King said with a sigh, being told of his minister's death. Walpole's George II. End of footnote. Thomas Warton, Anno Domini 1754. Johnson this year found an interval of leisure to make an excursion to Oxford, for the purpose of consulting the libraries there. Of this, and of many interesting circumstances concerning him, during a part of his life when he conversed but little with the world, I am enabled to give a particular account by the liberal communications of the Reverend Mr. Thomas Warton, who obligingly furnished me with several of our common friends' letters, which he illustrated with notes. Footnote: Thomas Warton, the younger brother of Dr. Warton, was a Fellow of Trinity College, Oxford. He was poetry professor from 1758 to 1768. In 1785 he was made poet laureate. Mr. Mant, telling of an estrangement between Johnson and the Wartons, says that he had heard on unquestionable authority that Johnson had lamented with tears in his eyes that the Wartons had not called on him for the last 4 years, and that he has been known to declare that Tom Warton was the only man of genius whom he knew without a heart. End of footnote. These letters I shall insert in their proper places. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Warton, Sir, it is but an ill return for the book with which you were pleased to favour me. Footnote: Observations on Spenser's Faery Queen, the first edition of which was now just published. Warton. End of footnote. To have delayed my thanks for it till now. I am too apt to be negligent, but I can never deliberately show my disrespect to a man of your character, and I now pay you a very honest acknowledgment for the advancement of the literature of our native country. You have shown to all who shall hereafter attempt the study of our ancient authors the way to success, by directing them to the perusal of the books which those authors had read. Of this method Hughes, footnote, Hughes published an edition of Spenser, Warton, end of footnote, and men much greater than Hughes seem never to have thought. The reason why the authors which are yet read of the 16th century are so little understood is that they are read alone, and no help is borrowed from those who lived with them or before them. Some part of this ignorance I hope to remove by my book, his dictionary, Warton, which now draws towards its end, but which I cannot finish to my mind without visiting the libraries at Oxford, which I therefore hope to see in a fortnight. He came to Oxford within a fortnight, and stayed about 5 weeks. He lodged at a house called Kettle Hall, near Trinity College, but during this visit at Oxford he collected nothing in the libraries for his dictionary, Warton. I know not how long I shall stay, or where I shall lodge, but shall be sure to look for you at my arrival, and we shall easily settle the rest. I am, dear Sir, your most obedient, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, July 16, 1754. Johnson's visit to Oxford, Itart. 45. Of his conversation while at Oxford at this time, Mr. Warton preserved and communicated to me the following memorial, which, though not written with all the care and attention which that learned and elegant writer bestowed on those compositions which he intended for the public eye, is so happily expressed in an easy style that I should injure it by any alteration. When Johnson came to Oxford in 1754, Pitt this year described in the House of Commons a visit that he had paid to Oxford the summer before. He and his friends were at the window of the Angel Inn. A lady was desired to sing God Save Great George our King. The chorus was re-echoed by a set of young lads drinking at a college over the way, Queen's, but with additions of rank treason. Walpole's George II. The long vacation was beginning, and most people were leaving the place. This was the first time of his being there after quitting the university. The next morning after his arrival he wished to see his old college, Pembroke. I went with him. He was highly pleased to find all the college servants which he had left there still remaining. A fellow of Pembroke College of Johnson's time described the college servants as in the state of servitude the most miserable that can be conceived amongst so many masters. He says that the kicks and cuffs and bruises they submit to entitle them, when those who are displeased relent, to the compensation that is afforded by draughts of ale. There is not a college servant but, if he have learnt to suffer and to be officious, and be inclined to tipple, may forget his cares in a gallon or two of ale every day of his life. Particularly a very old butler. It was against the butler that Johnson in his college days had written an epigram: Quid mirum maro quod digne canit ama virumque, quid quod putiludum nostra camoena sonat, limosum nobis promis dat calidus haustum, vigilio vires uva falerna dedit, camine vis nostri scribant meliora poetae, ingenium ubias purio haustus allat. And expressed great satisfaction at being recognized by them, and conversed with them familiarly. He waited on the master, Dr. Radcliffe, who received him very coldly. Johnson at least expected that the master would order a copy of his dictionary, now near publication, but the master did not choose to talk on the subject, never asked Johnson to dine, nor even to visit him while he stayed at Oxford. After we had left the lodgings, Johnson said to me, "There lives a man who lives by the revenues of literature, and will not move a finger to support it." If I come to live at Oxford, I shall take up my abode at Trinity." We then called on the Reverend Mr. Meek, one of the Fellows, and of Johnson's standing. Here was a most cordial greeting on both sides. On leaving him, Johnson said, "I used to think Meek had excellent parts when we were boys together at the college, but alas, lost in a convent's solitary gloom." Pope Eloisa to Abelard. I remember at the classical lecture in the hall, I could not bear Meek's superiority, and I tried to sit as far from him as I could, that I might not hear him construe. Stories of old college days, Anno Domini 1754. As we were leaving the college, he said, "Here I translated Pope's Messiah. Which do you think is the best line in it? My own favourite is, Valis aromaticas pundit saronica nubes." Johnson or Warton misquoted the line. It stands mitit aromaticas valis saronica nubes. I told him I thought it a very sonorous hexameter. I did not tell him it was not in the Virgilian style. De Quincey, after saying that Johnson did not understand Latin with the elaborate and circumstantial accuracy required for the editing critically of a Latin classic, continues, "But if he had less than that, he also had more. He possessed that language in a way that no extent of mere critical knowledge could confer. He wrote it genially, not as one translating into it painfully from English, but as one using it for his original organ of thinking. And in Latin verse he expressed himself at times with the energy and freedom of a Roman." He much regretted that his first tutor, Mr. Jordan, was dead, for whom he seemed to retain the greatest regard. He said, "I once had been a whole morning sliding in Christchurch meadow, and missed his lecture in logic. After dinner he sent for me to his room. I expected a sharp rebuke for my idleness, and went with a beating heart. When we were seated, he told me he had sent for me to drink a glass of wine with him, and to tell me that he was not angry with me for missing his lecture. This was, in fact, a most severe reprimand. Some more of the boys were then sent for, and we spent a very pleasant afternoon." Besides Mr. Meek, there was only one other Fellow of Pembroke now resident, from both of whom Johnson received the greatest civilities during this visit, and they pressed him very much to have a room in the college. In the course of this visit, 1754, Johnson and I walked 3 or 4 times to Elsfield, a village beautifully situated about 3 miles from Oxford, to see Mr. Wise, Radcliffean librarian, with whom Johnson was much pleased. At this place Mr. Wise had fitted up a house and gardens in a singular manner, but with great taste. Here was an excellent library, particularly a valuable collection of books in northern literature, with which Johnson was often very busy. One day Mr. Wise read to us a dissertation which he was preparing for the press, entitled A History and Chronology of the Fabulous Ages. Some old divinities of Thrace, related to the Titans and called their Cabiri, made a very important part of the theory of this piece, and in conversation afterwards Mr. Wise talked much of his Cabiri. As we returned to Oxford in the evening, I outwalked Johnson, and he cried out, Suffiamina, a Latin word which came from his mouth with peculiar grace, and was as much as to say, put on your drag chain. Before we got home, I again walked too fast for him, and he now cried out, "Why, you walk as if you were pursued by all the Cabiri in a body." In an evening we frequently took long walks from Oxford into the country, returning to supper. Once, in our way home, we viewed the ruins of the abbeys of Osney and Rewley, near Oxford. After at least half an hour's silence, Johnson said, "I viewed them with indignation." Footnote: Boswell says that Johnson looked at the ruins at St. Andrews with a strong indignation. I happened to ask where John Knox was buried. Dr. Johnson burst out, "I hope in the highway. I have been looking at his reformations." End of footnote. We had then a long conversation on Gothic buildings, and in talking of the form of old halls, he said, "In these halls the fireplace was anciently always in the middle of the room, till the Whigs removed it on one side." Footnote: In Erasmus Phillips's diary it is recorded that in Pembroke College, early in every November, was kept a great gaudy feast, when the master dined in public, and the juniors, by an ancient custom they were obliged to observe, went round the fire in the hall. End of footnote. About this time there had been an execution of 2 or 3 criminals at Oxford on a Monday. Soon afterwards, one day at dinner, I was saying that Mr. Swinton, the chaplain of the jail, and also a frequent preacher before the University, a learned man, but often thoughtless and absent, preached the condemnation sermon on repentance before the convicts on the preceding day, Sunday, and that in the close he told his audience that he should give them the remainder of what he had to say on the subject the next Lord's Day. Upon which one of our company, a doctor of divinity and a plain matter-of-fact man, by way of offering an apology for Mr. Swinton, gravely remarked that he had probably preached the same sermon before the University. "Yes, sir," says Johnson, "but the University were not to be hanged the next morning." I forgot to observe before that when he left Mr. Meek, as I have told above, he added, "About the same time of life, Meek was left behind at Oxford to feed on a fellowship, and I went to London to get my living." Now, sir, see the difference of our literary characters. The following letter was written by Dr. Johnson to Mr. Chambers of Lincoln College, afterwards Sir Robert Chambers, one of the judges in India. Footnote: communicated by the Reverend Mr. Thomas Wharton, who had the original Boswell. In the imaginary college, which was to be opened by the club at St. Andrews, Chambers was to be the Professor of the Law of England. End of footnote. To Mr. Chambers of Lincoln College, dear Sir, the commission which I delayed to trouble you with at your departure, I am now obliged to send you, and beg that you will be so kind as to carry it to Mr. Wharton of Trinity, to whom I should have written immediately, but that I know not if he be yet come back to Oxford. In the Catalogue of Manuscripts of Great Britain, see Volume 1, page 18, Bodleian Manuscripts, Martyrium 15, Martyrium sub Juliano octore Theophylacto, it is desired that Mr. Wharton will inquire and send word what will be the cost of transcribing this manuscript. Volume 2, page 32, number 102258, Col. Nov. Commentaria in Acta Apostolorum, Commentarium in Septem Epistolas Catholicas. He is desired to tell what is the age of each of these manuscripts, and what it will cost to have a transcript of the 2 first pages of each. If Mr. Warton be not in Oxford, you may try if you can get it done by anybody else, or stay till he comes, according to your own convenience. It is for an Italian literato. The answer is to be directed to His Excellency Mr. Son, Venetian Resident, Soho Square. I hope, dear Sir, that you do not regret the change of London for Oxford. Mr. Baretti is well, and Miss Williams. I presume she was a relation of Mr. Zachariah Williams, who died in his 83rd year, July the 12th, 1755. When Dr. Johnson was with me at Oxford in 1755, he gave to the Bodleian Library a thin quarto of 21 pages, a work in Italian with an English translation on the opposite page. The English title page is this: an account of an attempt to ascertain the longitude at sea by an exact variation of the magnetical needle, etc., by Zachariah Williams, London, printed for Dodsley, 1755. The English translation, from the strongest internal marks, is unquestionably the work of Johnson. In a blank leaf Johnson has written the age and time of death of the author, Z. Williams, as I have said above. On another blank leaf is pasted a paragraph from a newspaper of the death and character of Williams, which is plainly written by Johnson. He was very anxious about placing this book in the Bodleian, and for fear of any omission or mistake, he entered in the great catalogue the title page of it with his own hand. Warton, Boswell. In this statement there is a slight mistake. The English account, which was written by Johnson, was the original. The Italian was a translation done by Baretti, Malone. Johnson has twice entered in his own hand that Zachariah Williams died July the 12th, 1755, in his 83rd year, and also on the title page that he was 82. End of footnote. And we shall all be glad to hear from you whenever you shall be so kind as to write to, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, November the 21st, 1754. Johnson desires the degree of Master of Arts, Ætat 45. The degree of Master of Arts, which, it has been observed, could not be obtained for him at an early period of his life, was now considered as an honour of considerable importance, in order to grace the title page of his dictionary; and his character in the literary world being by this time deservedly high, his friends thought that, if proper exertions were made, the University of Oxford would pay him the compliment. Footnote. The compliment was, as it were, a mutual one. Mr. Wise urged Thomas Warton to get the degree conferred before the dictionary was published. It is in truth, he wrote, doing ourselves more honour than him to have such a work done by an Oxford hand, and so able a one too, and will show that we have not lost all regard for good letters, as has been too often imputed to us by our enemies. End of footnote. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Warton, dear Sir, I am extremely obliged to you and to Mr. Wise for the uncommon care which you have taken of my interest, footnote, in procuring him the degree of Master of Arts by diploma at Oxford. Warton, Boswell. End of footnote. If you can accomplish your kind design, I shall certainly take me a little habitation among you. The books which I promised to Mr. Wise, footnote, lately Fellow of Trinity College, and at this time Radcliffean Librarian at Oxford, he was a man of very considerable learning, and eminently skilled in Roman and Anglo-Saxon antiquities. He died in 1767. Warton, Boswell. End of footnote. I have not been able to procure, but I shall send him a Finnick dictionary, the only copy perhaps in England, which was presented me by a learned Swede, but I keep it back that it may make a set of my own books, footnote, no doubt the Rambler, end of footnote, of the new edition, with which I shall accompany it, more welcome. You will assure him of my gratitude. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Collins the Poet, Anno Domini 1754. Poor dear Collins. Footnote. Collins the poet was at this time at Oxford on a visit to Mr. Warton, but labouring under the most deplorable languor of body and dejection of mind. Warton, Boswell. Johnson, writing to Dr. Warton on March 8, 1754, thus speaks of Collins: I knew him a few years ago, full of hopes and full of projects, versed in many languages, high in fancy and strong in retention. This busy and forcible mind is now under the government of those who lately would not have been able to comprehend the least and most narrow of its designs. Again, on December 24th, 1754, poor dear Collins, let me know whether you think it would give him pleasure if I should write to him. I have often been near his state, and therefore have it in great commiseration. Again, on April 15th, 1756, that man is no common loss. The moralists all talk of the uncertainty of fortune and the transitoriness of beauty. But it is yet more dreadful to consider that the powers of the mind are equally liable to change, that understanding may make its appearance and depart, that it may blaze and expire. End of footnote. Would a letter give him any pleasure? I have a mind to write. I am glad of your hindrance in your Spenserian design. Footnote. Of publishing a volume of observations on the best of Spenser's works. It was hindered by my taking pupils in this college. Warton, Boswell. End of footnote. Yet I would not have it delayed. 3 hours a day, stolen from sleep and amusement, will produce it. Let a servitor, footnote, young students of the lowest rank at Oxford are so called, Warton, Boswell, end of footnote, transcribe the quotations and interleave them with references to save time. This will shorten the work and lessen the fatigue. Can I do anything to promoting the diploma? I would not be wanting to cooperate with your kindness, of which, whatever be the effect, I shall be, dear sir, your most obliged, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, November 28, 1754. To the same. Dear sir, I am extremely sensible of the favour done me, both by Mr. Wise and yourself. The book, footnote, his dictionary, Warton, Boswell, end of footnote, cannot, I think, be printed in less than 6 weeks, nor probably so soon, and I will keep back the title page for such an insertion as you seem to promise me. Be pleased to let me know what money I shall send you for bearing the expense of the affair, and I will take care that you may have it ready at your hand. I had lately the favour of a letter from your brother, with some account of poor Collins, for whom I am much concerned. I have a notion that by very great temperance, or more properly abstinence, he may yet recover. Footnote. Johnson says that when Collins began to feel the approaches of his dreadful malady, with the usual weakness of men so diseased, he eagerly snatched that temporary relief with which the table and the bottle flatter and seduce. End of footnote. There is an old English and Latin book of poems by Barclay called The Ship of Fools, at the end of which are a number of egglogs. So he writes it, from eglogger. Footnote. Petrarch, finding nothing in the word eclog of rural meaning, supposed it to be corrupted by the copiers, and therefore called his own pastorals eglogs, by which he meant to express the talk of goat herds, though it will mean only the talk of goats. This new name was adopted by subsequent writers, which are probably the first in our language. If you cannot find the book, I will get Mr. Dodsley to send it to you. I shall be extremely glad to hear from you again, to know if the affair proceeds, of the degree at Oxford, Wharton, Boswell, I have mentioned it to none of my friends, for fear of being laughed at for my disappointment. The death of a wife, Eitat 46. You know poor Mr. Dodsley has lost his wife. I believe he is much affected. I hope he will not suffer so much as I yet suffer for the loss of mine. Oimoi, tidi oimoi, onetaga perpontamen. This verse is from the long-lost Bellerophon, a tragedy by Euripides. It is preserved by Suidas, Charles Burney. Alas! But wherefore, alas? Man is born to sorrow. I have ever since seemed myself broken off from mankind, a kind of solitary wanderer in the wild of life, without any direction or fixed point of view, a gloomy gazer on a world to which I have little relation. Yet I would endeavour, by the help of you and your brother, to supply the want of closer union by friendship, and hope to have long the pleasure of being, dear Sir, most affectionately yours, Samuel Johnson. London, December the 21st, 1754. 1755, Eitat 46. In 1755 we behold him to great advantage. His degree of Master of Arts conferred upon him, his dictionary published, his correspondence animated, his benevolence exercised. Land after a vast sea of words, Anno Domini 1755. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Wharton, dear Sir, I wrote to you some weeks ago, but believe did not direct it accurately, and therefore know not whether you had my letter. I would likewise write to your brother, but know not where to find him. I now begin to see land, after having wandered, according to Mr. Warburton's phrase, in this vast sea of words. What reception I shall meet with on the shore I know not, whether the sound of bells and acclamations of the people, which Ariosto talks of in his last canto, sento venir per allegrizza un tuono che fremma l'aria e rimbombar fa l'onde, o delle squille, etc. Orlando Furioso, or a general murmur of dislike, I know not, whether I shall find upon the coast a Calypso that will court, or a Polypheme that will resist. But if Polypheme comes, have at his eye. I hope, however, the critics will let me be at peace, for though I do not much fear their skill and strength, I am a little afraid of myself, and would not willingly feel so much ill will in my bosom as literary quarrels are apt to excite. Mr. Baretti is about a work for which he is in great want of crescembeni, which you may have again when you please. There is nothing considerable done or doing among us here. We are not perhaps as innocent as villagers, but most of us seem to be as idle. I hope, however, you are busy, and shall be glad to know what you are doing. I am, dearest Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson. London, February the 4th, 1755. To the same. Dear Sir, I received your letter this day with great sense of the favour that has been done me. His degree had now passed, according to the usual form, the suffrages of the heads of colleges, but was not yet finally granted by the University. It was carried without a single dissentient voice. Warton, Boswell, end of footnote. For which I return my most sincere thanks, and entreat you to pay to Mr. Wise such returns as I ought to make for so much kindness so little deserved. I sent Mr. Wise the Lexicon, and afterwards wrote to him, but know not whether he had either the book or letter. Be so good as to contrive to inquire. But why does my dear Mr. Warton tell me nothing of himself? Where hangs the new volume? Footnote on Spencer, Warton, Boswell, end of footnote. Can I help? Let not the past labour be lost for want of a little more, but snatch what time you can from the hall and the pupils. Footnote. Lord Eldon wrote of him, poor Tom Warton, he was a tutor at Trinity. At the beginning of every term he used to send to his pupils to know whether they would wish to attend lecture that term. End of footnote. And the coffee house and the parks, footnote, the fields north of Oxford, end of footnote, and complete your design. I am, dear Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, February the 4th, 1755, to the same. Dear Sir, I had a letter last week from Mr. Wise, but have yet heard nothing from you, nor know in what state my affair stands. Footnote of the degree, Warton, Boswell, end of footnote, of which I beg you to inform me, if you can, tomorrow, by the return of post. Mr. Wise sends me word that he has not had the Finnick Lexicon yet, which I sent some time ago, and if he has it not, you must inquire after it. However, do not let your letter stay for that. Your brother, who is a better correspondent than you, and not much better, sends me word that your pupils keep you in college. But do they keep you from writing too? Let them at least give you time to write to, dear Sir, your most affectionate, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, February the 13th, 1755. Dr. King, Itart 46, to the same. Dear Sir, Dr. King, footnote, principal of St. Mary Hall at Oxford, he brought with him the diploma from Oxford. Warton, Boswell. Dr. King says that he was one of the Jacobites who were presented to the Pretender when, in September 1750, he paid a stealthy visit to England. The Pretender in 1783 told Sir Horace Mann that he was in London in that very month and year, and had met 50 of his friends, among whom was the Earl of Westmoreland, the future Chancellor of the University of Oxford. Hume places the visit in 1753. See also in Boswell's Hebrides the account of the young Pretender. In 1754, writes Lord Shelburne, Dr. King, in his speech upon opening the Radcliffe Library at Oxford before a full theatre, introduced 3 times the word redeat, pausing each time for a considerable space, during which the most unbounded applause shook the theatre, which was filled with a vast body of peers, members of Parliament, and men of property. Soon after the rebellion of 1745, speaking of the Duke of Cumberland, he described him as a man qui timet omnia praeter deum. I presented this same Dr. King to George III in 1760. End of footnote. Dr. King was with me a few minutes before your letter. This, however, is the first instance in which your kind intentions to me have ever been frustrated. Footnote. I suppose Johnson means that my kind intention of being the first to give him the good news of the degree being granted was frustrated, because Dr. King brought it before my intelligence arrived. Warton, Boswell, end of footnote. I have now the full effect of your care and benevolence, and am far from thinking it a slight honour or a small advantage, since it will put the enjoyment of your conversation more frequently in the power of, dear Sir, your most obliged and affectionate Samuel Johnson. P.S. I have enclosed a letter to the Vice-Chancellor, which you will read, and, if you like it, seal and give him. London, February 1755. The Chancellor of Oxford's letter, Anno Domini 1755. As the public will doubtless be pleased to see the whole progress of this well-earned academical honour, I shall insert the Chancellor of Oxford's letter to the University, footnote, extracted from the Convocation Register, Oxford, Boswell, end of footnote, the diploma, and Johnson's letter of thanks to the Vice-Chancellor. To the Reverend Dr. Huddesford, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Oxford, to be communicated to the heads of houses and proposed in convocation. Mr. Vice-Chancellor and Gentlemen, Mr. Samuel Johnson, who was formerly of Pembroke College, having very eminently distinguished himself by the publication of a series of essays excellently calculated to form the manners of the people, and in which the cause of religion and morality is everywhere maintained by the strongest powers of argument and language, and who shortly intends to publish a Dictionary of the English tongue, formed on a new plan, and executed with the greatest labour and judgment, I persuade myself that I shall act agreeably to the sentiments of the whole University, in desiring that it may be proposed in convocation to confer on him the degree of Master of Arts by Diploma, to which I readily give my consent, and am, Mr. Vice-Chancellor and Gentlemen, your affectionate friend and servant, Aaron. Grosvenor Street, February 4th, 1755, Term Seti Hilarii, 1755. Footnote. The Earl of Arran, the last male of the illustrious House of Ormond, was the third Chancellor in succession that that family had given to the University. The first of the three, the famous Duke of Ormond, had on his death in 1688 been succeeded by his grandson, the young Duke, Macaulay's England. He, on his impeachment and flight from England in 1715, was succeeded by his brother, the Earl of Arran, Richardson, writing in 1754, said of the University, 40 years ago it chose a Chancellor in despite of the present reigning family, whose whole merit was that he was the brother of a perjured yet weak rebel. On Arran's death in 1758, the Earl of Westmoreland, old dull Westmoreland, as Walpole calls him, was elected. It was at his installation that Johnson clapped his hands till they were sore at Dr. King's speech. I hear, wrote Walpole, of what he calls the coronation at Oxford, my Lord Westmoreland's own retinue was all bejamesed with true blue ribbons. It is remarkable that this nobleman, who in early life was a Whig, had commanded the body of troops which George I had been obliged to send to Oxford to teach the University the only kind of passive obedience which they did not approve. Walpole's George II. End of footnote. Diploma Magistri Johnson, ITAR 46. Diploma Magistri Johnson, Cancellarius Magistri et Scholarius Universitatis Oxoniensis, omnibus ad quos hoc praesens scriptum prevenerit, salutum in Domino sempiternam. Cum eum in finem gradis academici a maioribus nostris instituti fuerent, ut viri in genio et doctrinae praestantes titulus quoque praeceteros insegnarento, cumque vir doctissimus Samuel Johnson, e collegia Pembrokiensi scripta
scriptis suis popularium mores informantibus durem literato orbi innotuerit, quin et linguae patricae tum onandae tum stabiliendae lexicon scilicet Anglicanum sumo studio, sumo asse judicio congestum, propri Dio meriturus etiam nunc utilissimam impendet operam, nos igitur cancellarius magistri et scholares antedicti, ne virum de litteris humanioribus optime meritum Julius in honoratum praeteriamus in solemni convocatione doctorum magistorum regentium et non regentium decimo die mensis Februarii anno Domini millesimo septigentesimo quinquagesimo quinto habitu praefatum virum Samuelum Johnson conspirantibus omnium suffragiis magistrum in artibus renunciavimus et constituimus, eumque virtute praesentes diplomatis singulus iuribus privilegiis et honoribus ad istum gradum quoque pertinentibus frui et gaudere iussimus, in cujus rei testimonium siculum universitatis Oxoniensis praesentibus apponi fecimus. Datum in domo nostra convocationis die 20 mensis Februarii anno Domini praedicto. Diploma suprascriptum per registrarium lectum erat, et ex decreto venerabilis domis communi universitatis siculo munitum. Footnote. The original is in my possession. Boswell, end of footnote. Johnson's Letter of Thanks, Anno Domini 1755. Domo Doctori Hudsford Oxoniensis Academiae vice cancellario. Ingratus plane et tibi et mihi videa, nisi quantum me gaudio affecerint quos nupe mihi honores te credo auctore decrevit senatus academicus literarum, quod lamen nihil levius officio significem, in gratis etiam nisi comitatem quae eximius. Footnote. We may conceive what a high gratification it must have been to Johnson to receive his diploma from the hands of the great Dr. King, whose principles were so congenial with his own. Boswell, end of footnote. Mihi vestri testimonium amoris in manus tradidit, agnoscam et laudem. Si quid est unde reiam grata accidit gratia, hoc ipso magis mihi placet, quod eo tempore in ordines academicos de nuo cooptatus sim, quod tuam iminuere auctoritatem, famamque Oxonii laedere. Footnote. Johnson here alludes, I believe, to the charge of disloyalty brought against the University at the time of the famous contested election for Oxfordshire in 1754. A copy of treasonable verses was found, it was said, near the market-place in Oxford, and the grand jury made a presentment thereon. We must add, they concluded, that it is the highest aggravation of this crime to have a libel of a nature so false and scandalous published in a famous university, etc. A reward of £200 was offered in the London Gazette for the detection of the writer or publisher. End of footnote. Omnibus modus conanto homines vafri, nec tamen acuti, quibus ego prot viro umbratico licuit semper istiturus, qui enim intahas rerum procellas, vel tibi, vel academia defurit, illum virtuti et litteris sibique et posteris de futurum existimo. Samuel Johnson. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Wharton. Dear Sir, after I received my diploma, I wrote you a letter of thanks, with the letter to the Vice-Chancellor, and sent another to Mr. Wise. but have heard from nobody since, and begin to think myself forgotten. It is true I sent you a double letter. Footnote. A single letter was a single piece of paper. A second piece of paper, however small, or any enclosure, constituted a double letter. It was not the habit to prepay the postage. The charge for a single letter to Oxford at this time was 3d, which was gradually increased till in 1812 it was 8d. End of footnote. And you may fear an expensive correspondent, but I would have taken it kindly if you had returned it treble. And what is a double letter to a petty king, that, having fellowship and fines, can sleep without a modus in his head? Footnote. The words in italics are allusions to passages in Mr. Warton's poem called The Progress of Discontent, now lately published, Warton Boswell. And now intent on new designs, sighs for a fellowship and fines. These fellowships are pretty things. We live indeed like petty kings. And every night I went to bed without a modus in my head. End of footnote. Dear Mr. Warton, let me hear from you, and tell me something, I care not what, so I hear it but from you. Something I will tell you. I hope to see my dictionary bound and lettered next week. Vasta mole superbus. And I have a great mind to come to Oxford at Easter, but you will not invite me. Shall I come uninvited, or stay here, where nobody perhaps would miss me if I went? A hard choice. But such is the world too, dear sir, your etc. Samuel Johnson, London, March the 20th, 1755. A projected review, I-Tart 46, to the same. Dear sir, though not to write when a man can write so well is an offence sufficiently heinous, yet I shall pass it by. I am very glad that the Vice-Chancellor was pleased with my note. I shall impatiently expect you at London, that we may consider what to do next. I intend in the winter to open a bibliothèque, and remember that you are to subscribe a sheet a year. Let us try likewise if we cannot persuade your brother to subscribe another. My book is now coming in luminis horas, footnote Lucretius, end of footnote. What will be its fate I know not, nor think much, because thinking is to no purpose. It must stand the censure of the great vulgar and the small, footnote. Hence, ye profane, I hate ye all, both the great, vulgar, and the small. Cowley's Imitation of Horace, Odes, end of footnote. Of those that understand it, and that understand it not. But in all this I suffer not alone. Every writer has the same difficulties, and perhaps every writer talks of them more than he thinks. You will be pleased to make my compliments to all my friends, and be so kind at every idle hour as to remember, dear sir, your etc. Samuel Johnson. London, March the 25th, 1755. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Marti, Anno Domini 1755. Dr. Adams told me that this scheme of a bibliothèque was a serious one, for upon his visiting him one day he found his parlour floor covered with parcels of foreign and English literary journals, and he told Dr. Adams he meant to undertake a review. How, sir, said Dr. Adams, can you think of doing it alone? All branches of knowledge must be considered in it. Do you know mathematics? Do you know natural history? Johnson answered, Why, sir, I must do as well as I can. My chief purpose is to give my countrymen a view of what is going on in literature upon the continent; and I shall have, in a good measure, the choice of my subject, for I shall select such books as I can best understand. Dr. Adams suggested that, as Dr. Marty had just then finished his Bibliothèque Britannique, {footnote, Journal Britannique), it was to Marty that Gibbon submitted the manuscript of his first work, which was a well executed work, giving foreigners an account of British publications. He might with great advantage assume him as an assistant. "He," said Johnson, "the little black dog, I'd throw him into the Thames." Marty, as Professor de Morgan pointed out, had in the autumn of 1755 been guilty of wilful suppression of the circumstances of Johnson's attack on Lord Chesterfield. In an article in his Journal he regrets the absence from the dictionary of the plan. Elle a épargné à l'auteur la composition d'une nouvelle préface, qui ne contient qu'en partie les mêmes choses, et qu'on est tenté de regarder comme destinée à faire perdre de vue quelques-unes des obligations que M. Johnson avait contractées et le mécène qu'il avait choisi. The scheme, however, was dropped. In one of his little memorandum books I find the following hints for his intended review or literary journal: "The annals of literature, foreign as well as domestic. Imitate Leclerc. Bell, Babirac. Infelicity of journals in England. Works of the learned. We cannot take in all. Sometimes copy from foreign journalists. Always tell." Dr. Birch's letter, ITART 46. To Dr. Birch, March 29th, 1755. Sir, I have sent some parts of my dictionary, such as were at hand, for your inspection. The favour which I beg is that, if you do not like them, you will say nothing. I am, Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson. To Mr. Samuel Johnson, Norfolk Street, April 23rd, 1755. Sir, the part of your dictionary which you have favoured me with the sight of has given me such an idea of the whole, that I most sincerely congratulate the public upon the acquisition of a work long wanted, and now executed with an industry, accuracy, and judgment equal to the importance of the subject. You might perhaps have chosen one in which your genius would have appeared to more advantage, but you could not have fixed upon any other in which your labours would have done such substantial service to the present age and to posterity. I am glad that your health has supported the application necessary to the performance of so vast a task, and can undertake to promise you as one, though perhaps the only reward of it, the approbation and thanks of every well-wisher to the honour of the English language. I am, with the greatest regard, Sir, your most faithful and most affectionate humble servant, Thomas Birch. Mr. Charles Burney, who has since distinguished himself so much in the science of music, and obtained a doctor's degree from the University of Oxford, had been driven from the capital by bad health, and was now residing at Lynn Regis in Norfolk. He left London in 1751, and returned to it in 1760. He had been so much delighted with Johnson's Rambler and the plan of his dictionary, that when the great work was announced in the newspapers as nearly finished, he wrote to Dr. Johnson, begging to be informed when and in what manner his dictionary would be published, entreating, if it should be by subscription, or he should have any books at his own disposal, to be favoured with 6 copies for himself and friends. Johnson's letter to Mr. Burney, Anno Domini 1755. In answer to this application, Dr. Johnson wrote the following letter, of which, to use Dr. Burney's own words, "If it be remembered that it was written to an obscure young man, who at this time had not much distinguished himself even in his own profession, but whose name could never have reached the author of the Rambler, the politeness and urbanity may be opposed to some of the stories which have been lately circulated of Dr. Johnson's natural rudeness and ferocity." To Mr. Burney, in Lynn Regis, Norfolk, Sir. If you imagine that, by delaying my answer, I intended to show any neglect of the notice with which you have favoured me, you will neither think justly of yourself nor of me. Your civilities were offered with too much elegance not to engage attention, and I have too much pleasure in pleasing men like you not to feel very sensibly the distinction which you have bestowed upon me. Few consequences of my endeavours to please or to benefit mankind have delighted me more than your friendship thus voluntarily offered, which, now I have it, I hope to keep, because I hope to continue to deserve it. I have no dictionaries to dispose of for myself, but shall be glad to have you direct your friends to Mr. Dodsley, because it was by his recommendation that I was employed in the work. When you have leisure to think again upon me, let me be favoured with another letter, and another yet, when you have looked into my dictionary. If you find faults, I shall endeavour to mend them. If you find none, I shall think you blinded by kind partiality, but to have made you partial in his favour will very much gratify the ambition of, Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, Gough Square, Fleet Street, April 8, 1755. Andrew Miller, ITART 46. Mr. Andrew Miller, bookseller in the Strand, took the principal charge of conducting the publication of Johnson's Dictionary; and as the patience of the proprietors was repeatedly tried and almost exhausted by their expecting that the work would be completed within the time which Johnson had sanguinely supposed, the learned author was often goaded to dispatch, more especially as he had received all the copy money by different drafts a considerable time before he had finished his task. When the messenger who carried the last sheet to Miller returned, Johnson asked him, "Well, what did he say?" "Sir," answered the messenger, "he said, 'Thank God, I have done with him.'" "I am glad," replied Johnson with a smile, "that he thanks God for anything." [Footnote: Sir John Hawkins, page 341, inserts two notes as having passed formerly between Andrew Miller and Johnson to the above effect. I am assured this was not the case. In the way of incidental remark, it was a pleasant play of raillery. To have deliberately written notes in such terms would have been morose. Boswell. End of footnote. It is remarkable that those with whom Johnson chiefly contracted for his literary labours were Scotchmen, Mr. Miller and Mr. Strahan. Miller, though himself no great judge of literature, had good sense enough to have for his friends very able men to give him their opinion and advice in the purchase of copyright, the consequence of which was his acquiring a very large fortune with great liberality. [Footnote: Talking one day of the patronage the great sometimes affect to give to literature and literary men, "Andrew Miller," says Johnson, "is the Maecenas of the age." Johnson's Works, 1787, volume 11, page 200. Horace Walpole, writing on May 18, 1749, says, "Miller, the bookseller, has done very generously by Fielding. Finding Tom Jones, for which he had given him £600, sell so greatly, he has since given him another 100. Hume, writing on July 6, 1759, says, "Poor Andrew Miller is declared bankrupt. His debts amount to above £40,000, and it is said his creditors will not get above 3 shillings in the pound. All the world allows him to have been diligent and industrious, but his misfortunes are ascribed to the extravagance of his wife, a very ordinary case in this city." He must soon have recovered his position, for Dr. A. Carlyle, Autobiography, page 434, met Miller at Harrogate in 1763. In the inn were several baronets and great squires, members of Parliament, who paid Miller civility for the use of his 2 newspapers, which came to him by every post. Yet, when he appeared in the morning in his well-worn suit of clothes, they could not help calling him Peter Pamphlet. For the generous patron of Scotch authors, with his city wife and her niece, were sufficiently ridiculous when they came into good company. Mr. Croker, Boswell, page 630, says that Miller was the bookseller described by Johnson as habitually and equably drunk. He is, I think, mistaken. End of footnote. Johnson said of him, "I respect Miller, sir. He has raised the price of literature." The same praise may be justly given to Panckoucke, the eminent bookseller of Paris. Mr. Strahan's liberality, judgment, and success are well known. An excursion to Langton deferred, Anno Domini 1755. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, at Langton, near Spilsbury, Lincolnshire, Sir. It has been long observed that men do not suspect faults which they do not commit. Your own elegance of manners and punctuality of complaisance did not suffer you to impute to me that negligence of which I was guilty, and which I have not since atoned. I received both your letters, and received them with pleasure proportionate to the esteem which so short an acquaintance strongly impressed, and which I hope to confirm by nearer knowledge, though I am afraid that gratification will be for a time withheld. I have indeed published my book, (footnote his dictionary, Boswell, end of footnote,) of which I begged to know your father's judgment and yours, and I have now stayed long enough to watch its progress into the world. It has, you see, no patrons, and I think has yet no opponents, except the critics of the coffee house, whose outcries are soon dispersed into the air, and are thought of no more. From this, therefore, I am at liberty, and think of taking the opportunity of this interval to make an excursion, and why not then into Lincolnshire, or, to mention a stronger attraction, why not to dear Mr. Langton? I will give the true reason, which I know you will approve. I have a mother more than 80 years old, who has counted the days to the publication of my book, in hopes of seeing me, and to her, if I can disengage myself here, I resolve to go. As I know, dear Sir, that to delay my visit for a reason like this will not deprive me of your esteem, I beg it may not lessen your kindness. I have very seldom received an offer of friendship which I so earnestly desire to cultivate and mature. I shall rejoice to hear from you till I can see you, and will see you as soon as I can; for when the duty that calls me to Lichfield is discharged, my inclination will carry me to Langton. I shall delight to hear the ocean roar, or to see the stars twinkle, in the company of men to whom nature does not spread her volumes or utter her voice in vain. Do not, dear Sir, make the slowness of this letter a precedent for delay, or imagine that I approved the incivility that I have committed. for I have known you enough to love you, and sincerely to wish a further knowledge. And I assure you once more, that to live in a house that contains such a father and such a son will be accounted a very uncommon degree of pleasure. By, dear Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, May 6, 1755. Letters to Mr. Warton, Itard 46, Anno Domini 1755. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Warton, dear Sir, I am grieved that you should think me capable of neglecting your letters, and beg you will never admit any such suspicion again. I purpose to come down next week, if you shall be there, or any other week that shall be more agreeable to you. Therefore let me know. I can stay this visit but a week, but intend to make preparations for a longer stay next time, being resolved not to lose sight of the University. How goes Apollonius? Footnote: a translation of Apollonius Rhodius was now intended by Mr. Warton Boswell. End of footnote. Don't let him be forgotten. Some things of this kind must be done to keep us up. Pay my compliments to Mr. Wise and all my other friends. I think to come to Kettle Hall. Footnote: Kettle Hall is an ancient tenement built about the year 1615 by Dr. Ralph Kettle, President of Trinity College, for the accommodation of commoners of that society. It adjoins the college, and was a few years ago converted into a private house, Malone. End of footnote. I am, Sir, your most affectionate, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, May 13, 1755. To the same. Dear Sir, it is strange how many things will happen to intercept every pleasure, though it be only that of two friends meeting together. I have promised myself every day to inform you when you might expect me at Oxford, and have not been able to fix a time. The time, however, is, I think, at last come, and I promise myself to repose in Kettle Hall one of the first nights of the next week. I am afraid my stay with you cannot be long, but what is the inference? We must endeavour to make it cheerful. I wish your brother could meet us, so that we might go and drink tea with Mr. Wise in a body. I hope he will be at Oxford, or at his nest of British and Saxon antiquities. Footnote: at Elsfield, a village 3 miles from Oxford. Warton Boswell. End of footnote. I shall expect to see Spenser finished, and many other things begun. Dodsley is gone to visit the Dutch. The dictionary sells well. Footnote: it was published on April 15th, 1755, in 2 volumes folio, price £4 10s. bound. In a footnote. The rest of the world goes on as it did. Dear Sir, your most affectionate, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, June 10th, 1755. To the same. Dear Sir, to talk of coming to you, and not yet to come, has an air of trifling, which I would not willingly have among you, and which I believe you will not willingly impute to me, when I have told you that, since my promise, 2 of our partners are dead. Footnote: booksellers concerned in his dictionary. Warton Boswell. June 12th, Mr. Paul Knapton, bookseller. June 18th, Thomas Longman, Esquire, bookseller. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 25, page 284. The Esquire perhaps is a sign that even so early as 1755 the Longmans ranked higher than most of their brethren. End of footnote. And that I was solicited to suspend my excursion till we could recover from our confusion. I have not laid aside my purpose, for every day makes me more impatient of staying from you. But death, you know, hears not supplications, nor pays any regard to the convenience of mortals. I hope now to see you next week, but next week is but another name for tomorrow, which has been noted for promising and deceiving. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, June 24th, 1755. To the same. Dear Sir, I told you that among the manuscripts are some things of Sir Thomas More. I beg you to pass an hour in looking on them, and procure a transcript of the 10 or 21st lines of each, to be compared with what I have, that I may know whether they are yet published. The manuscripts are these: Catalogue of Bodleian Manuscripts, page 122, F3, Sir Thomas More. 1. Fall of Angels. 2. Creation and Fall of Mankind. 3. Determination of the Trinity for the rescue of mankind. 4. 5 Lectures of our Saviour's Passion. 5. Of the Institution of the Sacrament, 3 lectures. 6. How to receive the blessed body of our Lord sacramentally. 7. Neomenia, the new moon. 8. De tristitia taedio pavore et oratione Christi ante captionem eius. Catalogue, page 154. Life of Sir Thomas More. Query whether Ropers. Page 363. De resignatione magni sigilli in manus regis per doctorem Thomam Morum. Page 364. Mori defensio morice. If you procure the young gentleman in the library to write out what you think fit to be written, I will send to Mr. Prince the bookseller to pay him what you shall think proper. Be pleased to make my compliments to Mr. Wise and all my friends. I am, Sir, your affectionate, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, August the 7th, 1755. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Publication of the Dictionary, ITART 46. The Preface to the Dictionary, Anno Domini 1755. The Dictionary, with the Grammar and History of the English Language, being now at length published in 2 volumes folio, the world contemplated with wonder so stupendous a work achieved by one man, while other countries had thought such undertakings fit only for whole academies. Vast as his powers were, I cannot but think that his imagination deceived him when he supposed that by constant application he might have performed the task in 3 years. Let the preface be attentively perused, in which is given in a clear, strong, and glowing style a comprehensive yet particular view of what he had done, and it will be evident that the time he employed upon it was comparatively short. I am unwilling to swell my book with long quotations from what is in everybody's hands, and I believe there are few prose compositions in the English language that are read with more delight or are more impressed upon the memory than that preliminary discourse. One of its excellencies has always struck me with peculiar admiration. I mean the perspicuity with which he has expressed abstract scientific notions. As an instance of this, I shall quote the following sentence: "When the radical idea branches out into parallel ramifications, how can a consecutive series be formed of senses in their own nature collateral?" Footnote: own, not in the original. End of footnote. We have here an example of what has been often said, and I believe with justice, that there is for every thought a certain nice adaptation of words which none other could equal, and which, when a man has been so fortunate as to hit, he has attained in that particular case the perfection of language. The extensive reading which was absolutely necessary for the accumulation of authorities, and which alone may account for Johnson's retentive mind being enriched with a very large and various store of knowledge and imagery, must have occupied several years. The preface furnishes an eminent instance of a double talent, of which Johnson was fully conscious. Sir Joshua Reynolds heard him say, "There are 2 things which I am confident I can do very well.
One is an introduction to any literary work, stating what it is to contain and how it should be executed in the most perfect manner. The other is a conclusion, showing from various causes why the execution has not been equal to what the author promised to himself and to the public. How should puny scribblers be abashed and disappointed when they find him displaying a perfect theory of lexicographical excellence, yet at the same time candidly and modestly allowing that he had not satisfied his own expectations? Footnote: I have not always executed my own scheme or satisfied my own expectations. Johnson's Works, page 41, end of footnote. Here was a fair occasion for the exercise of Johnson's modesty, when he was called upon to compare his own arduous performance not with those of other individuals, in which case his inflexible regard to truth would have been violated had he affected diffidence, but with speculative perfection. Footnote: in the Plan of an English Dictionary, ibid. Page 16, Johnson, writing of the word perfection, says, though in its philosophical and exact sense it can be of little use among human beings, it is often so much degraded from its original signification that the academicians have inserted in their work the perfection of a language, and with a little more licentiousness might have prevailed on themselves to have added the perfection of a dictionary. In the preface to the fourth edition he writes, he that undertakes to compile a dictionary undertakes that which, if it comprehends the full extent of his design, he knows himself unable to perform. Ibid. Page 52, end of footnote. Called upon to compare his performance with speculative perfection, as he who can outstrip all his competitors in the race may yet be sensible of his deficiency when he runs against time. Well might he say that the English dictionary was written with little assistance of the learned, for he told me that the only aid which he received was a paper containing 20 etymologies sent to him by a person then unknown, who he was afterwards informed was Dr. Pierce, Bishop of Rochester. The etymologies, though they exhibit learning and judgment, are not, I think, entitled to the first praise among the various parts of this immense work. The definitions have always appeared to me such astonishing proofs of acuteness of intellect and precision of language as indicated genius of the highest rank. This it is which marks the superior excellence of Johnson's dictionary over others, equally or even more voluminous, and must have made it a work of much greater mental labour than mere lexicons, or word books, as the Dutch call them. They who will make the experiment of trying how they can define a few words of whatever nature will soon be satisfied of the unquestionable justice of this observation, which I can assure my readers is founded upon much study and upon communication with more minds than my own. Erroneous definitions, Itart 46. A few of his definitions must be admitted to be erroneous. Thus, windward and leeward, though directly of opposite meaning, are defined identically the same way. Footnote: he defines both towards the wind. The definitions remain unchanged in the fourth edition, the last, corrected by Johnson, and also in the third edition of the abridgment, though this abridgment was made by him. Pastern also remains unaltered in this latter edition. In the fourth edition he corrected it. The drawback of his character, wrote Sir Joshua Reynolds, is entertaining prejudices on very slight foundations, giving an opinion perhaps first at random, but from its being contradicted, he thinks himself obliged always to support it, or, if he cannot support,
still not to acquiesce. Of this I remember an instance of a defect or forgetfulness in his dictionary. I asked him how he came not to correct it in the second edition. "No," says he, "they made so much of it that I would not flatter them by altering it." Taylor's Reynolds. End of footnote. A few of his definitions must be admitted to be erroneous, as to which, in considerable respects, it is enough to observe that his preface announces that he was aware there might be many such in so immense a work. Footnote. In his preface, Works, Volume 5, page 50, he anticipated errors and laughter. A few wild blunders and risible absurdities, from which no work of such multiplicity was ever free, may for a time furnish folly with laughter, and harden ignorance into contempt. In a letter written nearly 30 years later, he said, "Dictionaries are like watches. The worst is better than none, and the best cannot be expected to go quite true." Piozzi Letters. End of footnote. Nor was he at all disconcerted when an instance was pointed out to him. A lady once asked him how he came to define pastern, the knee of a horse. Instead of making an elaborate defence, as she expected, he at once answered, "Ignorance, madam, pure ignorance." His definition of network, footnote, network, anything reticulated or decussated at equal distances, with interstices between the intersections. Reticulated is defined, made of network, formed with interstitial vacuities. End of footnote. Has been often quoted with sportive malignity as obscuring a thing in itself very plain. Footnote. That part of my work on which I expect malignity most frequently to fasten is the explanation. Such is the fate of hapless lexicography, that not only darkness but light impedes and distresses it. Things may be not only too little, but too much known to be happily illustrated. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 34, end of footnote. But to these frivolous censures no other answer is necessary than that with which we are furnished by his own preface. To explain requires the use of terms less abstruse than that which is to be explained, and such terms cannot always be found. For as nothing can be proved but by supposing something intuitively known and evident without proof, so nothing can be defined but by the use of words too plain to admit of definition. Footnote in the original, to admit a definition. End of footnote. Sometimes easier words are changed into harder, as burial into sepulture or interment, dry, footnote in the original, drier, end of footnote, into desiccative, dryness into siccity or aridity, fit into paroxysm. For the easiest word, whatever it be, can never be translated into one more easy. Humorous definitions, Anno Domini 1755, is introducing his own opinions and even prejudices under general definitions of words, while at the same time the original meaning of the words is not explained, as his Tory, Whig, pension, oats, excise, and a few more, cannot be fully defended, and must be placed to the account of capricious and humorous indulgence. Footnotes. Tory, a cant term derived, I suppose, from the Irish word signifying a savage. One who adheres to the ancient constitution of the state and the apostolical hierarchy of the Church of England, opposed to a Whig. Whig, the name of a faction. Lord Marchmont said that Johnson was the first that brought Whig and Tory into a dictionary. In this he was mistaken. In the fourth edition of Dr. Adam Littleton's Linguae Latinae, Liber Dictionarius, published in 1703, Whig is translated Homo fanaticus factiosus. Whiggism, enthusiasmus per duello. Tory, bog trotter or Irish robber, praedor Hibernicus. Tory opposed to Whig, regiarum partium assertor. These definitions are not in the first edition, published in 1678. A pensioner or bribed person, is rendered mercenarius. Pension. An allowance made to anyone without an equivalent. In England it is generally understood to mean pay given to a state hireling for treason to his country. Pensioner is defined as one who is supported by an allowance paid at the will of another, a dependent. These definitions remain in the fourth edition, corrected by Johnson in 1773. Oats. A grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. "Did you ever hear," wrote Sir Walter Scott, "of Lord Elibank's reply when Johnson's famous definition of oats was pointed out first to him? Very true. And where will you find such men and such horses?" Croker's Correspondence. He thus defines excise: a hateful tax levied upon commodities, and adjudged not by the common judges of property, but wretches hired by those to whom excise is paid. The Commissioners of Excise, being offended by this severe reflection, consulted Mr. Murray, then Attorney General, to know whether redress could be legally obtained. I wish to have procured for my readers a copy of the opinion which he gave, and which may now be justly considered as history, but the mysterious secrecy of office, it seems, would not permit it. I am, however, informed by very good authority that its import was that the passage might be considered as actionable, but that it will be more prudent in the Board not to prosecute. Johnson never made the smallest alteration in this passage. We find he still retained his early prejudice against excise, for in the Idler, No. 65, there is the following very extraordinary paragraph: "The authenticity of Clarendon's history, though printed with the sanction of one of the first universities of the world, had not an unexpected manuscript been happily discovered, would, with the help of factious credulity, have been brought into question by the two lowest of all human beings, a scribbler for a party, and a commissioner of excise." The persons to whom he alludes were Mr. John Aldmixon and George Duckett, Esquire, Boswell. Mr. Croker obtained a copy of the case for the opinion of Mr. Attorney General. Mr. Samuel Johnson has lately published a dictionary of the English language, in which are the following words: excise, N.S., a hateful tax levied upon commodities, and adjudged not by the common judges of property, but by wretches hired by those to whom the excise is paid. The author's definition being observed by the Commissioners of Excise, they desire the favour of your opinion. Query, whether it will not be considered as a libel, and if so, whether it is not proper to proceed against the authors, printers, and publishers thereof, or any and which of them, by information, or how otherwise. I am of opinion that it is a libel, but under all the circumstances I should think it better to give him an opportunity of altering his definition, and, in case he do not, to threaten him with an information. 29th of November 1755, W. Murray. In one of the parliamentary debates of 1742, Johnson makes Pitt say that it is probable that we shall detect bribery descending through a long subordination of wretches combined against the public happiness, from the Prime Minister, surrounded by peers and officers of state, to the exciseman dictating politics amidst a company of mechanics, whom he debauches at the public expense and lists in the service of his master, with the taxes which he gathers. He defined favourite as one chosen as a companion by a superior, a mean wretch, whose whole business is by any means to please; and revolution as change in the state of a government or country. It is used among us, katexokain, for the change produced by the admission of King William and Queen Mary. For these definitions Wilkes attacked him in the North Briton. In the fourth edition Johnson gives a second definition of patriot. It is sometimes used for a factious disturber of the government. Premier and Prime Minister are not defined. End of footnotes. Talking to me upon this subject when we were at Ashbourne in 1777, he mentioned a still stronger instance of the predominance of his private feelings in the composition of this work than any now to be found in it. You know, sir, Lord Gower forsook the old Jacobite interest. When I came to the word renegado, after telling that it meant one who deserts to the enemy, a revolter, I added, sometimes we say a Gower. Footnote. There have been great contests in the Privy Council about the trial of the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford, in square brackets, on a charge of Jacobitism. Lord Gower pressed it extremely. He asked the Attorney General his opinion, who told him the evidence did not appear strong enough. Lord Gower said, "Mr. Attorney, you seem to be very lukewarm for your party." He replied, "My Lord, I never was lukewarm for my party, nor ever was but of one party." Walpole's Letters. Mr. Croker assumes that Johnson here attempted a pun and wrote the name as pronounced, Goer. Johnson was very little likely to pun, for he had a great contempt for that species of wit. End of footnote. Thus it went to the press, but the printer had more wit than I, and struck it out. Let it, however, be remembered that this indulgence does not display itself only in sarcasm towards others, but sometimes in playful allusion to the notions commonly entertained of his own laborious task. Thus, Grub Street, the name of a street in London, much inhabited by writers of small histories, dictionaries, and temporary poems, whence any mean production is called Grub Street. Footnote. Boswell omits the salutation which follows this definition. Chaya itake met heila met halgia picra haspasios tion udas economai. Dr. Johnson, says Miss Burney, inquired if I had ever yet visited Grub Street, but was obliged to restrain his anger when I answered no, because he had never paid his respects to it himself. However, says he, you and I, Burney, will go together. We have a very good right to go, so we'll visit the mansions of our progenitors and take up our own freedom together. Madame D'Arblay's Diary. End of footnote. Lexicographer, a writer of dictionaries, a harmless drudge. Footnote. Lord Bolingbroke said, I approve the devotion of a studious man at Christ Church, who was overheard in his oratory entering into a detail with God, and acknowledging the divine goodness in furnishing the world with makers of dictionaries. These men court fame, as well as their betters, by such means as God has given them to acquire it. They deserve encouragement while they continue to compile, and neither affect wit nor presume to reason. Johnson himself, in The Adventurer, No. 39, had in 1753 described a class of men who employed their minds in such operations as required neither celerity nor strength, in the low drudgery of collating copies, comparing authorities, digesting dictionaries, etc. Lord Monboddo, in his Origin of Language, says that J.C. Scaliger called the makers of dictionaries les portefaix de la République des Lettres. End of footnote. The Gloom of Solitude, Itart 46. At the time when he was concluding his very eloquent preface, Johnson's mind appears to have been in such a state of depression, footnote, great though his depression was, yet he could say with truth in his preface, despondency has never so far prevailed as to depress me to negligence, end of footnote, that we cannot contemplate without wonder the vigorous and splendid thoughts which so highly distinguish that performance. I, says he, may surely be contented without the praise of perfection, which, if I could obtain in this gloom of solitude, what would it avail me? I have protracted my work till most of those whom I wish to please have sunk into the grave, and success and miscarriage are empty signs. I therefore dismiss it with frigid tranquillity, having little to fear or hope from censure or from praise. Footnote. In the preface, the author described the difficulties with which he had been left to struggle so forcibly and pathetically that the ablest and most malevolent of all the enemies of his fame, Horne Tooke, never could read that passage without tears. Macaulay's Miscellaneous Writings, page 382. It is in a letter to John Dunning, Esquire, that Horne Tooke, or rather Horne, wrote, "I could never read his preface without shedding a tear." On October 10, 1779, Boswell told Johnson that he had been agreeably mistaken in saying, "What would it avail me in this gloom of solitude?" End of footnote. That this indifference was rather a temporary than an habitual feeling appears, I think, from his letters to Mr. Warton. Footnote. It appears even by many a passage in the preface, one of the proudest pieces of writing in our language. "The chief glory," he writes, "of every people arises from its authors. Whether I shall add anything by my own writings to the reputation of English literature must be left to time. I deliver," he says, "my book to the world with the spirit of a man that has endeavoured well. In this work, when it shall be found that much is omitted, let it not be forgotten that much likewise is performed. And though no book was ever spared out of tenderness to the author, and the world is little solicitous to know whence proceeded the faults of that which it condemns, yet it may gratify curiosity to inform it that the English dictionary was written with little assistance of the learned, and without any patronage of the great, not in the soft obscurities of retirement, or under the shelter of academic bowers, but amidst inconvenience and distraction, in sickness and in sorrow." Works, Volume 5, pages 49 to 51. Thomas Warton wrote to his brother, "I fear his preface will disgust by the expressions of his consciousness of superiority, and of his contempt of patronage." Wools Warton, page 231, end of footnote. And however he may have been affected for the moment, certain it is that the honours which his great work procured him, both at home and abroad, were very grateful to him. Footnote. That praise was slow in coming is shown by his letter to Mr. Burney, written 2 years and 8 months after the publication of the dictionary. "Your praise," he wrote, was welcome, not only because I believe it was sincere, but because praise has been very scarce. Yours is the only letter of goodwill that I have received, though indeed I am promised something of that sort from Sweden. December the 24th, 1757. End of footnote. His friend the Earl of Cork and Orrery, being at Florence, presented it to the Accademia della Crusca. That Academy sent Johnson their Vocabulario, and the French Academy sent him their Dictionnaire, which Mr. Langton had the pleasure to convey to him. Footnote. In the Edinburgh Review, No. 1, 1755, a periodical which only lasted 2 years, there is a review by Adam Smith of Johnson's dictionary. Smith admits the very extraordinary merit of the author. The plan, however, is not sufficiently grammatical. To explain what he intends, he inserts an article or two from Mr. Johnson, and opposes to them the same articles, digested in the manner which we would have wished him to have followed. He takes the words but and humour. One part of his definition of humour is curious: something which comes upon a man by fits, which he can neither command nor restrain, and which is not perfectly consistent with true politeness. This essay has not, I believe, been reprinted. End of footnote. His Melancholy at its Meridian, Anno Domini 1755. It must undoubtedly seem strange that the conclusion of his preface should be expressed in terms so desponding, when it is considered that the author was then only in his 46th year. But we must ascribe its gloom to that miserable dejection of spirits to which he was constitutionally subject, and which was aggravated by the death of his wife 2 years before. Footnote. She died in March 1752. The dictionary was published in April 1755. End of footnote. I have heard it ingeniously observed by a lady of rank and elegance that his melancholy was then at its meridian. Footnote. In the preface he writes, "Much of my life has been lost under the pressures of disease. Much has been trifled away, and much has always been spent in provision for the day that was passing over me." In his fine Latin poem, Greek Enothi Seoton, he has left, says Mr. Murphy, Life, page 82, a picture of himself drawn with as much truth and as firm a hand as can be seen in the portraits of Hogarth or Sir Joshua Reynolds. He wrote it after revising and enlarging his dictionary, and he sadly asks himself what is left for him to do. Me pensi immunis cum iam mihi reddo, inertus desidiae sos dura manit, carioque labore tristis et atra quies, et tara taedie vitae, nascunto curis curae, vexatque dolorum importuno cohos, vacuae malus omnia mentis. Nunc clamosa juvent nocturnae gaudia mensae, nunc loco solo placent. Frustrate somne recumbens alme voco, impatiens noctis, metuensque die, omnia percuro trepidus, circum omnio lustro siqua usquam pateat, meliorus emita vitae, nec quid agam invenio. Quid faciam, tenebris nipi grandam nares senectam restat, anacinga studius gravioribus audax, aut hoc sinimium est, tandem nova lexica poscam. Johnson's Works, Volume 1, page 164. End of footnote. It pleased God to grant him almost 30 years of life after this time, and once, when he was in a placid frame of mind, he was obliged to own to me that he had enjoyed happier days and had many more friends since that gloomy hour than before. Footnote. A few weeks before his wife's death, he wrote in the Rambler, No. 196, the miseries of life would be increased beyond all human power of endurance, if we were to enter the world with the same opinions as we carry from it. He would, I think, scarcely have expressed himself so strongly towards his end, though, as Dr. Maxwell records in his Collectanea, post 1770, he often used to quote with great pathos those fine lines of Virgil: optima quaeque dies miseris mortalibus vi prima fugit, etc. Yet he owned, and the pages of Boswell amply testify, that it was in the latter period of his life that he had his happiest days. End of footnote. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Johnson's happiest days last, Itart 46. It is a sad saying that most of those whom he wished to please had sunk into the grave, and his case at 45 was singularly unhappy, unless the circle of his friends was very narrow. I have often thought that, as longevity is generally desired, and I believe generally expected, it will be wise to be continually adding to the number of our friends, that the loss of some may be supplied by others. Friendship, the wine of life, footnote Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 3, end of footnote, should, like a well-stocked cellar, be thus continually renewed, and it is consolatory to think that, although we can seldom add what will equal the generous first growths of our youth, yet friendship becomes insensibly old in much less time than is commonly imagined, and not many years are required to make it very mellow and pleasant. Warmth will, no doubt, make a considerable difference. Men of affectionate temper and bright fancy will coalesce a great deal sooner than those who are cold and dull. The proposition which I have now endeavoured to illustrate was, at a subsequent period of his life, the opinion of Johnson himself. He said to Sir Joshua Reynolds, "If a man does not make new acquaintance as he advances through life, he will soon find himself left alone. A man, sir, should keep his friendship in constant repair." The celebrated Mr. Wilkes, whose notions and habits of life were very opposite to his, but who was ever eminent for literature and vivacity, sallied forth with a little jeu d'esprit upon the following passage in his Grammar of the English Tongue, prefixed to the dictionary: H seldom, perhaps never, begins any but the first syllable. In an essay printed in the Public Advertiser, this lively writer enumerated many instances in opposition to this remark. For example, the author of this observation must be a man of quick apprehension and of a most comprehensive genius. The position is undoubtedly expressed with too much latitude. This light sally, we may suppose, made no great impression on our lexicographer, for we find that he did not alter the passage till many years afterwards. Footnote: in the third edition, published in 1773, he left out the words "perhaps never," and added the following paragraph: "It sometimes begins middle or final syllables in words compounded, as blockhead, or derived from the Latin as comprehended." Boswell. In the abridgment, which was published some years earlier, after never is added, except in compounded words. End of footnote. Garrick's complimentary epigram, Anno Domini 1755.
He had the pleasure of being treated in a very different manner by his old pupil, Mr. Garrick, in the following complimentary epigram. Footnote: It was published in the Gentleman's Magazine for April 1755, volume 20, page 190, just below the advertisement of the dictionary. End of footnote. On Johnson's Dictionary. Talk of war with a Briton, he'll boldly advance, that one English soldier will beat 10 of France. Would we alter the boast from the sword to the pen, our odds are still greater our men. In the deep mines of science, though Frenchmen may toil, can their strength be compared to Locke, Newton, and Boyle? Let them rally their heroes, send forth all their powers, their verse men and prose men, then match them with ours. First, Shakespeare and Milton, like gods in the fight, have put their whole drama and epic to flight. Footnote: in the original, Milton and Shakespeare. End of footnote. In satires, epistles, and odes would they cope, their numbers retreat before Dryden and Pope. And Johnson, well armed like a hero of yore, has beat 40 French, and will beat 40 more. Footnote: the number of the French Academy employed in settling their language. Boswell. End of footnote. Zachariah Williams, Itata 46. Johnson this year gave at once a proof of his benevolence, quickness of apprehension, and admirable art of composition, in the assistance which he gave to Mr. Zachariah Williams, father of the blind lady whom he had humanely received under his roof. Mr. Williams had followed the profession of physic in Wales, but having a very strong propensity to the study of natural philosophy, had made many ingenious advances towards a discovery of the longitude, and repaired to London in hopes of obtaining the great parliamentary reward. Footnote: the maximum reward offered by a bill passed in 1714 was £20,000 for a method that determined the longitude at sea to half a degree of a great circle, or 30 geographical miles. For less accuracy, smaller rewards were offered. In 1765, John Harrison received £7,500 for his chronometer. He had previously been paid £2,500. In this Act of Parliament, the legislature never contemplated the invention of a method, but only of the means of making existing methods accurate. An old seafaring man wrote to Swift that he had found out the longitude. The Dean replied that he never knew but 2 projectors, one of whom ruined himself and his family, and the other hanged himself, and desired him to desist, lest one or other might happen to him. Swift's Works, 1803. In She Stoops to Conquer, Act 1, Scene 2, when Tony ends his directions to the travellers by telling them, "Coming to the farmer's barn, you are to turn to the right, and then to the left, and then to the right about again, till you find out the old mill," Marlowe exclaims, "Zounds, man, we could as soon find out the longitude." End of footnote. Joseph Baretti, Anno Domini 1755. He failed of success, but Johnson, having made himself master of his principles and experiments, wrote for him a pamphlet published in quarto with the following title: An account of an attempt to ascertain the longitude at sea by an exact theory of the variation of the magnetical needle, with a table of the variations at the most remarkable cities in Europe from the year 1660 to 1680, dagger. To diffuse it more extensively, it was accompanied with an Italian translation on the opposite page, which it is supposed was the work of Signor Baretti, an Italian of considerable literature, who, having come to England a few years before, had been employed in the capacity both of a language master and an author, and formed an intimacy with Dr. Johnson. Footnote: Joseph Baretti, a native of Piedmont, came to England in 1750. See preface to his Account of Italy. He died in May 1789. In his Journey from London to Genoa, he says that his father was one of the two architects of the King of Sardinia. Shortly after his death, a writer in the Gentleman's Magazine, who was believed to be Vincent, Dean of Westminster, thus wrote of him: "Though his severity had created him enemies, his talents, conversation, and integrity had conciliated the regard of many valuable friends and acquaintance. His manners were apparently rough, but not unsocial. His integrity was, in every period of his distresses, constant and unimpeached. His wants he never made known but in the last extremity. He and Johnson had been friends in distress. One evening, when they had agreed to go to the tavern, a foreigner in the streets, by a specious tale of distress, emptied the doctor's purse of the last half-guinea it contained. When the reckoning came, what was his surprise upon his recollecting that his purse was totally exhausted! Baretti had fortunately enough to answer the demand, and has often declared that it was impossible for him not to reverence a man who could give away all that he was worth without recollecting his own distress." End of footnote. This pamphlet Johnson presented to the Bodleian Library. On a blank leaf of it is pasted a paragraph cut out of a newspaper, containing an account of the death and character of Williams, plainly written by Johnson. Footnote: "On Saturday the 12th, about 12 at night, died Mr. Zachariah Williams, in his 83rd year, after an illness of 8 months, in full possession of his mental faculties. He has been long known to philosophers and seamen for his skill in magnetism, and his proposal to ascertain the longitude by a peculiar system of the variation of the compass. He was a man of industry, indefatigable, of conversation inoffensive, patient of adversity and disease, eminently sober, temperate, and pious, and worthy to have ended life with better fortune." Boswell. End of footnote. A scheme of life for Sunday, Itard 47. In July this year he had formed some scheme of mental improvement, the particular purpose of which does not appear, but we find in his Prayers and Meditations, page 25, a prayer entitled "On the Study of Philosophy as an Instrument of Living," and after it follows a note: "This study was not pursued." On the 13th of the same month he wrote in his journal the following scheme of life for Sunday: "Having lived, as he with tenderness of conscience expresses himself, not without an habitual reverence for the Sabbath, yet without that attention to its religious duties which Christianity requires: 1. To rise early, and in order to do it, to go to sleep early on Saturday. 2. To use some extraordinary devotion in the morning. 3. To examine the tenor of my life, and particularly the last week, and to mark my advances in religion or recession from it. 4. To read the Scripture methodically, with such helps as are at hand. 5. To go to church twice. 6. To read books of divinity, either speculative or practical. 7. To instruct my family. 8. To wear off by meditation any worldly soil contracted in the week." 1756, Itard 47.
In 1756, Johnson found that the great fame of his dictionary had not set him above the necessity of making provision for the day that was passing over him. Footnote: Johnson's Works, volume 49. Malone, in a note on this passage, says, "Johnson appears to have been in this year in great pecuniary distress, having been arrested for debt, on which occasion Richardson became his surety." He refers to the following letter in the Richardson correspondence: To Mr. Richardson, Tuesday, February 19, 1756. Dear Sir, I return you my sincerest thanks for the favour which you were pleased to do me 2 nights ago. Be pleased to accept of this little book, which is all that I have published this winter. The inflammation is come again into my eye, so that I can write very little. I am, Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. The little book is not, as Mr. Croker suggests, William's Longitude, for it was published in January 1755, but the abridgment of the dictionary, which was advertised in the Gentleman's Magazine for January 1756. Murphy says, Life, page 86, that he has before him a letter in Johnson's handwriting, which shows the distress of the man who had written the Rambler, and finished the great work of his dictionary. It is directed to Mr. Richardson, and it is as follows: Sir, I am obliged to entreat your assistance. I am now under an arrest for £5 18s. Mr. Strahan, from whom I should have received the necessary help in this case, is not at home, and I am afraid of not finding Mr. Miller. If you will be so good as to send me this sum, I will very gratefully repay you, and add it to all former obligations. I am, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, Gough Square, 16th of March. In the margin of this letter there is a memorandum in these words: March 16th, 1756, sent 6 guineas, witness Win Richardson. In the European Magazine there is the following anecdote recorded, for which Stevens most likely was the authority. I remember writing to Richardson, said Johnson, from a sponging house, and was so sure of my deliverance through his kindness and liberality, that before his reply was brought I knew I could afford to joke with the rascal who had me in custody, and did so over a pint of adulterated wine, for which at that instant I had no money to pay. It is very likely that this anecdote has no other foundation than Johnson's second letter to Richardson, which is dated not from a sponging house, but from his own residence. What kind of fate awaited a man who was thrown into prison for debt is shown by the following passage in Wesley's Journal, dated February 3rd, 1753. I visited one in the Marshalsea prison, a nursery of all manner of wickedness. O shame to man that there should be such a place, such a picture of hell upon earth. A few days later he writes, I visited as many more as I could. I found some in their cells underground, others in their garrets, half starved both with cold and hunger, added to weakness and pain. End of footnote. Payment for the dictionary, Anno Domini 1756. Johnson's opinion of booksellers, Itart 47. No royal or noble patron extended a munificent hand to give independence to the man who had conferred stability on the language of his country. We may feel indignant that there should have been such unworthy neglect, but we must at the same time congratulate ourselves when we consider that to this very neglect, operating to rouse the natural indolence of his constitution, we owe many valuable productions which otherwise perhaps might never have appeared. He had spent during the progress of the work the money for which he had contracted to write his dictionary,
We have seen that the reward of his labour was only £1,575, and when the expense of amanuenses and paper and other articles are deducted, his clear profit was very inconsiderable. I once said to him, "I am sorry, sir, you did not get more for your dictionary." His answer was, "I am sorry too, but it was very well. The booksellers are generous, liberal-minded men." Footnote: in a debate on the Copyright Bill on May 16, 1774, Governor Johnston said, "It had been urged that Dr. Johnson had received an after gratification from the booksellers who employed him to compile his dictionary. He had in his hand a letter from Dr. Johnson, which he read, in which the doctor denied the assertion, but declared that his employers fulfilled their bargain with him, and that he was satisfied." End of footnote. He upon all occasions did ample justice to their character in this respect. Footnote: he more than once attacked them. Thus, in an appeal to the public, which he wrote for the Gentleman's Magazine in 1739, he said, "Nothing is more criminal in the opinion of many of them than for an author to enjoy more advantage from his own works than they are disposed to allow him. This is a principle so well established among them, that we can produce some who threatened printers with their highest displeasure for having dared to print books for those that wrote them." In the Life of Savage, written in 1744, he writes of the avarice by which the booksellers are frequently incited to oppress that genius by which they are supported. In the Life of Dryden, written in 1779, he speaks of an improvement. "The general conduct of traders was much less liberal in those times than in our own. Their views were narrower, and their manners grosser. To the mercantile ruggedness of that race, the delicacy of the poet was sometimes exposed." End of footnote. He considered them as the patrons of literature, and indeed, although they have eventually been considerable gainers by his dictionary, it is to them that we owe its having been undertaken and carried through, at the risk of great expense, for they were not absolutely sure of being indemnified. On the first day of this year we find from his private devotions that he had then recovered from sickness. Footnote: Prayers and Meditations, page 40, Boswell. Johnson wrote to Miss Boothby on December 30th, 1755, "If I turn my thoughts upon myself, what do I perceive but a poor helpless being, reduced by a blast of wind to weakness and misery? Mr. Fitzherbert sent to-day to offer me some wine. The people about me say I ought to accept it. I shall therefore be obliged to him if he will send me a bottle." Piozzi Letters. End of footnote. And in February that his eye was restored to its use. Footnote: Prayers and Meditations, page 27, Boswell. End of footnote. The pious gratitude with which he acknowledges mercies upon every occasion is very edifying, as is the humble submission which he breathes when it is the will of his heavenly Father to try him with afflictions. As such dispositions become the state of man here, and are the true effects of religious discipline, we cannot but venerate in Johnson one of the most exercised minds that our holy religion hath ever formed. If there be any thoughtless enough to suppose such exercise the weakness of a great understanding, let them look up to Johnson, and be convinced that what he so earnestly practised must have a rational foundation. Christopher Smart, Anno Domini 1756. His works this year were an abstract or epitome in octavo of his folio dictionary, and a few essays in a monthly publication entitled
the Universal Visitor. Christopher Smart, with whose unhappy vacillation of mind he sincerely sympathized, was one of the stated undertakers of this miscellany, and it was to assist him that Johnson sometimes employed his pen. Footnote: Kit Smart, once a fellow of Pembroke Hall, Cambridge, ended his life in the King's Bench prison, where he had, owed to a small subscription of which Dr. Burney was at the head, a miserable pittance beyond the prison allowance. In his latest letter to Dr. Burney he passionately pleaded for a fellow sufferer, whom I myself, he impressively adds, have already assisted according to my willing poverty. In another letter to the same friend he said, "I bless God for your good nature, which pleased to take for a receipt." Memoirs of Dr. Burney. End of footnote. All the essays marked with 2 asterisks have been ascribed to him, but I am confident from internal evidence that of these neither the Life of Chaucer, Reflections on the State of Portugal, nor an Essay on Architecture were written by him. I am equally confident, upon the same evidence, that he wrote Further Thoughts on Agriculture, Dagger. Footnote. In this essay Johnson writes, "I think there is room to question whether a great part of mankind has yet been informed that life is sustained by the fruits of the earth. I was once indeed provoked to ask a lady of great eminence for genius whether she knew of what bread is made." End of footnote. Being sequel of a very inferior essay on the same subject, and which, though carried on as if by the same hand, is both in thinking and expression so far above it, and so strikingly peculiar, as to leave no doubt of its true parent; and that he also wrote a dissertation on the state of literature and authors, Dagger. Footnote. In the Universal Visitor this essay is entitled Reflections on the Present State of Literature, and in Johnson's works, A Project for the Employment of Authors. The whole world, he says, is turning author. Their number is so large that employment must be found for them. There are some reasons for which they may seem particularly qualified for a military life. They are used to suffer want of every kind. They are accustomed to obey the word of command from their patrons and their booksellers. They have always passed a life of hazard and adventure, uncertain what may be their state on the next day. There are some whom long depression under supercilious patrons has so humbled and crushed that they will never have steadiness to keep their ranks. But for these men there may be found fifes and drums, and they will be well enough pleased to inflame others to battle, if they are not obliged to fight themselves. End of footnote. And a dissertation on the epitaphs written by Pope, Dagger. The last of these, indeed, he afterwards added to his Idler. Footnote. He added it also to his Life of Pope. End of footnote. Why the essays truly written by him are marked in the same manner with some which he did not write, I cannot explain, but with deference to those who have ascribed to him the 3 essays which I have rejected, they want all the characteristical marks of Johnsonian composition. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The literary magazine, ITART 47. He engaged also to superintend and contribute largely to another monthly publication entitled The Literary Magazine, or Universal Review, the first number of which came out in May this year. Footnote. This employment, wrote Murphy, Life, page 88, engrossed but little of Johnson's time.
He resigned himself to indolence, took no exercise, rose about 2, and then received the visits of his friends. Authors long since forgotten waited on him as their oracle, and he gave responses in the chair of criticism. He listened to the complaints, the schemes, and the hopes and fears of a crowd of inferior writers, who, he said, in the words of Roger Ascham, lived, men knew not how, and died obscure, men marked not when. He believed that he could give a better history of Grub Street than any man living. His house was filled with a succession of visitors till 4 or 5 in the evening. During the whole time he presided at his tea table. In The Rambler, No. 145, Johnson takes the part of these inferior writers, a race of beings equally obscure and equally indigent, who, because their usefulness is less obvious to vulgar apprehensions, live unrewarded and die unpitied, and who have been long exposed to insult without a defender, and to censure without an apologist. End of footnote. What were his emoluments from this undertaking, and what other writers were employed in it, I have not discovered. He continued to write in it with intermissions till the 15th number, and I think he never gave better proofs of the force, acuteness, and vivacity of his mind than in this miscellany, whether we consider his original essays or his reviews of the works of others. The preliminary address dagger to the public is a proof how this great man could embellish with the graces of superior composition even so trite a thing as the plan of a magazine. His original essays are An Introduction to the Political State of Great Britain dagger. Footnote. In this essay Johnson describes Canada as a region of desolate sterility, a cold, uncomfortable, uninviting region from which nothing but furs and fish were to be had. End of footnote. Remarks on the Militia Bill dagger. Footnote. The bill of 1756 that he considers passed through the Commons, but was rejected by the Lords. It is curious as showing the comparative population of the different counties. Devonshire was to furnish 3,200 men, twice as many as Lancashire. Essex, Kent, Norfolk, and Suffolk were each to furnish 1,920 men. Lancashire, Surrey, Sussex, and Wiltshire 1,600. Durham and Bedfordshire 800. From the 3 ridings of Yorkshire 4,800 were to be raised. The men were to be exercised every Sunday before and after service. The Literary Magazine, page 58. End of footnote. Observations on His Britannic Majesty's treaties with the Empress of Russia and the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel dagger. Footnote. In this paper are found the forcible words, "the desperate remedy of desperate distress," which have been used since by orators. End of footnote. Observations on the present state of affairs dagger. Footnote. Johnson considers here the war in America between the English and French, and shows a strong feeling for the natives who had been wronged by both nations. Such is the contest that no honest man can heartily wish success to either party. The American dispute between the French and us is only the quarrel of 2 robbers for the spoils of a passenger. The French had this in their favour, that they had treated the natives better than we. The favour of the Indians, which they enjoy with very few exceptions among all the nations of the northern continent, we ought to consider with other thoughts. This favour we might have enjoyed, if we had been careful to deserve it. End of footnote. And Memoirs of Frederick III, King of Prussia, dagger. Footnote. These memoirs end with the year 1745. Johnson had intended to continue them, for he writes, "We shall here suspend our narrative." End of footnote.
In all these he displays extensive political knowledge and sagacity, expressed with uncommon energy and perspicuity, without any of those words which he sometimes took a pleasure in adopting in imitation of Sir Thomas Browne, of whose Christian Morals he this year gave an edition, with his Life * prefixed to it, which is one of Johnson's best biographical performances. In one instance only in these essays has he indulged his Brownism. Dr. Robertson, the historian, mentioned it to me as having at once convinced him that Johnson was the author of the Memoirs of the King of Prussia, speaking of the pride which the old king, the father of his hero, took in being master of the tallest regiment in Europe. He says, "To review this towering regiment was his daily pleasure, and to perpetuate it was so much his care, that when he met a tall woman, he immediately commanded one of his Titanian retinue to marry her, that they might propagate posterity." The sentence continues, "and produce heirs to the father's habiliments." Another instance may be adduced of his Brownism in the following line: "The war continued in an equilibration by alternate losses and advantages." For this Anglo-Latin word posterity, Johnson had, however, the authority of Addison, in a letter from the Secretary of the Tall Club, in the Guardian, No. 108, "If the fair sex look upon us with an eye of favour, we shall make some attempts to lengthen out the human figure, and restore it to its ancient posterity." His reviews of the following books, Birch's History of the Royal Society dagger, Murphy's Gray's Inn Journal dagger, Wharton's Essay on the Writings and Genius of Pope, Volume 1 dagger, Hampton's translation of Polybius dagger, Blackwell's Memoirs of the Court of Augustus dagger, Russell's Natural History of Aleppo dagger, Sir Isaac Newton's Arguments in Proof of a Deity dagger, Borlase's History of the Isles of Scilly dagger, Holmes' Experiments on Bleaching dagger, Brown's Christian Morals dagger, Hale's on Distilling Sea Water, Ventilators in Ships, and Curing an Ill Taste in Milk dagger, Lucas's Essay on Waters dagger, Keith's Catalogue of the Scottish Bishops dagger, Brown's History of Jamaica dagger, Philosophical Transactions, Volume 49 dagger, Mrs. Lennox's translation of Sully's Memoirs *, Miscellanies by Elizabeth Harrison dagger, Evans's Map and Account of the Middle Colonies in America dagger, As power is the constant and unavoidable consequence of learning, there is no reason to doubt that the time is approaching when the Americans shall, in their turn, have some influence on the affairs of mankind, for literature apparently gains ground among them. A library is established in Carolina, and some great electrical discoveries were made at Philadelphia. The fear that the American colonies will break off their dependence on England, I have always thought chimerical and vain. They must be dependent, and if they forsake us, or be forsaken by us, they must fall into the hands of France. Literary Magazine, pages 293, 299. Letter on the case of Admiral Byng, *, Appeal to the People concerning Admiral Byng, *, Hanway's 8 Days' Journey, and Essay on Tea, *, The Cadet, a Military Treatise, dagger, some further particulars in relation to the case of Admiral Byng, by a gentleman of Oxford, *, The Conduct of the Ministry relating to the present war, impartially examined, dagger, A Free Inquiry into the Nature and Origin of Evil, *. All these, from internal evidence, were written by Johnson. Some of them I know he avowed, and have marked them with an asterisk accordingly. The Earthquake of Lisbon, ITART 47, *. Johnson, I have no doubt, wrote the review of A True Account of Lisbon since the Earthquake, in which it is stated that the destruction was grossly exaggerated. After quoting the writer at length, he concludes, "Such then is the actual, real situation of that place which once was Lisbon, and has been since gazettically and pamphletically quite destroyed, consumed, annihilated." Now, upon comparing this simple narration of things and facts with the false and absurd accounts which have rather insulted and imposed upon us than informed us, who but must see the enormous disproportion? Exaggeration and the absurdities ever faithfully attached to it are inseparable attitudes of the ignorant, the empty, and the affected. Hence those eloquent tropes, so familiar in every conversation, monstrously pretty, vastly little. Hence your eminent shoemaker, farriers, and undertakers. It is to the same muddy source we owe the many falsehoods and absurdities we have been pestered with concerning Lisbon. Thence your extravagantly sublime figures. Lisbon is no more, can be seen no more, etc., with all the other prodigal effusions of bombast beyond that stretch of time or temper to enumerate. End of footnote. Johnson's Article Liberty, Anno Domini 1750. Mr. Thomas Davies, indeed, ascribed to him the review of Mr. Burke's Inquiry into the Origin of Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, and Sir John Hawkins, with equal discernment, has inserted it in his collection of Johnson's works, whereas it has no resemblance to Johnson's composition, and is well known to have been written by Mr. Murphy, who has acknowledged it to me and many others. It is worthy of remark, in justice to Johnson's political character, which has been misrepresented as abjectly submissive to power, that his observations on the present state of affairs glow with as animated a spirit of constitutional liberty as can be found anywhere. Thus he begins: "The time is now come in which every Englishman expects to be informed of the national affairs, and in which he has a right to have that expectation gratified. For whatever may be urged by ministers, or those whom vanity or interest make the followers of ministers, concerning the necessity of confidence in our governors, and the presumption of prying with profane eyes into the recesses of policy, it is evident that this reverence can be claimed only by counsels yet unexecuted, and projects suspended in deliberation. But when the design has ended in miscarriage or success, when every eye and every ear is witness to general discontent or general satisfaction, it is then a proper time to disentangle confusion and illustrate obscurity, to show by what causes every event was produced, and in what effects it is likely to terminate, to lay down with distinct particularity what rumour always huddles in general exclamation, or perplexes by indigested narratives, footnote, in the original undigested, end of footnote, to show whence happiness or calamity is derived, and whence it may be expected, and honestly to lay before the people what inquiry can gather of the past, and conjecture can estimate of the future." Dr. Lucas, Itart. 47. Here we have it assumed as an incontrovertible principle that in this country the people are the superintendents of the conduct and measures of those by whom government is administered, of the beneficial effect of which the present reign afforded an illustrious example, when addresses from all parts of the kingdom controlled an audacious attempt to introduce a new power, subversive of the crown. Footnote. In the spring of 1784, after the King had taken advantage of Fox's India Bill to dismiss the coalition ministry. End of footnote. A still stronger proof of his patriotic spirit appears in his review of An Essay on Waters by Dr. Lucas, of whom, after describing him as a man well known to the world for his daring defiance of power, when he thought it exerted on the side of wrong, he thus speaks: "The Irish ministers drove him from his native country by a proclamation, in which they charged him with crimes of which they never intended to be called to the proof, and oppressed by methods equally irresistible by guilt and innocence. Let the man thus driven into exile for having been the friend of his country be received in every other place as a confessor of liberty, and let the tools of power be taught in time that they may rob, but they cannot impoverish." In Ireland there was no act to limit the duration of Parliament. One Parliament sat through the whole reign of George II, 33 years. Dr. Lucas, a Dublin physician, in attacking other grievances, attacked also this. In 1749 he would have been elected member for Dublin, had he not, on a charge of seditious writings, been committed by the House of Commons to prison. He was to be confined, he was told, in the common hall of the prison among the felons. He fled to England, which was all that the government wanted, and he practised as a physician in London. In 1761 he was restored to the liberties of the city of Dublin, and was also elected one of its members. Hardy's Lord Charlemont and the Gentleman's Magazine. End of footnote. Some of his reviews in this magazine are very short accounts of the pieces noticed, and I mention them only that Dr. Johnson's opinion of the works may be known. But many of them are examples of elaborate criticism in the most masterly style. In his review of the Memoirs of the Court of Augustus, he has the resolution to think and speak from his own mind, regardless of the cant transmitted from age to age in praise of the ancient Romans. Boswell himself falls into this cant. See post September 22nd, 1777. End of footnote. Thus, I know not why any one but a schoolboy in his declamation should whine over the commonwealth of Rome, which grew great only by the misery of the rest of mankind. The Romans, like others, as soon as they grew rich, grew corrupt, and in their corruption sold the lives and freedoms of themselves and of one another. Again, a people who, while they were poor, robbed mankind, and as soon as they became rich, robbed one another. Footnote. He vigorously attacks the style in which these memoirs are written. Sometimes, he writes, the reader is suddenly ravished with a sonorous sentence, of which, when the noise is past, the meaning does not long remain. End of footnote. In his review of the Miscellanies in prose and verse, published by Elizabeth Harrison, but written by many hands, he gives an eminent proof at once of his orthodoxy and candour. The authors of the essays in prose seem generally to have imitated, or tried to imitate, the copiousness and luxuriance of Mrs. Rowe, footnote, the author of Friendship in Death, end of footnote. This, however, is not all their praise. They have laboured to add to her brightness of imagery, her purity of sentiments. Dr. Watts, Anno Domini 1756. The poets have had Dr. Watts before their eyes, a writer who, if he stood not in the first class of genius, compensated that defect by a ready application of his powers to the promotion of piety. The attempt to employ the ornaments of romance in the decoration of religion was, I think, first made by Mr. Boyle's Martyrdom of Theodora, but Boyle's philosophical studies did not allow him time for the cultivation of style, and the completion of the great design was reserved for Mrs. Rowe. Dr. Watts was one of the first who taught the dissenters to write and speak like other men, by showing them that elegance might consist with piety. Footnote. In the Lives of the Poets, Johnson writes, Dr. Watts was one of the first authors that taught the dissenters to court attention by the graces of language. Whatever they had among them before, whether of learning or acuteness, was commonly obscured and blunted by coarseness and inelegance of style. He showed them that zeal and purity might be expressed and enforced by polished diction. End of footnote. They would have both done honour to a better society. Footnote. Such he, Dr. Watts, was as every Christian church would rejoice to have adopted. Lives of the Poets. See also post July the 7th, 1777, and May the 19th, 1778, in a footnote. For they had that charity which might well make their failings be forgotten, and with which the whole Christian world might wish for communion. They were pure from all the heresies of an age to which every opinion has become a favourite that the universal Church has hitherto detested. This praise the general interest of mankind requires to be given to writers who please and do not corrupt, who instruct and do not weary. But to them all human eulogies are vain, whom I believe applauded by angels and numbered with the just. Johnson's reply to Hanway's attack, Anno Domini 1756. Johnson's defence of tea, Eighth, 47. His defence of tea against Mr. Jonas Hanway's violent attack upon that elegant and popular beverage, footnote. Mr. Hanway would have had the support of Johnson's father, who, as his son writes, considered tea as very expensive, and discouraged my mother from keeping company with the neighbours, and from paying visits or receiving them. She lived to say many years after that, if the time were to pass again, she would not comply with such unsocial injunctions. Account of Johnson's early life, page 18. The Methodists, 10 years earlier than Hanway, had declared war on tea. After talking largely with both the men and women leaders, writes Wesley, we agreed it would prevent great expense, as well of health as of time and of money, if the poorer people of our society could be persuaded to leave off drinking of tea. Wesley's Journal, Volume 1, page 526. Pepys, writing in 1660, says, I did send for a cup of tea, a China drink, of which I never had drank before. Pepys's Diary, Volume 1, page 137. Horace Walpole, Letters, writing in 1743, says, they have talked of a new duty on tea to be paid by every housekeeper for all the persons in their families, but it will scarce be proposed. Tea is so universal that it would make a greater clamour than a duty on wine. In October 1734, tea was sold in London at the following prices: ordinary bohea 9s. per pound, fine bohea 10s. to 12s. per pound, Pico 15s. per pound, Hyson 20s. to 25s. per pound. Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 4, page 575, into footnote. His defence of tea, etc., shows how very well a man of genius can write upon the slightest subject, when he writes, as the Italians say, con amore. I suppose no person ever enjoyed with more relish the infusion of that fragrant leaf than Johnson. Footnote. Yet in his reply to Mr. Hanway he said, I allowed tea to be a barren superfluity, neither medicinal nor nutritious, that neither supplied strength nor cheerfulness, neither relieved weariness nor exhilarated sorrow. Cumberland writes, Memoirs, I remember when Sir Joshua Reynolds at my house reminded Dr. Johnson that he had drank 11 cups. He replied, Sir, I did not count your glasses of wine, why should you number up my cups of tea? And then, laughing in perfect good humour, he added, Sir, I should have released the lady from any further trouble, if it had not been for your remark. But you have reminded me that I want one of the dozen, and I must request Mrs. Cumberland to round up my number. End of footnote. The quantities which he drank of it at all hours were so great, that his nerves must have been uncommonly strong not to have been extremely relaxed by such an intemperate use of it. Footnote. In this review, Johnson describes himself as a hardened and shameless tea drinker, who has for 20 years diluted his meals with only the infusion of this fascinating plant, whose kettle has scarcely time to cool, who with tea amuses the evening, with tea solaces the midnight, and with tea welcomes the morning. That he never felt the least inconvenience from it may well be doubted. His nights were almost always bad. In 1774 he recorded, I could not drink this day either coffee or tea after dinner. I know not when I missed before. The next day he recorded, last night my sleep was remarkably quiet. I know not whether by fatigue in walking or by forbearance of tea. Diary of a Journey into North Wales, August 4th. End of footnote. He assured me that he never felt the least inconvenience from it, which is a proof that the fault of his constitution was rather a too great tension of fibres than the contrary. Mr. Hanway wrote an angry answer to Johnson's review of his essay on tea, and Johnson, after a full and deliberate pause, made a reply to it, the only instance, I believe, in the whole course of his life when he condescended to oppose anything that was written against him. I suppose when he thought of any of his little antagonists, he was ever justly aware of the high sentiment of Ajax in Ovid, Iste tulit pretium jam nunc cediminis jus, qui cum victus erat, mecum cetasse feretur. Footnote. Losing he wins, because his name will be ennobled by defeat, who durst contend with me. Dryden, Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 13, number 19. But indeed the good Mr. Hanway laid himself so open to ridicule that Johnson's animadversions upon his attack were chiefly to make sport. Footnote. In Hanway's essay Johnson found much to praise. Hanway often went to the root when he dealt with the evils of life. Thus he writes, the introducing new habits of life is the most substantial charity. But he thus mingles sense and nonsense. Though tea and gin have spread their baneful influence over this island and His Majesty's other dominions, yet you may be well assured that the governors of the Foundling Hospital will exert their utmost skill and vigilance to prevent the children under their care from being poisoned or enervated by one or the other. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Admiral Byng, ITAR 47. The generosity with which he pleads the cause of Admiral Byng is highly to the honour of his heart and spirit. Though Voltaire affects to be witty upon the fate of that unfortunate officer, observing that he was shot pour encourager les autres, footnote. Et pourquoi tuer cet amiral? C'est, lui dit-on, parce qu'il n'a pas fait tuer assez de monde. Il a livré un combat à un amiral français, et on a trouvé qu'il n'était pas assez près de lui. Mais, dit Candide, l'amiral français était aussi loin de l'amiral anglais que celui-ci l'était de l'autre. Cela est incontestable, lui répliqua-t-on,
Mais dans ce pays-ci, il est bon de tuer de temps en temps un amiral pour encourager les autres. Candide, chapter 23, end of footnote. The nation has long been satisfied that his life was sacrificed to the political fervour of the times. In the vault belonging to the Torrington family in the church of South Hill in Bedfordshire, there is the following epitaph upon his monument, which I have transcribed: To the perpetual disgrace of public justice, the Honourable John Byng, Esquire, Admiral of the Blue, fell a martyr to political persecution, March the 14th, in the year 1757, when bravery and loyalty were insufficient securities for the life and honour of a naval officer. Soame Jenyns, Anno Domini 1756. Johnson's most exquisite critical essay in the Literary Magazine, and indeed anywhere, is his review of Soame Jenyns's Inquiry into the Origin of Evil. Footnote: Johnson reprinted this review in a small volume by itself. See Johnson's Works, volume 6, page 47, note, end of footnote. Jenyns was possessed of lively talents and a style eminently pure and easy, and could very happily play with a light subject, either in prose or verse. But when he speculated on that most difficult and excruciating question, the origin of evil, he ventured far beyond his depth. Footnote: I have ventured, like little wanton boys that swim on bladders, this many summers in a sea of glory, but far beyond my depth. Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2, end of footnote. And accordingly was exposed by Johnson, both with acute argument and brilliant wit. I remember when the late Mr. Bicknell's humorous performance entitled The Musical Travels of Joel Collier, footnote, Musical Travels Through England by Joel Collier, Organist, 1774. This book was written in ridicule of Dr. Burney's Travels, who, says his daughter, was much hurt on its first appearance. Dr. Burney's Memoirs, end of footnote. The Musical Travels of Joel Collier, in which a slight attempt is made to ridicule Johnson, was ascribed to Soame Jenyns. "Ha," said Johnson, "I thought I had given him enough of it." His triumph over Jenyns is thus described by my friend Mr. Courtenay in his Poetical Review of the Literary and Moral Character of Dr. Johnson, a performance of such merit that, had I not been honoured with a very kind and partial notice in it, I should echo the sentiments of men of the first taste loudly in its praise. When specious sophists with presumption, the source of evil hidden still from man, revive Arabian tales, and vainly hope to rival St. John and his scholar Pope, though metaphysics spread the gloom of night, by reason's star he guides our aching sight, the bounds of knowledge marks, and points the way to pathless wastes, where wildered sages stray, where like a farthing link-boy Jenyns stands, and the dim torch drops from his feeble hands. Footnote. Some time after Dr. Johnson's death, there appeared in the newspapers and magazines an illiberal and petulant attack upon him, in the form of an epitaph under the name of Mr. Soame Jenyns, very unworthy of that gentleman, who had quietly submitted to the critical lash while Johnson lived. It assumed, as characteristics of him, all the vulgar circumstances of abuse which had circulated amongst the ignorant. It was an unbecoming indulgence of puny resentment, at a time when he himself was at a very advanced age, and had a near prospect of descending to the grave. I was truly sorry for it, for he was then become an avowed and, as my Lord Bishop of London, who had a serious conversation with him on the subject, assures me, a sincere Christian. He could not expect that Johnson's numerous friends would patiently bear to have the memory of their master stigmatized by no mean pen, but that at least one will be found to retort. Accordingly, this unjust and sarcastic epitaph was met in the same public field by an answer in terms by no means soft, and such as wanton provocation only could justify. Epitaph, prepared for a creature not quite dead yet. Here lies a little ugly nauseous elf, who, judging only from its wretched self, feebly attempted, petulant and vain, the origin of evil to explain. A mighty genius at this elf displeased, with a strong critic grasp the urchin squeezed. For 30 years its coward spleen it kept, till in the duat the mighty genius slept. Then stunk and fretted an expiring snuff, and blinked at Johnson with its last poor puff. Boswell. This epitaph is very likely Boswell's own. For Jennens' conversion, see post April 12th and 15th, 1778. End of footnote. Drafts and Cards, Itart 47. This year Mr. William Payne, brother of the respectable bookseller of that name, footnote, Mr. John Payne, afterwards chief accountant of the Bank, one of the 4 surviving members of the Ivy Lane Club, who dined together in 1783, end of footnote, published an introduction to the game of draughts, to which Johnson contributed a dedication to the Earl of Rochford, *, and a preface, *, both of which are admirably adapted to the treatise to which they are prefixed. Johnson, I believe, did not play at draughts after leaving college, by which he suffered, for it would have afforded him an innocent soothing relief from the melancholy which distressed him so often. I have heard him regret that he had not learnt to play at cards. Footnote. He said, "I am sorry I have not learnt to play at cards. It is very useful in life. It generates kindness and consolidates society." Boswell's Hebrides, November 21st, 1773. End of footnote. And the game of draughts, we know, is peculiarly calculated to fix the attention without straining it. There is a composure and gravity in draughts which insensibly tranquillizes the mind, and accordingly the Dutch are fond of it, as they are of smoking, of the sedative influence of which, though he himself never smoked, he had a high opinion. Besides, there is in draughts some exercise of the faculties, and accordingly Johnson, wishing to dignify the subject in his dedication with what is most estimable in it, observes, "Triflers may find or make anything a trifle, but since it is the great characteristic of a wise man to see events in their courses, to obviate consequences, and ascertain contingencies, your Lordship will think nothing a trifle by which the mind is inured to caution, foresight, and circumspection." As one of the little occasional advantages which he did not disdain to take by his pen, as a man whose profession was literature, he this year accepted of a guinea, footnote, he was paid at the rate of a little over 2d. a line, end of footnote, from Mr. Robert Dodsley, for writing the introduction to the London Chronicle, an evening newspaper, and even in so slight a performance exhibited peculiar talents. This Chronicle still subsists, and from what I observed when I was abroad, has a more extensive circulation upon the continent than any of the English newspapers. It was constantly read by Johnson himself, and it is but just to observe that it has all along been distinguished for good sense, accuracy, moderation, and delicacy. Another instance of the same nature has been communicated to me by the Reverend Dr. Thomas Campbell, who has done himself considerable credit by his own writings. Dr. Madden, Anno Domini 1756. Sitting with Dr. Johnson one morning alone, he asked me if I had known Dr. Madden, who was author of the Premium Scheme in Ireland. Footnote. In 1740 he set apart the yearly sum of £100 to be distributed by way of premium to the authors of the best inventions, etc., in Ireland. Chalmers' Biographical Dictionary. End of footnote. On my answering in the affirmative, and also that I had for some years lived in his neighbourhood, etc., he begged of me that when I returned to Ireland I would endeavour to procure for him a poem of Dr. Madden's called Bolter's Monument. The reason, said he, why I wish for it is this: when Dr. Madden came to London, he submitted that work to my castigation, and I remember I blotted a great many lines, and might have blotted many more without making the poem worse. However, the doctor was very thankful and very generous, for he gave me 10 guineas, which was to me at that time a great sum. Footnote. Bolter's Monument, a panegyrical poem sacred to the memory of that great and excellent prelate and patriot, the most Reverend Dr. Hugh Bolter, late Lord Archbishop of Ardmar and Primate of all Ireland, Dublin, 1745. Such lines as the following might well have been blotted, but of them the poem is chiefly formed. My peaceful song in lays instructive paints the first of mitred peers and Britain's saints. Page 2. Ah, mark, what gleam is that which paints the air? The blue serene expanse. Is Bolter there? Page 88. The poet addresses Bolter's successor, Hoadley, who, he says, shall equal him, while, like Elisha, you enjoy his spirit and his mantle too. Page 89. A note to mantle says, alluding to the metropolitan pallium. Bolter is the bishop in Pope's lines, prologue to the Satires, Book 1, line 99. Does not one table Bavius still admit? Still to one bishop Phillips seem a wit? Patterson's Pope's Satires, page 107. In the Life of Addison, Johnson, mentioning Dr. Madden, adds, a name which Ireland ought to honour. End of footnote. Johnson's Shakespeare, ITART 47. He this year resumed his scheme of giving an edition of Shakespeare with notes. Footnote. Hawkins writes, Life, page 363, I congratulated him on his being now engaged in a work that suited his genius. His answer was, I look upon this as I did upon the dictionary. It is all work, and my inducement to it is not love or desire of fame, but the want of money, which is the only motive to writing that I know of. End of footnote. He issued proposals of considerable length, footnote. They have been reprinted by Mr. Malone in the preface to his edition of Shakespeare, Boswell, end of footnote, in which he showed that he perfectly well knew what a variety of research such an undertaking required, but his indolence prevented him from pursuing it with that diligence which alone can collect those scattered facts that genius, however acute, penetrating, and luminous, cannot discover by its own force. It is remarkable that at this time his fancied activity was for the moment so vigorous that he promised his work should be published before Christmas 1757. Footnote: at Christmas 1757 he said he should publish about March 1758. When March came, he said that he should publish before summer. End of footnote. Yet 9 years elapsed before it saw the light. Footnote: in what Johnson says of Pope's slow progress in translating the Iliad, he had very likely his own case in view. Indolence, interruption, business, and pleasure all take their turns of retardation, and every long work is lengthened by 1,000 causes that can, and 10,000 that cannot, be recounted. Perhaps no extensive and multifarious performance was ever effected within the term originally fixed in the undertaker's mind. He that runs against time has an antagonist not subject to casualties. Johnson's Works. In Prior's Goldsmith we have the following extracts from letters written by Granger to Dr. Percy. June 27th, 1758. I have several times called on Johnson to pay him part of your subscription, in square brackets, for his edition of Shakespeare. I say part, because he never thinks of working if he has a couple of guineas in his pocket. But if you, notwithstanding, order me, the whole shall be given him at once. July 20th, 1758. As to his Shakespeare, moet sed non promovit. I shall feed him occasionally with guineas. End of footnote. His throes in bringing it forth had been severe and remittent, and at last we may almost conclude that the Caesarean operation was performed by the knife of Churchill, whose upbraiding satire, I dare say, made Johnson's friends urge him to dispatch. Footnote: Hawkins' Life, page 440, says that Reynolds and some other of his friends, who were more concerned for his reputation than himself seemed to be, contrived to entangle him by a wager, or some other pecuniary engagement, to perform his task by a certain time. Just as Johnson was oppressed by the engagement that he had made to edit Shakespeare, so was Cooper by his engagement to edit Milton. The consciousness that there is so much to do and nothing done is a burthen I am not able to bear. Milton especially is my grievance, and I might almost as well be haunted by his ghost as goaded with such continual reproaches for neglecting him. Southey's Cooper. End of footnote. Churchill, whose upbraiding satire, he for subscribers baits his hook and takes your cash, but where's the book? No matter where. Wise fear, you know, forbids the robbing of a foe, but what, to serve our private ends, forbids the cheating of our friends. Footnote. From The Ghost, Boswell makes 2 slight errors in quoting. Your cash should be their cash, and you know should be we know. End of footnote. Johnson refuses a country living, Anno Domini 1757. About this period he was offered a living of considerable value in Lincolnshire, if he were inclined to enter into holy orders. It was a rectory in the gift of Mr. Langton, the father of his much valued friend, but he did not accept of it, partly, I believe, from a conscientious motive, being persuaded that his temper and habits rendered him unfit for that assiduous and familiar instruction of the vulgar and ignorant which he held to be an essential duty in a clergyman, and partly because his love of a London life was so strong that he would have thought himself an exile in any other place, particularly if residing in the country. Footnote. Mrs. Thrale, writing to him in 1777, says, "You would rather be sick in London than well in the country." Piozzi Letters. Yet Johnson, when he could afford to travel, spent far more time in the country than is commonly thought. Moreover, a great part of each summer, from 1766 to 1782 inclusive, he spent at Streatham. End of footnote. Whoever would wish to see his thoughts upon that subject displayed in their full force may peruse The Adventurer, number 126. Footnote. The motto to this number, Sterales nec legit arenas ut caneret paucis mersitque hoc pulvere verum, Lucan. Johnson has thus translated: "Canst thou believe the vast eternal mind was e'er to Sirtes and Libyan sands confined, that he would choose this waste, this barren ground, to teach the thin inhabitants around, and leave his truth in wilds and deserts drowned." End of footnote. 1757, Ætat 48. In 1757 it does not appear that he published anything, except some of those articles in the Literary Magazine which have been mentioned. That magazine, after Johnson ceased to write in it, gradually declined, though the popular epithet of Anti-Gallican was added to it. Footnote. It was added to the January number of 1758, but it was dropped in the following numbers. End of footnote. And in July 1758 it expired. He probably prepared a part of his Shakespeare this year, and he dictated a speech on the subject of an Address to the Throne, after the expedition to Rochefort, which was delivered by one of his friends, I know not in what public meeting. Footnote. According to the note in the Gentleman's Magazine, the speech was delivered at a certain respectable talking society. The chairman of the meeting is addressed as Mr. President. The speech is vigorously written, and is, I have no doubt, by Johnson. It is fit, the speaker says, that those whom for the future we shall employ and pay may know they are the servants of a people that expect duty for their money. It is said an address expresses some distrust of the king, or may tend to disturb his quiet. An English king, Mr. President, has no great right to quiet when his people are in misery. End of footnote. It is printed in the Gentleman's Magazine for October 1785 as his, and bears sufficient marks of authenticity. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Irish Literature, Ætat 48. By the favour of Mr. Joseph Cooper Walker of the Treasury, Dublin, I have obtained a copy of the following letter from Johnson to the venerable author of Dissertations on the History of Ireland. The Affinities of Language, Anno Domini 1757. To Charles O'Connor, Esquire. Sir, I have lately, by the favour of Mr. Faulkner, seen your account of Ireland, and cannot forbear to solicit a prosecution of your design. Sir William Temple complains that Ireland is less known than any other country as to its ancient state. Footnote. I have often observed with wonder that we should know less of Ireland than of any other country in Europe. Temple's Works. End of footnote. The natives have had little leisure and little encouragement for inquiry, and strangers, not knowing the language, have had no ability. I have long wished that the Irish literature were cultivated. Footnote. The celebrated orator Mr. Flood has shown himself to be of Dr. Johnson's opinion, having by his will bequeathed his estate, after the death of his wife Lady Frances, to the University of Dublin, desiring that immediately after the said estate shall come into their possession, they shall appoint 2 professors, one for the study of the native Erse, or Irish language, and the other for the study of Irish antiquities and Irish history, and for the study of any other European language illustrative of or auxiliary to the study of Irish antiquities or Irish history, and that they may give yearly 2 liberal premiums for 2 compositions, one in verse and the other in prose, in the Irish language. Boswell. Ireland is known by tradition to have been once the seat of piety and learning. Dr. T. Campbell records in his diary of a visit to England that at the dinner of Messrs. Dilly's, April 5, 1775, he ventured to say that the first professors of Oxford, Paris, etc., were Irish. "Sir," says Johnson, "I believe there is something in what you say, and I am content with it, since they are not Scotch." And surely it would be very acceptable to all those who are curious either in the original of nations or the affinities of languages, to be further informed of the revolution of a people so ancient and once so illustrious. What relation there is between the Welsh and Irish language, or between the language of Ireland and that of Biscay, deserves inquiry. Of these provincial and unextended tongues, it seldom happens that more than one are understood by any one man, and therefore it seldom happens that a fair comparison can be made. I hope you will continue to cultivate this kind of learning, which has for too long lain neglected, and which, if it be suffered to remain in oblivion for another century, may perhaps never be retrieved. As I wish well to all useful undertakings, I would not forbear to let you know how much you deserve, in my opinion, from all lovers of study, and how much pleasure your work has given to, Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, London, April 9, 1757. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Warton, dear Sir, Dr. Marsilio of Padua, a learned gentleman and a good Latin poet, has a mind to see Oxford. On Mr. Thrale's attack of apoplexy in 1779, Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "I remember Dr. Marsigli, an Italian physician, whose seizure was more violent than Mr. Thrale's, for he fell down helpless, but his case was not considered as of much danger, and he went safe home, and is now professor at Padua." Piozzi Letters. I have given him a letter to Dr. Huddesford, now or late Vice-Chancellor, Wharton, Boswell. He was Vice-Chancellor when Johnson's degree was conferred, but his term of office had now come to an end. And shall be glad if you will introduce him, and show him anything in Oxford. I am printing my new edition of Shakespeare. I long to see you all, but cannot conveniently come yet. You might write to me now and then, if you were good for anything. But honores mutant mores. Professors forget their friends. Mr. Warton was elected Professor of Poetry at Oxford in the preceding year. Warton, Boswell. I shall certainly complain to Miss Jones. Miss Jones lived at Oxford, and was often of our parties. She was a very ingenious poetess, and published a volume of poems, and on the whole was a most sensible, agreeable, and amiable woman. She was a sister to the Reverend River Oliver Jones, chanter of Christ Church Cathedral at Oxford, and Johnson used to call her the chantress.
I have heard him often address her in this passage from Il Penseroso: "Thee, chantress, oft the woods among I woo," etc. She died unmarried. Warton. I am your, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, June 21st, 1757. Pleased to make my compliments to Mr. Wise. Subscribers to Johnson's Shakespeare, ITART 48. Mr. Burney, having enclosed to him an extract from the review of his dictionary in the Bibliothèque des Savants, and a list of subscribers to his Shakespeare, which Mr. Burney had procured in Norfolk, he wrote the following answer: To Mr. Burney, in Lynn, Norfolk, Sir, that I may show myself sensible of your favours, and not commit the same fault a second time, I make haste to answer the letter which I received this morning. The truth is, the other likewise was received, and I wrote an answer, but being desirous to transmit you some proposals and receipts, I waited till I could find a convenient conveyance, and day was passed after day, till other things drove it from my thoughts. Yet not so, but that I remember with great pleasure your commendation of my dictionary. Your praise was welcome, not only because I believe it was sincere, but because praise has been very scarce. A man of your candour will be surprised when I tell you that among all my acquaintance there were only two who, upon the publication of my book, did not endeavour to depress me with threats of censure from the public, or with objections learned from those who had learned them from my own preface. Yours is the only letter of goodwill that I have received, though indeed I am promised something of that sort from Sweden. How my new edition of Shakespeare, Boswell, will be received, I know not. The subscription has not been very successful. I shall publish about March. If you can direct me how to send proposals, I should wish that they were in such hands. I remember, Sir, in some of the first letters with which you favoured me, you mentioned your lady. May I inquire after her? In return for the favours which you have shown me, it is not much to tell you that I wish you and her all that can conduce to your happiness. I am, Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, Gough Square, December 24th, 1757. Brothers and Sisters, Anno Domini 1758. In 1758 we find him, it should seem, in as easy and pleasant a state of existence as constitutional unhappiness ever permitted him to enjoy. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, at Langton, Lincolnshire. Footnote: this letter is misdated. It was written in January 1759, and not in 1758. Johnson says that he is 49. In January 1758 he was 48. He mentions the performance of Cleone, which was at the end of 1758, and he says that Murphy is to have his Orphan of China acted next month. It was acted in the spring of 1759. End of footnote. Dearest Sir, I must indeed have slept very fast not to have been awakened by your letter. None of your suspicions are true. I am not much richer than when you left me, and what is worse, my omission of an answer to your first letter will prove that I am not much wiser. But I go on as I formerly did, designing to be some time or other both rich and wise, and yet cultivate neither mind nor fortune. Do you take notice of my example, and learn the danger of delay. When I was, as you are now, towering in the confidence of 21. Little did I suspect that I should be at 49 what I now am. But you do not seem to need my admonition. You are busy in acquiring and in communicating knowledge, and while you are studying, enjoy the end of study by making others wiser and happier. I was much pleased with the tale that you told me of being tutor to your sisters. I, who have no sisters or brothers, look with some degree of innocent envy on those who may be said to be born to friends, and cannot see without wonder how rarely that native union is afterwards regarded. It sometimes indeed happens that some supervenient cause of discord may overpower this original amity, but it seems to me more frequently thrown away with levity, or lost by negligence, than destroyed by injury or violence. We tell the ladies that good wives make good husbands. I believe it is a more certain position that good brothers make good sisters. I am satisfied with your stay at home, as Juvenal with his friend's retirement to Cumae. I know that your absence is best, though it be not best for me. Quam vis digressu veteris confusus amici, laudo tamen vacuus quod sedem figere cumis destinet, atque unum cibem donare Sibyllae. Footnote: Juvenal, Satire 3. Though grief and fondness in my breast rebel, when injured Thales bids the town farewell, yet still my calmer thoughts his choice commend. I praise the hermit, but regret the friend. Resolved at length from vice and London far, to breathe in distant fields a purer air, and fixed on Cambria's solitary shore, give to St. David one true Britain more. Johnson's London. End of footnote. Dodsley's Cleone, Itart. 49. Langton is a good Cumae, but who must be Sibylla? Mrs. Langton is as wise as Sibyl, and as good, and will live, if my wishes can prolong life, till she shall in time be as old. But she differs in this, that she has not scattered her precepts in the wind, at least not those which she bestowed upon you. The two Whartons just looked into the town, and were taken to see Cleone, where David says, footnote, Mr. Garrick, Boswell, end of footnote, they were starved for want of company to keep them warm. David and Doddy, footnote, Mr. Dodsley, the author of Cleone, Boswell. Garrick, according to Davies, had rejected Dodsley's Cleone, and had termed it a cruel, bloody, and unnatural play. Davies is Garrick. Johnson himself said of it, I am afraid there is more blood than brains. The night it was brought out at Covent Garden, Garrick appeared for the first time as Marplot in The Busybody at Drury Lane. The next morning he wrote to congratulate Dodsley on his success, and asked him at the same time to let him know how he could support his interest without absolutely giving up his own. To this Dodsley returned a cold reply. Garrick wrote back as follows: Master Robert Dodsley, when I first read your peevish answer to my well-meant proposal to you, I was much disturbed at it. But when I considered that some minds cannot bear the smallest portion of success, I most sincerely pitied you. And when I found in the same letter that you were graciously pleased to dismiss me from your acquaintance,
I could not but confess so apparent an obligation, and am with due acknowledgments, Master Robert Dodsley, your most obliged, David Garrick. Garrick Correspondence, where the letters that passed are wrongly dated 1757. Mrs. Bellamy, in her Life, says that on the evening of the performance she was provoked by something that Dodsley said, which, she continues, made me answer that good man with a petulance which afterwards gave me uneasiness. I told him that I had a reputation to lose as an actress, but as for his piece, Mr. Garrick had anticipated the damnation of it publicly the preceding evening at the Bedford Coffee House, where he had declared that it could not pass muster, as it was the very worst piece ever exhibited. Shenstone, writing 5 weeks after the play was brought out, says, Dodsley is now going to print his 4th edition. He sold 2,000 of his first edition the very first day he published it. The price was 18d. End of footnote. David and Doddy have had a new quarrel, and I think cannot conveniently quarrel any more. Cleone was well acted by all the characters, but Bellamy left nothing to be desired. Footnote. Mrs. Bellamy, Life, says that Johnson was present at the last rehearsal. When I came to repeat, Thou shalt not murder, Dr. Johnson caught me by the arm, and that somewhat too briskly, saying at the same time, It is a commandment, and must be spoken, Thou shalt not murder. As I had not then the honour of knowing personally that great genius, I was not a little displeased at his enforcing his instructions with so much vehemence. The next night she heard, she says, amidst the general applause, the same voice which had instructed me in the commandment exclaim aloud from the pit, I will write a copy of verses upon her myself. I knew that my success was insured. End of footnote. I went the first night and supported it, as well I might, for Doddy, you know, is my patron, and I would not desert him. Footnote. Dodsley had published his London and his Vanity of Human Wishes, and had had a large share in the Dictionary. End of footnote. The play was very well received. Doddy, after the danger was over, went every night to the stage side, and cried at the distress of poor Cleone. Footnote. It is to this that Churchill refers in the following lines. Let them, the Muses, with Glover o'er Medea doze. Let them with Dodsley wail Cleone's woes, whilst he, fine feeling creature, all in tears, melts as they melt, and weeps with weeping peers. The Journey, Poems. End of footnote. I have left off housekeeping, and therefore made presents of the game which you were pleased to send me. The pheasant I gave to Mr. Richardson, footnote, Mr. Samuel Richardson, author of Clarissa, Boswell, end of footnote, the bustard to Dr. Lawrence, and the pot I placed with Miss Williams to be eaten by myself. She desires that her compliments and good wishes may be accepted by the family, and I make the same request for myself. Mr. Reynolds has, within these few days, raised his price to 20 guineas a head. Footnote. In 1753, when in Devonshire, he charged 5 guineas a head, tailors Reynolds. Shortly afterwards, when he removed to London, 12 guineas, ibid. In 1764, 30 guineas. For a whole length, 150 guineas, ibid. Northcote writes that he sometimes has lamented the being interrupted in his work by idle visitors, saying, Those persons do not consider that my time is worth to me 5 guineas an hour. Northcote's Reynolds. End of footnote. And Miss is much employed in miniatures. Footnote. Miss Reynolds at first amused herself by painting miniature portraits, and in that part of the art was particularly successful. In her attempts at oil painting, however, she did not succeed, which made Reynolds say jestingly that her pictures in that way made other people laugh and him cry. And as he did not approve of her painting in oil, she generally did it by stealth. Ibid. End of footnote. I know not anybody else whose prosperity has increased since you left them. Murphy is to have his Orphan of China acted next month, and is therefore, I suppose, happy. Footnote. Murphy was far from happy. The play was not produced till April. By the date of Johnson's letter, he had not by any means reached the end of what he calls the first, and indeed the last, disagreeable controversy that he ever had with Mr. Garrick. Murphy's Garrick, page 213, end of footnote. I wish I could tell you of any great good to which I was approaching, but at present my prospects do not much delight me. However, I am always pleased when I find that you, dear sir, remember your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, January the 9th, 1758. Johnson's Shakespeare delayed, Itat 49. To Mr. Burney at Lynn, Norfolk. Sir, your kindness is so great, and my claim to any particular regard from you so little, that I am at a loss how to express my sense of your favours. Footnote. This letter was an answer to one in which was enclosed a draft for the payment of some subscriptions to his Shakespeare, Boswell. End of footnote. But I am indeed much pleased to be thus distinguished by you. I am ashamed to tell you that my Shakespeare will not be out so soon as I promised my subscribers. But I did not promise them more than I promised myself. It will, however, be published before summer. I have sent you a bundle of proposals, which I think do not profess more than I have hitherto performed. I have printed many of the plays, and have hitherto left very few passages unexplained. Where I am quite at a loss, I confess my ignorance, which is seldom done by commentators. Footnote. In the preface he says, I have not passed over with affected superiority what is equally difficult to the reader and to myself, but where I could not instruct him, I have owned my ignorance. End of footnote. I have likewise enclosed 12 receipts, not that I mean to impose upon you the trouble of pushing them with more importunity than may seem proper, but that you may rather have more than fewer than you shall want. The proposals you will disseminate as there shall be an opportunity. I once printed them at length in the Chronicle, and some of my friends, I believe Mr. Murphy, who formerly wrote the Gray's Inn Journal, introduced them with a splendid encomium. Since the Life of Browne, I have been a little engaged from time to time in the literary magazine, but not very lately. I have not the collection by me, and therefore cannot draw out a catalogue of my own parts, but will do it and send it. Do not buy them, for I will gather all those that have anything of mine in them, and send them to Mrs. Burney, as a small token of gratitude for the regard which he is pleased to bestow upon me. I am, Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, London, March the 8th, 1758. The Garret in Gough Square, Anno Domini 1758. Dr. Burney has kindly favoured me with the following memorandum, which I take the liberty to insert in his own genuine, easy style. I love to exhibit sketches of my illustrious friend by various eminent hands. Soon after this, Mr. Burney, during a visit to the capital, had an interview with him in Gough Square, where he dined and drank tea with him, and was introduced to the acquaintance of Mrs. Williams. After dinner, Mr. Johnson proposed to Mr. Burney to go up with him into his garret, which being accepted, he there found about 5 or 6 Greek folios, a deal writing desk, and a chair and a half. Johnson, giving to his guest the entire seat, tottered himself on one with only 3 legs and 1 arm. Footnote: Northcote gives the following account of this same garret, in describing how Reynolds introduced Roubilliac to Johnson. Johnson received him with much civility, and took them up into a garret, which he considered as his library, where, besides his books, all covered with dust, there was an old crazy deal table, and a still worse and older elbow chair, having only 3 legs. In this chair Johnson seated himself, after having, with considerable dexterity and evident practice, first drawn it up against the wall, which served to support it on that side on which the leg was deficient. Northcote's Reynolds. Miss Reynolds improves on the account. She says that before Johnson had the pension, he literally dressed like a beggar, and from what I have been told, he as literally lived as such, at least as to common conveniences in his apartments, wanting even a chair to sit on, particularly in his study, where a gentleman who frequently visited him whilst writing his Idlers constantly found him at his desk sitting on one with 3 legs, and on rising from it he remarked that Dr. Johnson never forgot its defect, but would either hold it in his hand, or place it with great composure against some support, taking no notice of its imperfection to his visitor. It was remarkable in Johnson that no external circumstances ever prompted him to make any apology, or to seem even sensible of their existence. Croker's Boswell, page 832. There can be little question that she is describing the same room, a room in a house in which Miss Williams was lodged, and most likely Mr. Levitt, and in which Mr. Burney dined, and in which certainly there must have been chairs. Yet Mr. Carlyle, misled by her account, says, in his apartments at one time there were unfortunately no chairs. Carlyle's Miscellanies, end of footnote. Here he gave Mr. Burney Mrs. Williams's history, and showed him some volumes of his Shakespeare already printed, to prove that he was in earnest. Upon Mr. Burney's opening the first volume at The Merchant of Venice, he observed to him that he seemed to be more severe on Warburton than Theobald. "Oh, poor Tib," said Johnson, "he was ready knocked down to my hands. Warburton stands between me and him." "But, sir," said Mr. Burney, "you'll have Warburton upon your bones, won't you?" "No, sir, he'll not come out. He'll only growl in his den." "But do you think, sir, that Warburton is a superior critic to Theobald?" "Oh, sir, he makes 52 Theobalds cut into slices." Footnote: In his Life of Pope, Johnson calls Theobald a man of heavy diligence, with very slender powers. In the preface to Shakespeare he admits that what little he did was commonly right. The editors of the Cambridge Shakespeare, on the other hand, say, "Theobald as an editor is incomparably superior to his predecessors and to his immediate successor, Warburton, although the latter had the advantage of working on his materials. Many most brilliant emendations are due to him. On Johnson's statement that Warburton would make 52 Theobalds cut into slices, they write, "From this judgment, whether they be compared as critics or editors, we emphatically dissent." Among Theobald's brilliant emendations are "A Babel of Green Fields," Henry V, Act 2, Scene 3, and "Lackeying the Varying Tide," Antony and Cleopatra, Act 1, Scene 4. End of footnote. The worst of Warburton is that he has a rage for saying something when there's nothing to be said. Mr. Burney then asked him whether he had seen the letter which Warburton had written in answer to a pamphlet addressed "to the most impudent man alive." Footnote: "A familiar epistle by Lord Bolingbroke to the most impudent man living, 1749." End of footnote. He answered in the negative. Mr. Burney told him it was supposed to be written by Mallet. The controversy now raged between the friends of Pope and Bolingbroke, and Warburton and Mallet were the leaders of the several parties. Footnote: Mallet, by address or accident, perhaps by his dependence on the Prince (of Wales), found his way to Bolingbroke, a man whose pride and petulance made his kindness difficult to gain or keep, and whom Mallet was content to court by an act which I hope was unwillingly performed. When it was found that Pope had clandestinely printed an unauthorized number of the pamphlet called The Patriot King, Bolingbroke, in a fit of useless fury, resolved to blast his memory, and employed Mallet, 1749, as the executioner of his vengeance. Mallet had not virtue or had not spirit to refuse the office, and was rewarded not long after with the legacy of Lord Bolingbroke's works, Johnson's works, and Walpole's letters. End of footnote. Mr. Burney asked him then if he had seen Warburton's book against Bolingbroke's philosophy. Footnote: A view of Lord Bolingbroke's philosophy in 4 letters to a friend, 1754-5. End of footnote. No, sir, I have never read Bolingbroke's impiety, and therefore am not interested about its confutation. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Idler, Anno Domini 1758. On the 15th of April he began a new periodical paper entitled The Idler. Footnote: a paper under this name had been started 7 years earlier, see Carter and Talbot Correspondence, end of footnote, which came out every Saturday in a weekly newspaper called the Universal Chronicle or Weekly Gazette, published by Newbury. Footnote: in the 2 years in which Johnson wrote for this paper it saw many changes. The first Idler appeared in No. 2 of the Universal Chronicle or Weekly Gazette, which was published not by Newbury but by J. Payne. On April the 29th this paper took the title of Payne's Universal Chronicle, etc. On January the 6th, 1759, it resumed the old title and was published by R. Stevens. On January the 5th, 1760, the title was changed to the Universal Chronicle and Westminster Journal, and it was published by W. Farden and R. Stevens. On March the 15th, 1760, it was published by R. Stevens alone. The paper consisted of 8 pages. The Idler, which varied in length, came first, and was printed in larger characters, much like a leading article.
The changes in title and ownership seem to show that, in spite of Johnson's contributions, it was not a successful publication. End of footnote. These essays were continued till April 5, 1760. Of 103, their total number, 12 were contributed by his friends, of which numbers 33, 93, and 96 were written by Mr. Thomas Warton, number 67 by Mr. Langton, and numbers 76, 79, and 82 by Sir Joshua Reynolds. The concluding words of number 82, "and pollute his canvas with deformity," being added by Johnson, as Sir Joshua informed me. Footnote. Those papers may be considered as a kind of syllabus of all Reynolds's future discourses, and certainly occasioned him some thinking in their composition. I have heard him say that Johnson required them from him on a sudden emergency, and on that account he sat up the whole night to complete them in time, and by it he was so much disordered that it produced a vertigo in his head. Northcote's Reynolds. Reynolds must have spoken of only one paper, as the three, appearing as they did on September 29th, October the 20th, and November the 10th, could not have been required at the one time. End of footnote. The Idler is evidently the work of the same mind which produced the Rambler, but has less body and more spirit. It has more variety of real life and greater facility of language. He describes the miseries of idleness with the lively sensations of one who has felt them. Footnote. To be idle and to be poor have always been reproaches, and therefore every man endeavours with his utmost care to hide his poverty from others, and his idleness from himself. The Idler, No. 17, end of footnote. And in his private memorandums while engaged in it, we find, "This year I hope to learn diligence." Footnote. Prayers and Meditations, page 30, 36, Boswell, end of footnote. Many of these excellent essays were written as hastily as an ordinary letter. Mr. Langton remembers Johnson when on a visit at Oxford, footnote, in July 1759, end of footnote, asking him one evening how long it was till the post went out, and on being told about half an hour, he exclaimed, "Then we shall do very well." He upon this instantly sat down and finished an Idler which it was necessary should be in London the next day. Mr. Langton having signified a wish to read it, "Sir," said he, "you shall not do more than I have done myself." He then folded it up and sent it off. Yet there are in the Idler several papers which show as much profundity of thought and labour of language as any of this great man's writings. Number 14, Robbery of Time. Number 24, Thinking. Number 41, Death of a Friend. Footnote. This number was published a few days after his mother's death. It is in the form of a letter, which is thus introduced. The following letter relates to an affliction perhaps not necessary to be imparted to the public, but I could not persuade myself to suppress it, because I think I know the sentiments to be sincere, and I feel no disposition to provide for this day any other entertainment. End of footnote. Number 43, Flight of Time. Number 51, Domestic Greatness Unattainable. Number 52, Self-Denial. Number 58, Actual, how short of Fancied, Excellence. Footnote. In the table of contents, the title of number 58 is Expectations of Pleasure Frustrated. In the original edition of the Idler, no titles are given. In this paper he shows that nothing is more hopeless than a scheme of merriment. End of footnote. Number 89, Physical Evil, Moral Good. Footnote. In this paper he begins by considering why the only thinking being of this globe is doomed to think, merely to be wretched, and to pass his time from youth to age in fearing or in suffering calamities. He ends by asserting that of what virtue there is, misery produces far the greater part. End of footnote. And his concluding paper on the horror of the last. Footnote. There are few things, he writes, not purely evil, of which we can say without some emotion of uneasiness, this is the last. The secret horror of the last is inseparable from a thinking being whose life is limited and to whom death is dreadful. End of footnote. Will prove this assertion. I know not why a motto, the usual trapping of periodical papers, is prefixed to very few of the idlers, as I have heard Johnson commend the custom, and he never could be at a loss for one, his memory being stored with innumerable passages of the classics. Footnote. I asked him one day why the idlers were published without mottos. He replied that it was forborne the better to conceal himself and escape discovery. But let us think of some now, said he, for the next edition. We can fit the 2 volumes in 2 hours, can't we? Accordingly, he recollected, and I wrote down these following, in parentheses 9 mottos, till some friend coming in about 5 minutes put an end to our further progress on the subject. Piozzi Letters. End of footnote. Influence of the weather, Anno Domini 1758. In this series of essays he exhibits admirable instances of grave humour, of which he had an uncommon share. Nor on some occasions has he repressed that power of sophistry which he possessed in so eminent a degree. In number 11 he treats with the utmost contempt the opinion that our mental faculties depend in some degree upon the weather, an opinion which they who have never experienced its truth are not to be envied, and of which he himself could not but be sensible, as the effects of weather upon him were very visible. Yet thus he declaims: surely nothing is more reproachful to a being endowed with reason than to resign its powers to the influence of the air, and live in dependence on the weather and the wind for the only blessings which nature has put into our power, tranquillity and benevolence. This distinction of seasons is produced only by imagination operating on luxury. To temperance every day is bright, and every hour is propitious to diligence. He that shall resolutely excite his faculties or exert his virtues will soon make himself superior to the seasons, and may set at defiance the morning mist and the evening damp, the blasts of the east and the clouds of the south. Footnote. See post July the 14th and 26th, 1763, April the 14th, 1775, and August the 2nd, 1784. Note. For instances in which Johnson ridicules the notion that weather and seasons have any necessary effect on man. Also April the 17th, 1778. In the Life of Milton he writes, this dependence of the soul upon the seasons, those temporary and periodical ebbs and flows of intellect, may, I suppose, justly be derided as the fumes of vain imagination. Sapiens dominabitur astro. The author that thinks himself weather-bound will find, with a little help from hellebore, that he is only idle or exhausted. But while this notion has possession of the head, it produces the inability which it supposes. Our powers owe much of their energy to our hopes, possunt quia posse videntur. Boswell records in his Hebrides, August the 16th, 1773, that when somebody talked of happy moments for composition, Johnson said, nay, a man may write at any time if he will set himself doggedly to it. Reynolds, who avowed how much he had learnt from Johnson, says much the same in his Seventh Discourse. But when in plain prose we gravely talk of courting the muse in shady bowers, waiting the call and inspiration of genius, of attending to times and seasons when the imagination shoots with the greatest vigour, whether at the summer solstice or the vernal equinox, when we talk such language or entertain such sentiments as these, we generally rest contented with mere words, or at best entertain notions not only groundless but pernicious. Reynolds's Works. On the other hand, in 1773 Johnson recorded, "Between Easter and Whitsuntide, having always considered that time as propitious to study, I attempted to learn the Low Dutch language." In the Rambler, No. 80, he says, "To the men of study and imagination, the winter is generally the chief time of labour. Gloom and silence produce composure of mind and concentration of ideas." In a letter to Mrs. Thrale, written in 1775, he says, "Most men have their bright and their cloudy days, at least they have days when they put their powers into act, and days when they suffer them to repose." Piozzi Letters. In 1781 he wrote, "I thought myself above assistance or obstruction from the seasons, but find the autumnal blast sharp and nipping, and the fading world an uncomfortable prospect." Again, in the last year of his life, he wrote, "The weather, you know, has not been balmy. I am now reduced to think, and am at last content to talk of the weather. Pride must have a fall." August 2nd, 1784, end of footnote. "I think the Romans call it Stoicism." Footnote. Addison's Cato, Act 1, Scene 4, end of footnote. The attendance on a court, Itart. 49. But in this number of his Idler his spirit seemed to run riot, for in the wantonness of his disquisition he forgets for a moment even the reverence for that which he held in high respect. Footnote. Johnson, reviewing the Duchess of Marlborough's attack on Queen Mary, says, "This is a character so different from all those that have been hitherto given of this celebrated princess, that the reader stands in suspense till he considers that it has hitherto had this great advantage, that it has only been compared with those of kings." End of footnote. And describes the attendant on a court as one whose business is to watch the looks of a being weak and foolish as himself. Footnote. Johnson had explained how it comes to pass that Englishmen talk so commonly of the weather. He continues, "Such is the reason of our practice, and who shall treat it with contempt? Surely not the attendant on a court, whose business is to watch the looks of a being weak and foolish as himself, and whose vanity is to recount the names of men who might drop into nothing and leave no vacuity. The weather is a nobler and more interesting subject. It is the present state of the skies and of the earth, on which plenty and famine are suspended, on which millions depend for the necessaries of life." Garrick complained that when he went to read before the court, not a look or a murmur testified approbation. There was a profound stillness. Everyone only watched to see what the king thought. Hazlitt's Conversations of Northcote, end of footnote. Alas, it is too certain that where the frame has delicate fibres and there is a fine sensibility, such influences of the air are irresistible. He might as well have bid defiance to the ague, the palsy, and all other bodily disorders. His unqualified ridicule of rhetorical gesture or action is not surely a test of truth, Yet we cannot help admiring how well it is adapted to produce the effect which he wished. Neither the judges of our laws nor the representatives of our people will be much affected by laboured gesticulation, or believe any man the more because he rolled his eyes, or puffed his cheeks, or spread abroad his arms, or stamped the ground, or thumped his breast, or turned his eyes sometimes to the ceiling and sometimes to the floor. Footnote: The Idler, No. 90. See post April 3, 1773, where he declaims against action in public speaking. End of footnote. Johnson not a plagiary, Anno Domini 1758. A casual coincidence with other writers, or an adoption of a sentiment or image which has been found in the writings of another, and afterwards appears in the mind as one's own, is not unfrequent. The richness of Johnson's fancy, which would supply his page abundantly on all occasions, and the strength of his memory, which at once detected the real owner of any thought, made him less liable to the imputation of plagiarism than perhaps any of our writers. Footnote: He now and then repeats himself. Thus in The Idler, No. 37, he moralizes on the story how Socrates, passing through the fair at Athens, cried out, "How many things are here which I do not need?" though he had already moralized on it in The Adventurer, No. 67 and 119. End footnote. In The Idler, however, there is a paper, in square brackets No. 34, in which conversation is assimilated to a bowl of punch, where there is the same train of comparison as in a poem by Blacklock in his collection published in 1756. Footnote: Poems on Several Occasions by Thomas Blacklock, page 179. See post August 5, 1763, and Boswell's Hebrides, August 17, 1773. End of footnote. In which a parallel is ingeniously drawn between human life and that liquor. It ends: "Say then, physicians of each kind, who cure the body or the mind, what harm in drinking can there be, since punch and life so well agree?" Profits on The Idler, Itat 49. To The Idler, when collected in volumes, footnote: Among the papers of Newbery in the possession of Mr. Murray is the account rendered on the collection of The Idler into 2 small volumes, when the arrangement seems to have been that Johnson should receive 2/3 of the profits. The Idler, debits pounds, shillings and pence. Paid for advertising £20 and 6d. Printing 2 volumes 1500, £41 13s. Paper £52 3s. £113 16s and 6d. Profit on the edition £126 3s and 6d. £240. Credit pounds, shillings and pence. 1500 sets, £16 per hundred, £240. Lot Johnson 2/3, £84 2s and 4d. Mr. Newbery 1/3, £42 2s and 2d. £126 3s and 6d. Forster's Goldsmith. If this account is correctly printed, the sale must have been slow. The first edition, 2 volumes 5s, was published in October 1761, Gentleman's Magazine. Johnson is called doctor in the account, but he was not made an LL.D. till July 1765. Prior, in his Life of Goldsmith, publishes an account between Goldsmith and Newbery, in which the first entry is 1761, October the 14th, 1 set of The Idler, 50s. Johnson, as Newbery's papers show, a year later bought a copy of Goldsmith's Life of Nash. End of footnote. He added, beside the essay on epitaphs and the dissertation on those of Pope, an essay on the bravery of the English common soldiers. He, however, omitted one of the original papers, which in the folio copy is number 22. *. This paper may be found in Stockdale's supplemental volume of Johnson's Miscellaneous Pieces, Boswell. Stockdale's supplemental volumes, for there are two, are volumes 12 and 13 of what is known as Hawkins's edition. In this paper he represents in a fable two vultures speculating on that mischievous being man, who is the only beast who kills that which he does not devour, who at times is seen to move in herds, while there is in every herd one that gives directions to the rest, and seems to be more eminently delighted with a wide carnage. End of footnote. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Wharton, dear Sir, your notes upon my poet are very acceptable. I beg that you will be so kind as to continue your searches. It would be reputable to my work and suitable to your professorship to have something of yours in the notes. As you have given no directions about your name, I shall therefore put it. I wish your brother would take the same trouble. A commentary must arise from the fortuitous discoveries of many men in devious walks of literature. Some of your remarks are on plays already printed, but I purpose to add an appendix of notes, so that nothing comes too late. You give yourself too much uneasiness, dear Sir, about the loss of the papers. Receipts for Shakespeare, Wharton, Boswell. End of footnote. The loss is nothing if nobody has found them, nor even then, perhaps, if the numbers be known. You are not the only friend that has had the same mischance. You may repair your want out of a stock which is deposited with Mr. Allen of Magdalen Hall, or out of a parcel which I have just sent to Mr. Chambers, for the use of anybody that will be so kind as to want them. Then of Lincoln College, now Sir Robert Chalmers, one of the judges in India. Wharton, Boswell. End of footnote. Mr. Langtons are well, and Miss Roberts. Old Mr. Langton's niece. End of footnote. Whom I have at last brought to speak, upon the information which you gave me that she had something to say. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, April 14, 1758. To the same. Dear Sir, you will receive this by Mr. Baretti, a gentleman particularly entitled to the notice and kindness of the Professor of Poesy. He has time but for a short stay, and will be glad to have it filled up with as much as he can hear and see. In recommending another to your favour, I ought not to omit thanks for the kindness which you have shown to myself. Have you any more notes on Shakespeare? I shall be glad of them. I see your pupil sometimes. Mr. Langton, Wharton, Boswell. End footnote. His mind is as exalted as his stature. Boswell records, Lady Di Beauclerk told me that Langton had never been to see her since she came to Richmond. His head was so full of the militia and Greek. Why, said I, Madam, he is of such a length, he is awkward, and not easily moved. But, said she, if he had lain himself at his length, his feet had been in London, and his head might have been here. Eodem die. Boswelliana, page 297. End of footnote. I am half afraid of him, but he is no less amiable than formidable. He will, if the forwardness of his spring be not blasted, be a credit to you and to the University. He brings some of my plays with him. Part of the impression of the Shakespeare
which Dr. Johnson conducted alone and published by subscription. This edition came out in 1765, Wharton, Boswell, end of footnote, which he has my permission to show you, on condition you will hide them from everybody else. I am, dear Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, June 1st, 1758. Mr. Langton as an undergraduate, Anno Domini 1758. Experience compared with expectation, ITART 49. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, of Trinity College, Oxford. Dear Sir, though I might have expected to hear from you upon your entrance into a new state of life at a new place, yet recollecting, not without some degree of shame, that I owe you a letter upon an old account, I think it my part to write first. This indeed I do not only from complaisance, but from interest, for, living on in the old way, I am very glad of a correspondent so capable as yourself to diversify the hours. You have at present too many novelties about you to need any help from me to drive along your time. I know not anything more pleasant or more instructive than to compare experience with expectation, or to register from time to time the difference between idea and reality. It is by this kind of observation that we grow daily less liable to be disappointed. Footnote: Stockdale records, Memoirs, that after he had entered on his charge as a domestic tutor to Lord Craven's son, he called on Johnson, who asked him how he liked his place. On his hesitating to answer, he said, "You must expect insolence." He added that in his youth he had entertained great expectations from a powerful family. "At length," he said, "I found that their promises, and consequently my expectations, vanished into air. But, sir, they would have treated me much worse if they had known that the motives from which I paid my court to them were purely selfish, and what opinion I had formed of them." He added that, since he knew mankind, he had not on any occasion been the sport of such delusion, and that he had never been disappointed by any one but himself. End of footnote. You, who are very capable of anticipating futurity and raising phantoms before your own eyes, must often have imagined to yourself an academical life, and have conceived what would be the manners, the views, and the conversation of men devoted to letters, how they would choose their companions, how they would direct their studies, and how they would regulate their lives. Let me know what you expected, and what you have found. At least record it to yourself before custom has reconciled you to the scenes before you, and the disparity of your discoveries to your hopes has vanished from your mind. It is a rule never to be forgotten, that whatever strikes strongly shall be described while the first impression remains fresh upon the mind. I love, dear Sir, to think on you, and therefore should willingly write more to you, but that the post will not now give me leave to do more than send my compliments to Mr. Wharton, and tell you that I am, dear Sir, most affectionately your very humble servant, Samuel Johnson, June 28th, 1757. Footnote: This and some of the other letters to Langton were not received by Boswell till the first volume of the second edition had been carried through the press. He gave them as a supplement to the second volume. The date of this letter was there wrongly given as June 27, 1758. In the third edition it was corrected. Nevertheless, the letter was misplaced, as if the wrong date were the right one.
Langton, as I have shown, subscribed the articles at Oxford on July the 7th, 1757. He must have come into residence, as Johnson did, some little while before this subscription. End of footnote. A violent death, Anno Domini 1759. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, at Langton, near Spilsbury, Lincolnshire. Dear Sir, I shall be sorry to think that what engrosses the attention of my friend should have no part of mine. Your mind is now full of the fate of Dury. Footnote. Major General Alexander Dury, of the 1st Regiment of Foot Guards, who fell in the gallant discharge of his duty near St. Car, in the well-known unfortunate expedition against France in 1758. His lady and Mr. Langton's mother were sisters. He left an only son, Lieutenant Colonel Dury, who has a company in the same regiment, Boswell. The expedition had been sent against St. Malo early in September. Failing in the attempt, the land forces retreated to St. Car, where, while embarking, they were attacked by the French. About 400 of our soldiers were made prisoners, and 600 killed and wounded. End of footnote. But his fate is past, and nothing remains but to try what reflection will suggest to mitigate the terrors of a violent death, which is more formidable at the first glance than on a nearer and more steady view. A violent death is never very painful. The only danger is lest it should be unprovided. But if a man can be supposed to make no provision for death in war, what can be the state that would have awakened him to the care of futurity? When would that man have prepared himself to die who went to seek death without preparation? What then can be the reason why we lament more him that dies of a wound than him that dies of a fever? A man that languishes with disease ends his life with more pain, but with less virtue. He leaves no example to his friends, nor bequeaths any honour to his descendants. The only reason why we lament a soldier's death is that we think he might have lived longer. Yet this cause of grief is common to many other kinds of death, which are not so passionately bewailed. The truth is that every death is violent which is the effect of accident. Every death which is not gradually brought on by the miseries of age, or when life is extinguished for any other reason than that it is burnt out. He that dies before 60 of a cold or consumption dies in reality by a violent death, yet his death is borne with patience only because the cause of his untimely end is silent and invisible. Let us endeavour to see things as they are, and then inquire whether we ought to complain. Whether to see life as it is will give us much consolation, I know not, but the consolation which is drawn from truth, if any there be, is solid and durable. That which may be derived from error must be, like its original, fallacious and fugitive. I am, dear Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. September the 21st, 1758. The death of Johnson's mother, Itart 50. In 1759, in the month of January, his mother died at the great age of 90, an event which deeply affected him. Not that his mind had acquired no firmness by the contemplation of mortality. Footnote: Hawkins's Life of Johnson, page 365. Boswell. In the beginning of the year 1759, an event happened for which it might be imagined he was well prepared, the death of his mother, who had attained the age of 90. But he, whose mind had acquired no firmness by the contemplation of mortality, was as little able to sustain the shock as he would have been had this loss befallen him in his nonage. But that his reverential affection for her was not abated by years, as indeed he retained all his tender feelings even to the latest period of his life. We may apply to Johnson in his behaviour to his mother what he said of Pope in his behaviour to his parents. Whatever was his pride, to them he was obedient, and whatever was his irritability, to them he was gentle. Life has, among its soothing and quiet comforts, few things better to give than such a son. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 281. In The Idler of January the 27th, 1759, number 41, Johnson shows his grief for his loss. The last year, the last day must come. It has come and is past. The life which made my own life pleasant is at an end, and the gates of death are shut upon my prospects. Such is the condition of our present existence, that life must one time lose its associations, and every inhabitant of the earth must walk downward to the grave alone and unregarded, without any partner of his joy or grief, without any interested witness of his misfortunes or success. Misfortune, indeed, he may yet feel, for where is the bottom of the misery of man? But what is success to him that has none to enjoy it? Happiness is not found in self-contemplation, it is perceived only when it is reflected from another. In Rasselas, chapter 45, he makes a sage say with a sigh, "Praise is to an old man an empty sound. I have neither mother to be delighted with the reputation of her son, nor wife to partake the honours of her husband." He here says once more what he had already said in his letter to Lord Chesterfield, and in the preface to the dictionary. I have been told that he regretted much his not having gone to visit his mother for several years previous to her death. Writing to his Birmingham friend Mr. Hector on October the 7th, 1756, he said, "I have been thinking every month of coming down into the country, but every month has brought its hindrances. From that kind of melancholy indisposition which I had when we lived together at Birmingham, I have never been free, but have always had it operating against my health and my life with more or less violence. I hope, however, to see all my friends, all that are remaining, in no very long time." Notes and Queries, 6th Series, Volume 3, page 301. No doubt his constant poverty, and the need that he was under of making provision for the day that was passing over him, had had much to do in keeping him from a journey to Lichfield. A passage in one of his letters shows that 14 years later the stage coach took 26 hours in going from London to Lichfield. Piozzi Letters. The return journey was very uncertain, for "our carriages," he wrote, "are only such as pass through the place sometimes full and sometimes vacant." The traveller had to watch for a place. As measured by time, London was in 1772 1 hour farther from Lichfield than it now is from Marseilles. It is strange, when we consider the long separation between Johnson and his mother, that in Rasselas, written just after her death, he makes Imlac say, "There is such communication (in square brackets in Europe) between distant places,
that one friend can hardly be said to be absent from another. Rasselas, chapter 11. His stepdaughter, Miss Porter, though for many years she was well off, had never been to London. Nay, according to Horace Walpole, Memoirs of the Reign of George III., George III. had never seen the sea, nor ever been 30 miles from London at the age of 34. End of footnote. But he was constantly engaged in literary labours which confined him to London, and though he had not the comfort of seeing his aged parent, he contributed liberally to her support. Footnote. For the letters written at this time by Johnson to his mother and Miss Porter, see Appendix B. End of footnote. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rasselas, Anno Domini 1759. Soon after this event he wrote his Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia. Footnote. Rasselas was published in 2 volumes 12mo, and was sold for 5 shillings. It was reviewed in the Gentleman's Magazine for April, and was no doubt published in that month. In a letter to Miss Porter, dated March 23rd, 1759, see Appendix, Johnson says, "I am going to publish a little story book, which I will send you when it is out." I may here remark that the Gentleman's Magazine was published at the end of the month, or even later. Thus the number for April 1759 contains news as late as April 30th. The name Rasselas Johnson got from Lobo's voyage to Abyssinia. On page 102 of that book he mentions Rassela Christos, Lieutenant General to Abyssinia, Sultan Segwed. On page 262 he explains the meaning of the first part of the word. There is now a generalissimo established under the title of Ras, or chief. The title still exists. Colonel Gordon mentions Ras Aria and Ras Alula. The Rev. W. West, in his introduction to Rasselas, page 31, Sampson Low and Company, says, "The word Ras, which is common to the Amharic, Arabic, and Hebrew tongues, signifies a head, and hence a prince, chief, or captain. Sela Christos means either picture of Christ or for the sake of Christ." End of footnote. Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, concerning the publication of which Sir John Hawkins guesses, vaguely and idly, instead of having taken the trouble to inform himself with authentic precision. Not to trouble my readers with a repetition of the night's reveries, I have to mention that the late Mr. Strahan, the printer, told me that Johnson wrote it, that with the profits he might defray the expense of his mother's funeral, and pay some little debts which she had left. He told Sir Joshua Reynolds that he composed it in the evenings of one week, sent it to the press in portions as it was written, and had never since read it over. Footnote. See Post, June 2nd, 1781. Finding it then accidentally in a chaise with Mr. Boswell, he read it eagerly. This was doubtless long after his declaration to Sir Joshua Reynolds, Malone. End of footnote. Mr. Strahan, Mr. Johnston, and Mr. Dodsley purchased it for £100, but afterwards paid him £25 more when it came into second edition. Footnote. Baretti told Malone that Johnson insisted on part of the money being paid immediately, and accordingly received £70. Any other person with the degree of reputation he then possessed would have got £400 for that work, but he never understood the art of making the most of his productions. Prize Malone, page 160. Some of the other circumstances there related by Baretti are not correct. End of footnote. Rasselas and Candide, Anno Domini 1759. Considering the large sums which have been received for compilations, and works requiring not much more genius than compilations, footnote, Hawkesworth received £6,000 for his revision of Cook's Voyages, post May 7, 1773, end of footnote, we cannot but wonder at the very low price which he was content to receive for this admirable performance, which, though he had written nothing else, would have rendered his name immortal in the world of literature. None of his writings has been so extensively diffused over Europe, for it has been translated into most, if not all, of the modern languages. This tale, with all the charms of Oriental imagery, and all the force and beauty of which the English language is capable, leads us through the most important scenes of human life, and shows us that this stage of our being is full of vanity and vexation of spirit. Footnote, Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 14, end of footnote. To those who look no further than the present life, or who maintain that human nature has not fallen from the state in which it was created, the instruction of this sublime story will be of no avail. But they who think justly, and feel with strong sensibility, will listen with eagerness and admiration to its truth and wisdom. Voltaire's Candide, written to refute the system of optimism, which it has accomplished with brilliant success, is wonderfully similar in its plan and conduct to Johnson's Rasselas, insomuch that I have heard Johnson say that if they had not been published so closely one after the other that there was not time for imitation, it would have been in vain to deny that the scheme of that which came latest was taken from the other. Footnote. See post May 16, 1778. It should seem that Candide was published in the latter half of February 1759. Grimm, in his letter of March 1, speaks of its having just appeared. Monsieur de Voltaire vient de nous égayer par un petit roman. He does not mention it in his previous letter of February 15th. Grimm, Literary Correspondence, 1829 edition. Johnson's letter to Miss Porter, quoted in the appendix, shows that Rasselas was written before March 23rd. How much earlier cannot be known. Candide is in the May list of books in the Gentleman's Magazine, price 2 6d, and with it 2 translations, each price 1 6d. End of footnote. Though the proposition illustrated by both these works was the same, namely, that in our present state there is more evil than good, the intention of the writers was very different. Voltaire, I am afraid, meant only by wanton profaneness to obtain a sportive victory over religion, and to discredit the belief of a superintending Providence. Johnson meant, by showing the unsatisfactory nature of things temporal, to direct the hopes of man to things eternal. Rasselas, as was observed to me by a very accomplished lady, may be considered as a more enlarged and more deeply philosophical discourse in prose upon the interesting truth which, in his Vanity of Human Wishes, he had so successfully enforced in verse. The fund of thinking which this work contains is such that almost every sentence of it may furnish a subject of long meditation. I am not satisfied if a year passes without my having read it through, and at every perusal my admiration of the mind which produced it is so highly raised, that I can scarcely believe that I had the honour of enjoying the intimacy of such a man. Apparitions, Itart 50.
I restrain myself from quoting passages from this excellent work, or even referring to them, because I should not know what to select, or rather what to omit. I shall, however, transcribe one, as it shows how well he could state the arguments of those who believe in the appearance of departed spirits, a doctrine which it is a mistake to suppose that he himself ever positively held. "If all your fear be of apparitions," said the prince, "I will promise you safety. There is no danger from the dead. He that is once buried will be seen no more." "That the dead are seen no more," said Imlac, "I will not undertake to maintain against the concurrent and unvaried testimony of all ages and of all nations. There is no people, rude or learned, among whom apparitions of the dead are not related and believed. This opinion which prevails," footnote, in the original, which perhaps prevails, Rasselas chapter 31, end of footnote, "as far as human nature is diffused, could become universal only by its truth. Those that never heard of one another would not have agreed in a tale which nothing but experience can make credible. That it is doubted by single cavillers can very little weaken the general evidence, and some who deny it with their tongues confess it by their fears." Notwithstanding my high admiration of Rasselas, I will not maintain that the morbid melancholy in Johnson's constitution may not perhaps have made life appear to him more insipid and unhappy than it generally is. Footnote: this is the second time that Boswell puts morbid melancholy in quotation marks, ante page 63. Perhaps he refers to a passage in Hawkins's Johnson, page 287, where the author speaks of Johnson's melancholy as "this morbid affection," as he was used to call it. End footnote. For I am sure that he had less enjoyment from it than I have. Yet whatever additional shade his own particular sensations may have thrown on his representation of life, attentive observation and close inquiry have convinced me that there is too much of reality in the gloomy picture. The truth, however, is that we judge of the happiness and misery of life differently at different times, according to the state of our changeable frame. I always remember a remark made to me by a Turkish lady educated in France: "Ma foi, monsieur, notre bonheur dépend de la façon que notre sang circule." This I have learned from a pretty hard course of experience, and would from sincere benevolence impress upon all who honour this book with a perusal, that until a steady conviction is obtained that the present life is an imperfect state and only a passage to a better, if we comply with the divine scheme of progressive improvement, and also that it is a part of the mysterious plan of Providence that intellectual beings must be made perfect through suffering, footnote, perfect through sufferings, Hebrews chapter 2, verse 10, end of footnote, there will be a continual recurrence of disappointment and uneasiness. But if we walk with hope in the midday sun of revelation, our temper and disposition will be such that the comforts and enjoyments in our way will be relished, while we patiently support the inconveniences and pains. After much speculation and various reasonings, I acknowledge myself convinced of the truth of Voltaire's conclusion, "Après tout, c'est un monde passable." Footnote. Perhaps the reference is to the conclusion of Le Monde comme il va. Il résolut de laisser aller le monde comme il va, car, dit-il, si tout n'est pas bien, tout est
passable. End of footnote. Live pleasant. Anno Domini 1759. But we must not think too deeply. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. Footnote. Gray, on a distant prospect of Eton College, end footnote, is in many respects more than poetically just. Let us cultivate, under the command of good principles, la théorie des sensations agréables, and as Mr. Burke once admirably counselled a grave and anxious gentleman, live pleasant. Footnote. Johnson, writing to Mrs. Thrale, said, Vivite laeti is one of the great rules of health. Piozzi Letters. It was the motto of a bishop very eminent for his piety and good works in King Charles II's reign, In servi Deo et laetare, serve God and be cheerful. Addison's Freeholder, No. 45, end of footnote. The effect of Rasselas and of Johnson's other moral tales is thus beautifully illustrated by Mr. Courtenay. Impressive truth in splendid fiction dressed checks the vain wish and calms the troubled breast. O'er the dark mind a light celestial throws, and soothes the angry passions to repose, as oil, effused, illumes and smooths the deep, when round the bark the swelling surges sweep. Footnote. Literary and moral character of Dr. Johnson. Boswell, end of footnote. The Idler pirated I-type 50. It will be recollected that during all this year he carried on his Idler. Footnote. This paper was in such high estimation before it was collected into volumes, that it was seized on with avidity by various publishers of newspapers and magazines to enrich their publications. Johnson, to put a stop to this unfair proceeding, wrote for the Universal Chronicle the following advertisement, in which there is perhaps more pomp of words than the occasion demanded. London, January the 5th, 1759. Advertisement. The proprietors of the paper entitled The Idler, having found that those essays are inserted in the newspapers and magazines with so little regard to justice or decency, that the Universal Chronicle, in which they first appear, is not always mentioned, think it necessary to declare to the publishers of those collections that however patiently they have hitherto endured these injuries, made yet more injurious by contempt, they have now determined to endure them no longer. They have already seen essays for which a very large price is paid transferred with the most shameless rapacity into the weekly or monthly compilations, and their right, at least for the present, alienated from them before they could themselves be said to enjoy it. But they would not willingly be thought to want tenderness, even for men by whom no tenderness hath been shown. The past is without remedy, and shall be without resentment. But those who have been thus busy with their sickles in the fields of their neighbours are henceforward to take notice that the time of impunity is at an end. Whoever shall, without our leave, lay the hand of rapine upon our papers, is to expect that we shall vindicate our due by the means which justice prescribes, and which are warranted by the immemorial prescriptions of honourable trade. We shall lay hold in our turn on their copies, degrade them from the pomp of wide margin and diffuse typography, contract them into a narrow space, and sell them at an humble price. Yet not with a view of growing rich by confiscations, for we think not much better of money got by punishment than by crimes. We shall therefore, when our losses are repaid, give what profit shall remain to the Magdalens. For we know not who can be more properly taxed for the support of penitent prostitutes, than prostitutes in whom there yet appears neither penitence nor shame. Boswell. End of footnote. He carried on his idler, and no doubt was proceeding, though slowly, in his edition of Shakespeare. He, however, from that liberality which never failed when called upon to assist other labourers in literature, found time to translate for Mrs. Lennox's English version of Brumoir a dissertation on the Greek comedy, Dagger, and the general conclusion of the book, Dagger. An inquiry into the state of foreign countries was an object that seems at all times to have interested Johnson. Hence Mr. Newbery found no great difficulty in persuading him to write the introduction *, to a collection of voyages and travels published by him under the title of The World Displayed, the first volume of which appeared this year, and the remaining volumes in subsequent years. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Parental Tyranny, Anno Domini 1759. I would ascribe to this year the following letter to a son of one of his early friends at Lichfield, Mr. Joseph Simpson, barrister and author of a tract entitled Reflections on the Study of the Law. Footnote. I think that this letter belongs to a later date, probably to 1765 or 1766. As we learn post April 10th, 1776, Simpson was a barrister who fell into a dissipated course of life. On July 2nd, 1765, Johnson records that he repaid him 10 guineas which he had borrowed in the lifetime of Mrs. Johnson, his wife. He also lent him 10 guineas more. If it was in 1759 that Simpson was troubled by small debts, it is most unlikely that Johnson let 6 years more pass without repaying him a loan which even then was at least of 7 years' standing. Moreover, in this letter Johnson writes, "I have been invited, or have invited myself, to several parts of the kingdom." The only visits, it seems, that he paid between 1754 and 1762 were to Oxford in 1759, and to Lichfield in the winter of 1761-62. After 1762, when his pension gave him means, he travelled frequently. Besides all this, he says of his stepdaughter, "I will not incommode my dear Lucy by coming to Lichfield while her present lodging is of any use to her." Miss Porter seems to have lived in his house till she had built one for herself, though his letter to her of January 10th, 1764, Croker's Boswell, shows that it was then building, yet she had not left his house on January 14th, 1766. Ibid. End of footnote. To Joseph Simpson, Esquire. Dear Sir, your father's inexorability not only grieves but amazes me. Footnote. In the Rambler, No. 148, entitled The Cruelty of Parental Tyranny, Johnson, after noticing the oppression inflicted by the perversion of legal authority, says, "Equally dangerous and equally detestable are the cruelties often exercised in private families under the venerable sanction of parental authority." He continues,
even though no consideration should be paid to the great law of social beings, by which every individual is commanded to consult the happiness of others, yet the harsh parent is less to be vindicated than any other criminal, because he less provides for the happiness of himself. See also Post, March 29th, 1779. A passage in one of Boswell's letters to Temple, page 111, may also be quoted here. The time was when such a letter from my father as the one I enclose would have depressed. But I am now firm, and, as my revered friend Mr. Samuel Johnson used to say, I feel the privileges of an independent human being. However, it is hard that I cannot have the pious satisfaction of being well with my father. End of footnote. Dear Sir, your father's inexorability not only grieves but amazes me. If you married imprudently, you miscarried at your own hazard at an age when you had a right of choice. It will be hard if the man might not choose his own wife, who has a right to plead before the judges of his country. If your imprudence has ended in difficulties and inconveniences, you are yourself to support them, and with the help of a little better health, you would support them and conquer them. Surely that want which accident and sickness produces is to be supported in every region of humanity, though there were neither friends nor fathers in the world. You have certainly from your father the highest claim of charity, though none of right, and therefore I would counsel you to omit no decent nor manly degree of importunity. Your debts in the whole are not large, and of the whole but a small part is troublesome. Small debts are like small shot, they are rattling on every side, and can scarcely be escaped without a wound. Great debts are like cannon, of loud noise, but little danger. You must therefore be enabled to discharge petty debts, that you may have leisure, with security, to struggle with the rest. Neither the great nor little debts disgrace you. I am sure you have my esteem for the courage with which you contracted them, and the spirit with which you endure them. I wish my esteem could be of more use. I have been invited, or have invited myself, to several parts of the kingdom, and will not incommode my dear Lucy by coming to Lichfield while her present lodging is of any use to her. I hope in a few days to be at leisure, and to make visits. Whither I shall fly is a matter of no importance. A man unconnected is at home everywhere, unless he may be said to be at home nowhere. I am sorry, dear Sir, that where you have parents, a man of your merits should not have an home. I wish I could give it you. I am, my dear Sir, affectionately yours, Samuel Johnson. An excursion to Oxford, Itart. 50. He now refreshed himself by an excursion to Oxford, of which the following short characteristical notice in his own words is preserved. Is now making tea for me. Footnote. Perhaps fan for Vansittart. End of footnote. I have been in my gown ever since I came here. Footnote. Lord Stowell informs me that Johnson prided himself in being, during his visits to Oxford, accurately academic in all points, and he wore his gown almost ostentatiously. Croker. End of footnote. It was at my first coming quite new and handsome. I have swum thrice, which I had disused for many years. I have proposed to Vansittart climbing over the wall, but he has refused me. Footnote. Dr. Robert Vansittart, of the ancient and respectable family of that name in Berkshire. He was eminent for learning and worth, and much esteemed by Dr. Johnson. Boswell. Johnson perhaps proposed climbing over the wall on the day on which University College witnessed me drink 3 bottles of port without being the worse for it. Post, April 7, 1778. End of footnote. And I have clapped my hands till they are sore at Dr. King's speech. Footnote. Gentleman's Magazine, April 1785. Boswell. The speech was made on July 7th, 1759, the last day of the solemnity of the instalment of the Earl of Westmoreland as Chancellor of the University. On the 3rd, the ceremony began with a grand procession of noblemen, doctors, etc., in their proper habits, which passed through St. Mary's, and was there joined by the Masters of Arts in their proper habits, and from thence proceeded to the great gate of the Sheldonian Theatre, in which the most numerous and brilliant assembly of persons of quality and distinction was seated that had ever been seen there on any occasion. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 39, page 342. Would that we had some description of Johnson as, in his new and handsome gown, he joined the procession among the masters. End of footnote. The Great Sham of Literature, Anno Domini 1759. Johnson's Black Servant at Sea, Itart 50. His negro servant Francis Barber, having left him and been some time at sea, not pressed, as has been supposed, but with his own consent, it appears from a letter to John Wilkes, Esquire, from Dr. Smollett, that his master kindly interested himself in procuring his release from a state of life of which Johnson always expressed the utmost abhorrence. He said, "No man will be a sailor who has contrivance enough to get himself into a jail, for being in a ship is being in a jail, with the chance of being drowned." Footnote. Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, 3rd edition, page 126, August 31st. Boswell. The chance of death from disease would seem also to have been greater on the ship than in a jail. In The Idler, No. 38, Johnson estimates that 1 in 4 of the prisoners dies every year. In his review of Hanway's Essay on Tea, he states that he is told that of the 500 or 600 seamen sent to China, sometimes half, commonly a third part, perish in the voyage. End of footnote. And at another time, a man in a jail has more room, better food, and commonly better company. Footnote. Ibid, page 251, September 23rd, Boswell. End of footnote. The letter was as follows: Chelsea, March 16, 1759. Dear Sir, I am again your petitioner in behalf of that great sham of literature, Samuel Johnson. Footnote. In my first edition this word was printed chum, as it appears in one of Mr. Wilkes's miscellanies, and I animadverted on Dr. Smollett's ignorance, for which let me propitiate the manes of that ingenious and benevolent gentleman. Chum was certainly a mistaken reading for Cham, the title of the sovereign of Tartary, which is well applied to Johnson, the monarch of literature, and was an epithet familiar to Smollett. See Roderick Random, chapter 56. For this correction I am indebted to Lord Palmerston, whose talents and literary acquirements accord well with his respectable pedigree of Temple. Boswell. After the publication of the second edition of this work, the author was furnished by Mr. Abercrombie of Philadelphia with the copy of a letter written by Dr. John Armstrong, the poet, to Dr. Smollett at Leghorn, containing the following paragraph:
As to the K bench patriot, it is hard to say from what motive he published a letter of yours asking some trifling favour of him in behalf of somebody for whom the great cham of literature, Mr. Johnson, had interested himself. Malone. In the first edition, Boswell had said, "Had Dr. Smollett been bred at an English university, he would have known that a chum is a student who lives with another in a chamber common to them both. A chum of literature is nonsense." End of footnote. I am again your petitioner in behalf of that great cham of literature, Samuel Johnson. His black servant, whose name is Francis Barber, has been pressed on board the Stag frigate, Captain Angel, and our lexicographer is in great distress. He says the boy is a sickly lad of a delicate frame, and particularly subject to a malady in his throat, which renders him very unfit for His Majesty's service. You know what manner of animosity the said Johnson has against you. Footnote. In a note to that piece of bad bookmaking, Almond's Memoirs of Wilkes, Volume 1, page 47, this allusion is thus explained. A pleasantry of Mr. Wilkes on that passage in Johnson's Grammar of the English Tongue prefixed to the dictionary, H seldom, perhaps never, begins any but the first syllable. For this pleasantry, see ante, page 300, end of footnote. And I dare say you desire no other opportunity of resenting it than that of laying him under an obligation. He was humble enough to desire my assistance on this occasion, though he and I were never cater cousins, and I gave him to understand that I would make application to my friend Mr. Wilkes, who perhaps, by his interest with Dr. Hay and Mr. Eliot, might be able to procure the discharge of his lackey. It will be superfluous to say more on the subject, which I leave to your own consideration, but I cannot let slip this opportunity of declaring that I am, with the most inviolable esteem and attachment, dear Sir, your affectionate, obliged, humble servant, T. Smollett. Mr. Wilkes, who upon all occasions has acted as a private gentleman with most polite liberality, applied to his friend Sir George Hay, then one of the Lords Commissioner of the Admiralty, and Francis Barber was discharged, as he has told me, without any wish of his own. He found his old master in chambers in the Inner Temple, and returned to his service. Footnote. Mr. Croker says that he was not discharged till June 1760. Had he been discharged at once, he would have found Johnson moving from Gough Square to Staple Inn, for in a letter to Miss Porter, dated March 23, 1759, given in the appendix, Johnson said, "I have this day moved my things, and you are now to direct to me at Staple Inn." End of footnote. Life in Inner Temple Lane, Anno Domini 1759. What a particular new scheme of life Johnson had in view this year, I have not discovered; but that he meditated one of some sort is clear from his private devotions, in which we find, "the change of outward things which I am now to make," and "grant me the grace of thy Holy Spirit, that the course which I am now beginning may proceed according to thy laws, and end in the enjoyment of thy favour." Footnote. Prayers and Meditations, pages 30, 39, and 40, Boswell. End of footnote. But he did not, in fact, make any external or visible change. Footnote. "I have left off housekeeping," wrote Johnson to Langton on January 9, 1759. Murphy, Life, page 90, writing of the beginning of the year 1759, says, "Johnson now found it necessary to retrench his expenses. He gave up his house in Gough Square. Mrs. Williams went into lodgings. he retired to Gray's Inn. He had first moved to Staple Inn, and soon removed 2 chambers in the Inner Temple Lane, where he lived in poverty, total idleness, and the pride of literature, magni stat nominis umbra. Mr. Fitzherbert used to say that he paid a morning visit to Johnson, intending from his chambers to send a letter into the city; but to his great surprise he found an author by profession without pen, ink, or paper. It was Mr. Fitzherbert who sent Johnson some wine. The following documents confirm Murphy's statement of Johnson's poverty at this time. May 19, 1759. I promised to pay to Mr. Newberry the sum of £42, 19 shillings and 10 on demand. Value received £42, 19 and 10. Samuel Johnson. March 20th, 1760. I promised to pay to Mr. Newberry the sum of £30 upon demand. £30. Samuel Johnson. In 1751 he had thrice borrowed money of Newberry, but the total amount of the loans was only 4 guineas. Prior's Goldsmith, Volume 1, page 340. With Johnson's want of pen, ink, and paper, we may compare the account that he gives of Savage's destitution. Nor had he any other conveniences for study than the fields or the streets allowed him. There he used to walk and form his speeches, and afterwards step into a shop, beg for a few moments the use of the pen and ink, and write down what he had composed upon paper which he had picked up by accident. Hawkins' Life, page 383, says that Johnson's chambers were 2 doors down the Inner Temple Lane. I have been told, he continues, by his neighbours at the corner, that during the time he dwelt there, more inquiries were made at his shop for Mr. Johnson than for all the inhabitants put together of both the Inner and Middle Temple. In a court opening out of Fleet Street, Goldsmith at this very time was still more miserably lodged. In the beginning of March 1759, Percy found him employed in writing his inquiry into polite learning in a wretched dirty room in which there was but 1 chair, and when he, from civility, offered it to his visitant, himself was obliged to sit in the window. Goldsmith's Miscellaneous Works, Volume 1, page 61. End of footnote. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Blackfriars Bridge, ITART 50. At this time, there being a competition among the architects of London to be employed in the building of Blackfriars Bridge, a question was very warmly agitated whether semicircular or elliptical arches were preferable. In the design offered by Mr. Milne, the elliptical form was adopted, and therefore it was the great object of his rivals to attack it. Johnson's regard for his friend Mr. Gwynne induced him to engage in this controversy against Mr. Milne. Footnote. Sir John Hawkins' Life, page 373, has given a long detail of it in that manner vulgarly but significantly called rigmarole, in which, amidst an ostentatious exhibition of arts and artists, he talks of proportions of a column being taken from that of the human figure, and adjusted by nature, masculine and feminine, in a man's sesquioctave of the head, and in a woman's sesquinonal. Nor has he failed to introduce a jargon of musical terms, which do not seem much to correspond with the subject, but serve to make up the heterogeneous mass.
To follow the knight through all this would be an useless fatigue to myself, and not a little disgusting to my readers. I shall therefore only make a few remarks upon his statement. He seems to exult in having detected Johnson in procuring from a person eminently skilled in mathematics and the principles of architecture answers to a string of questions drawn up by himself touching the comparative strength of semicircular and elliptical arches. Now I cannot conceive how Johnson could have acted more wisely. Sir John complains that the opinion of that excellent mathematician Sir Thomas Simpson did not preponderate in favour of the semicircular arch. But he should have known that however eminent Mr. Simpson was in the higher parts of abstract mathematical science, he was little versed in mixed and practical mechanics. Mr. Muller of Woolwich Academy, the scholastic father of all the great engineers which this country has employed for 40 years, decided the question by declaring clearly in favour of the elliptical arch. It is ungraciously suggested that Johnson's motive for opposing Mr. Milne's scheme may have been his prejudice against him as a native of North Britain, when in truth, as has been stated, he gave the aid of his able pen to a friend who was one of the candidates, and so far was he from having any illiberal antipathy to Mr. Milne, that he afterwards lived with that gentleman upon very agreeable terms of acquaintance, and dined with him at his house. Sir John Hawkins indeed gives full vent to his own prejudice in abusing Blackfriars Bridge, calling it an edifice in which beauty and symmetry are in vain sought for, by which the citizens of London have perpetuated their own disgrace, and subjected a whole nation to the reproach of foreigners. Whoever has contemplated Placido Lumine, Horace Ode's Book 4, Ode 3, line 2, this stately, elegant, and airy structure, which has so fine an effect, especially on approaching the Capitol on that quarter, must wonder at such unjust and ill-tempered censure. And I appeal to all foreigners of good taste, whether this bridge be not one of the most distinguished ornaments of London. As to the stability of the fabric, it is certain that the City of London took every precaution to have the best Portland stone for it, but as this is to be found in the quarries belonging to the public, under the direction of the Lords of the Treasury, it so happened that parliamentary interest, which is often the bane of fair pursuits, thwarted their endeavours. Notwithstanding this disadvantage, it is well known that not only has Blackfriars Bridge never sunk either in its foundation or in its arches, which was so much the subject of contest, but any injuries which it has suffered from the effects of severe frosts have been already in some measure repaired with sounder stone, and every necessary renewal can be completed at a moderate expense. Boswell. Horace Walpole mentions an ineffectual application made by the City to Parliament in 1764 for more money for their new bridge at Blackfriars, when Dr. Hay, one of the Lords of the Admiralty, abused the Common Council, whose late behaviour, he said, entitled them to no favour. Walpole's Memoirs of the Reign of George III, Volume 1, page 390. The late behaviour was the part taken by the City in Wilkes's case. It was the same love of liberty, no doubt, that lost the City the Portland stone. Smollett goes out of the way to praise his brother Scott, Mr. Milne, in Humphrey Clinker. A party novel written, says Horace Walpole, to vindicate the Scots. Reign of George III, Volume 4, page 328. In the letter dated May the 29th, he makes Mr. Bramble say, "The bridge at Blackfriars is a noble monument of taste and public spirit, I wonder how they stumbled upon a work of such magnificence and utility. End of footnote. Johnson's regard for his friend Mr. Gwynne induced him to engage in this controversy against Mr. Milnes, and after being at considerable pains to study the subject, he wrote 3 several letters in the Gazetteer in opposition to his plan. If it should be remarked that this was a controversy which lay quite out of Johnson's way, let it be remembered that, after all, his employing his powers of reasoning and eloquence upon a subject which he had studied on the moment is not more strange than what we often observe in lawyers, who, as quicquid agiunt homines, footnote Juvenal, Satire 1, line 85, end of footnote, is the matter of lawsuits, are sometimes obliged to pick up a temporary knowledge of an art or science, of which they understood nothing till their brief was delivered, and appear to be much masters of it. In like manner, members of the legislature frequently introduce and expatiate upon subjects of which they have informed themselves for the occasion. Relief of the French prisoners, Itat 51, 1760, Itat 51. In 1760 he wrote an address of the painters to George III on his accession to the throne of these kingdoms, dagger, which no monarch ever ascended with more sincere congratulations from his people. 2 generations of foreign princes had prepared their minds to rejoice in having again a king who gloried in being born a Briton. Footnote. Born and educated in this country, I glory in the name of Britain. George III's first speech to his Parliament. It appears from the Hardwicke Papers, writes the editor of the Parliamentary Histories, volume 15, page 982, that after the draft of the speech had been settled by the Cabinet, these words and those that came next were added by the King's own hand. Wilkes, in his dedication of Mortimer, see post May 15, 1776, asserted that these endearing words, born, etc., were permitted to be seen in the Royal Orthography of Britain, Britain, for Britain, Briton, Almond's Works, volume 1, page 84, end of footnote. He also wrote for Mr. Baretti the dedication, dagger, of his Italian and English dictionary to the Marquis of Abreu, then envoy extraordinary from Spain at the court of Great Britain. Johnson was now either very idle or very busy with his Shakespeare, for I can find no other public composition by him except an introduction to the Proceedings of the Committee for Clothing the French Prisoners, *, one of the many proofs that he was ever awake to the calls of humanity. Footnote. In this introduction, Works, volume 6, page 148, Johnson answers objections that have been raised against the relief. We know that for the prisoners of war there is no legal provision. We see their distress, and are certain of its cause. We know that they are poor and naked without a crime. The opponents of this charity must allow it to be good, and will not easily prove it not to be the best. That charity is best of which the consequences are most extensive. The relief of enemies has a tendency to unite mankind in fraternal affection. The committee for which Johnson's paper was written began its work in December 1759. In the previous month of October, Wesley records in his Journal, volume 2, page 461, I walked up to Knowle, a mile from Bristol, to see the French prisoners. Above 1100 of them, we were informed, were confined in that little place, without anything to lie on but a little dirty straw, or anything to cover them but a few foul thin rags, either by day or by night, so that they died like rotten sheep. I was much affected, and preached in the evening on Exodus chapter 23, verse 9. Money was at once contributed and clothing bought. It was not long before contributions were set on foot in various parts of the kingdom. On October the 24th of the following year, he records, "I visited the French prisoners at Knowle, and found many of them almost naked again." Ibid, Volume 3, page 23. The prisoners, wrote Hume, Private Correspondence, page 55, received food from the public, but it was thought that their own friends would supply them with clothes, which, however, was found after some time to be neglected. The cry arose that the brave and gallant men, though enemies, were perishing with cold in prison. A subscription was set on foot. Great sums were given by all ranks of people, and notwithstanding the national foolish prejudices against the French, a remarkable zeal everywhere appeared for this charity. I am afraid that M. Rousseau could not have produced many parallel instances among his heroes, the Greeks, and still fewer among the Romans. Baretti, in his Journey from London to Genoa, Volume 1, pages 62 and 66, after telling how on all foreigners, even on a Turk wearing a turban, the pretty appellation of French dog was liberally bestowed by the London rabble, continues, "I have seen the populace of England contribute as many shillings as they could spare towards the maintenance of the French prisoners, and I have heard a universal shout of joy when their Parliament voted £100,000 to the Portuguese on hearing of the tremendous earthquake." End of footnote. And an account which he gave in the Gentleman's Magazine of Mr. Tytler's acute and able vindication of Mary Queen of Scots, *. The generosity of Johnson's feelings shines forth in the following sentence: "It has now been fashionable for near half a century to defame and vilify the House of Stuart, and to exalt and magnify the reign of Elizabeth. The Stuarts have found few apologists, for the dead cannot pay for praise, and who will, without reward, oppose the tide of popularity? Yet there remains still among us, not wholly extinguished, a zeal for truth, a desire of establishing right in opposition to fashion." Footnote: Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 81. See Boswell's Hebrides, August the 16th, 1773, where Johnson describes Mary as "such a queen as every man of any gallantry of spirit would have sacrificed his life for." "There are," wrote Hume, "three events in our history which may be regarded as touchstones of party men: an English Whig who asserts the reality of the Popish plot, an Irish Catholic who denies the massacre in 1641, and a Scotch Jacobite who maintains the innocence of Queen Mary, must be considered as men beyond the reach of argument or reason, and must be left to their prejudices." History of England, 1802, edition, volume 5, page 504, end of footnote. In this year I have not discovered a single private letter written by him to any of his friends. It should seem, however, that he had at this period a floating intention of writing a history of the recent and wonderful successes of the British arms in all quarters of the globe. For among his resolutions or memorandums, September the 18th, "Send for books for hist of war." Footnote: Prayers and Meditations, page 42, Boswell. The following is his entry on this day: 1760, September the 18th, resolved Deo Juvante, to combat notions of obligation, to apply to study, to reclaim imagination, to consult the resolves on Tetty's coffin. In a prayer made less than a month after his wife's death, he mentions the purposes which I recorded in thy sight when she lay dead before me. To rise early, to study religion, to go to church, to drink less strong liquors, to keep a journal, to oppose laziness by doing what is to be done tomorrow. Rise as early as I can, send for books for hist of war, put books in order, scheme of life. End of footnote. How much is it to be regretted that this intention was not fulfilled? This majestic expression would have carried down to the latest posterity the glorious achievements of his country with the same fervent glow which they produced on the mind of the time. He would have been under no temptation to deviate in any degree from truth, which he held very sacred, or to take a license, which a learned divine told me he once seemed in a conversation jocularly to allow to historians. Consecrated lies, I chart 51. There are, said he, inexcusable lies and consecrated lies. For instance, we are told that on the arrival of the news of the unfortunate battle of Fontenoy, every heart beat and every eye was in tears. Now, we know that no man ate his dinner the worse. Footnote. See post October the 19th, 1769, and May the 15th, 1783, for Johnson's Measure of Emotion by Eating. End of footnote. But there should have been all this concern, and to say there was, smiling, may be reckoned a consecrated lie. Arthur Murphy, Anno Domini 1760. This year Mr. Murphy, having thought himself ill-treated by the Reverend Dr. Franklin, who was one of the writers of the Critical Review, published an indignant vindication in A Poetical Epistle to Samuel Johnson, A.M., in which he compliments Johnson in a just and elegant manner. Transcendent genius, whose prolific vein ne'er knew the frigid poet's toil and pain, to whom Apollo opens all his store, and every muse presents her sacred lore. Say, powerful Johnson, whence thy verse is fraught with so much grace and such energy of thought, whether thy Juvenal instructs the age in chaster numbers, and new points his rage, or fair Irene sees, alas, too late, her innocence exchanged for guilty state. Whate'er you write, in every golden line sublimity and elegance combine. The nervous phrase impresses every soul, while harmony gives rapture to the whole. Again, towards the conclusion, thou then, my friend, who seest the dangerous strife in which some demon bids me plunge my life, to the Ionian font direct my feet, say where the nine thy lonely musings meet, where warbles to thy ear the sacred throng, thy moral sense, thy dignity of song. Tell, where you can, by what unerring art you wake to finer feelings every heart. In each bright page some truth important give, and bid to future times thy Rambler live. Footnote. Mr. Croker points out that Murphy's epistle was an imitation of Boileau's Épître Molière. End footnote. I take this opportunity to relate the manner in which an acquaintance first commenced between Dr. Johnson and Mr. Murphy. During the publication of the Gray's Inn Journal, a periodical paper which was successfully carried on by Mr. Murphy alone, when a very young man, he happened to be in the country with Mr. Foote, and having mentioned that he was obliged to go to London in order to get ready for the press one of the numbers of that journal, Foote said to him, "You need not go on that account.
Here is a French magazine in which you will find a very pretty Oriental tale. Translate that and send it to your printer." Mr. Murphy, having read the tale, was highly pleased with it, and followed Foote's advice. When he returned to town, this tale was pointed out to him in the Rambler, from whence it had been translated into the French magazine. Mr. Murphy then waited upon Johnson to explain this curious incident. His talents, literature, and gentlemanlike manners were soon perceived by Johnson, and a friendship was formed which was never broken. *The paper mentioned in the text is number 38 of the second series of the Gray's Inn Journal, published on June 15th, 1754, which is a translation from the French version of Johnson's Rambler, number 190, Malone. Mrs. Piozzi relates how Murphy used to tell before Johnson of the first time they met. "He found our friend all covered with soot, like a chimney sweeper, in a little room with an intolerable heat and strange smell, as if he had been acting Lungs in The Alchemist, making ether. 'Come, come,' says Dr. Johnson, 'dear Mur, the story is black enough now, and it was a very happy day for me that brought you first to my house, and a very happy mistake about the Ramblers.'" Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 235. Murphy quotes her account, Murphy's Johnson, page 79. See also post 1770, where Dr. Maxwell records in his Collectanea how Johnson very much loved Arthur Murphy. Miss Burney thus describes him: "He is tall and well made, has a very gentlemanlike appearance, and a quietness of manner upon his first address that to me is very pleasing. His face looks sensible, and his deportment is perfectly easy and polite." A few days later she records: "Mr. Murphy was the life of the party. He was in good spirits and extremely entertaining. He told 1,000,000 of stories admirably well." Madame D'Arblay's Diary, Volume 1, pages 195 and 210. Rogers, who knew Murphy well, says that towards the close of his life, till he received a pension of £200 from the King, he was in great pecuniary difficulties. He had eaten himself out of every tavern from the other side of Temple Bar to the west end of the town. He owed Rogers a large sum of money which he never repaid. He assigned over to me the whole of his works, and I soon found that he had already disposed of them to a bookseller. One thing, Rogers continues, ought to be remembered to his honour. An actress with whom he had lived bequeathed to him all her property, but he gave up every farthing of it to her relations. He was pensioned in 1803, and he died in 1805. Rogers' Table Talk, page 106, end of footnote. Letter to Mr. Langton, I type 51. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, at Langton, near Spilsbury, Lincolnshire. Dear Sir, you that travel about the world have more materials for letters than I who stay at home, and should, therefore, write with frequency equal to your opportunities. I shall be glad to have all England surveyed by you, if you would impart your observations in narratives as agreeable as your last. Knowledge is always to be wished to those who can communicate it well. While you have been riding and running and seeing the tombs of the learned and the camps of the valiant, I have only stayed at home and intended to do great things, which I have not done. Beau, footnote, Topham Beauclerk, Esquire, Boswell, end of footnote, went away to Cheshire, and has not yet found his way back. Chambers passed the vacation at Oxford. I am very sincerely solicitous for the preservation or curing of Mr. Langton's sight, and am glad that the chirurgeon at Coventry gives him so much hope. Mr. Sharp is of opinion that the tedious maturation of the cataract is a vulgar error, and that it may be removed as soon as it is formed. This notion deserves to be considered. I doubt whether it be universally true, but if it be true in some cases, and those cases can be distinguished, it may save a long and uncomfortable delay. Of dear Mrs. Langton you give me no account, which is the less friendly, as you know how highly I think of her, and how much I interest myself in her health. I suppose you told her of my opinion, and likewise suppose it was not followed. However, I still believe it to be right. Thomas Sheridan, Anno Domini 1761. Let me hear from you again, wherever you are, or whatever you are doing, whether you wander or sit still, plant trees or make rustics. Footnote: essays with that title, written about this time by Mr. Langton, but not published. Boswell. End of footnote. Play with your sisters or muse alone, and in return I will tell you the success of Sheridan. Footnote: Thomas Sheridan, born 1721, died 1788. He was the son of Swift's friend, and the father of R.B. Sheridan, who was born in 1751, and the great-great-grandfather of the present Earl of Dufferin. End of footnote. Who at this instant is playing Cato, and has already played Richard twice. He had more company the second than the first night, and will make, I believe, a good figure in the whole, though his faults seem to be very many, some of natural deficience, and some of laborious affectation. He has, I think, no power of assuming either that dignity or elegance which some men, who have little of either in common life, can exhibit on the stage. His voice, when strained, is unpleasing, and when low, is not always heard. He seems to think too much on the audience, and turns his face too often to the galleries. Footnote: Sheridan was acting in Garrick's company, generally on the nights on which Garrick did not appear. Davis's Garrick, Volume 1, page 299. Johnson criticises his reading, post April 18, 1783. End of footnote. However, I wish him well, and among other reasons because I like his wife. Footnote: Mrs. Sheridan was author of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Biddulph, a novel of great merit, and of some other pieces. See her character, post beginning of 1763. Boswell. End of footnote. Make haste to write to, dear Sir, your most affectionate servant, Samuel Johnson, October 18, 1760. End of section 43.